Oh, yeah. Yeah. And it's always fun to watch that. I enjoy it when they get some creative ideas like that. You know, that's a good experience. Yeah, so I was, so I served as president of the cybersecurity. So I was head of the cyber
well. The women's bathroom is halfway down the hall. The men's bathroom is all the way on the other side of the hall. So you can find that. You can go outside onto this balcony because it's a nice day. So people might want to do that during some of the breaks. So that's that. But other than that, I just really want to thank IST for continuing to include us in this. And we felt that the Ransomware Task Force really accomplished quite a lot since its beginning, and they doing this on a date with numerical significance here, 24/24, allows us to focus the attention a little bit, which I think is a great idea, and looking forward to hearing more from the folks as we move forward. Thanks.
All right. How's everybody doing?
Excellent.
All right. See a lot of heads on phones. Welcome. It's really exciting to have everybody here. I think when we first set out, I made this same comment last night. When we first set out to do this, we didn't imagine that we were going to be reconvening on an annual basis, and quite the opposite was what we were hoping for. We still have a lot of work to do. It's really great to see this room, to see so many familiar faces. But anyway, so I think as everyone knows all too well, it was about 3 years ago now that we went through the Ransomware Task Force process. We were very fortunate to convene colleagues from over 60 different organizations to come together with that express intent to try and centralize expertise and come up with a comprehensive framework to get after this ransomware scourge. I think everybody here knows that resultant report contributed to what we think is a great deal of activity and action, both by public sector and private sector actors. And today we're back here to take stock of that action. I think there is really much to celebrate. There's much to applaud. We will hear today from a lot of folks in the panel discussions and in the room as to what has happened for the positive over the last year, since the last time we did this. But we're also here today, I think our collaborative research efforts show that really only about half, right? So out of that massive report that we did with all of you, there were 48 recommendations, 81 pages, 48 recommendations. Only about half of those have seen significant progress. So that leaves us with 24 still left to work on. So as a result, this year we're doubling down, right? Ransomware continues to persist, and in some estimates has continued to increase in volume. So when we first set out to do this work with so many of you, we heard from most of you actually some complaints about how think tanks would show up and want to jump in and help work on a problem set, would host a bunch of convenings, would write a seminal report, and then would just disappear. And what we committed to all of you is that we wouldn't do that and that we would stick at it with you. And that's what we're here to do today. Clearly, a lot more remains to be done as we pursue that progress on those remaining 24 recommendations. So today we're honored to bring together partners, colleagues, and champions in this space. And I think we have a really fantastic lineup to get after this, to get us back to the basics, right? To think about how to deter, think about how to better disrupt, think about better preparation and response. So we'll get started in just a moment. But before I do, as the CEO of the Institute for Security and Technology, I would be remiss if I didn't take a second to say thank you to Bree and to Ari for the Center for Cybersecurity for the Center for Cybersecurity Policy and Law. I always mangle that, and to Palo Alto Networks for making this possible. But then, more than anybody, I would argue, to Mr. Craig Newmark, who quite literally, the RTF would not be able to continue to do what it does if it wasn't for your support, Craig. So thank you. Also, just a quick word of thanks to our other supporters, to AWS, Banco Santander, Bank of America, Microsoft, and Zscaler. You are who make this possible. So thank you for that support. Now, I'm exceedingly pleased to kick things off this morning with a virtual opening keynote from Senator Tim Kaine of Virginia.
Hey everybody, Senator Tim Kaine here. I'm sorry I can't be with you today at the Ransomware Task Force conference, but I know you're in good hands with Phil Reiner and the many other great speakers, including my longtime friend Adine Mills-Golub, who's been such a thought leader in this space. As many of you know, ransomware can strike high-value targets like hospitals, schools, and local governments, as well as individuals. And it can have devastating consequences for businesses, our economy, and American national security. As we look around the corner and try to project what kinds of conflicts could be on the horizon that we need to defend against, there's no doubt that a comprehensive strategy to address ransomware and other cyber attacks has to be front and center. And that's why the work you all are doing today is so important. I'm glad the Biden administration last year officially declared ransomware a national security threat and released a whole-of-government strategy involving technological tools and law enforcement authorities. The administration also tasked the Department of Defense's Cyber Command to develop its own cyber strategy. As a member of the Senate, I've been focused on making sure we have the workforce to address these cyber challenges. National security in the 21st century isn't just about building and maintaining physical platforms or weapons. It's also about satellites and software and the type of workforce that knows how to operate it all. Several years ago, I included provisions of my bill to reinvigorate a Department of Defense cybersecurity scholarship program through partnerships with community colleges in the annual National Defense Authorization Act. I also successfully included an amendment to encourage the Secretary of Defense to establish new cyber institutes at schools with ROTC programs. And I'm proud that the latest defense bill bolsters U.S.-Taiwan cooperation on military cyber activities. Addressing threats like ransomware is going to take the best minds in the field, and the good news is you've all already assembled at this event today. Knowing Adine and others, I have no doubt you're up to this challenge. Thanks for all you do, and best wishes on a productive conference today.
Well, we were pleased to be virtually greeted by Senator Tim Kaine, and we're grateful to his support and proving that this is definitely an all tools, all hands approach. I'd like to welcome to the stage our most recent board member, Andy Boyd, who recently retired from government. Thank you, Andy, for your service to the country. He was the director of the CIA Center for Cyber Intelligence, and I'm looking forward to him bringing the spice this morning. So thanks, Andy.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. Yeah, thank you, Megan. Yeah, so my last job at CIA was a director for the Center for Cyber Intelligence. I retired in the fall after 34 years of government service. Thank you preemptively for saying I don't look like that. I'm not old, but I was in the government since I was 18 between the Air Force, State Department, and CIA. For those of you who don't know, CCI is the home of where all cyber operations originate and are executed using cyber means in a variety of ways in doing that. And more importantly to a lot of you in the room, that's where all of the strategic analysis, all source analysis for the US government, for the intel community happens at the classified level, both on nation state and non-nation state cyber threats. Prior to CCI, in CIA, I spent the bulk of my career in the counterterrorism space, principally in the Arab field. So I'm glad to be with you now. I am currently in Army of One, serving a number of advisory consulting positions and board seats at private sector for-profit companies, but also at IST. And I was very thankful to Mike, Philip, and Megan for offering me this board seat because I deeply value being part of this community and being part of the connective tissue between Silicon Valley, the broader tech world, and the DC-based policy and national security community. So thank you for having me here this morning. Again, back to my counterterrorism roots, in 2001, we as Americans suffered a cataclysmic event for which the United States government was not prepared. We're all familiar with that. But for those of you who aren't part of that fight, within a couple of years, we built an apparatus across the US government, across our partners in state and municipal government, that is for the past 2.5 decades, defended the homeland and Americans abroad against the scourge of international terrorism. To be clear, I'm not equating the murder of 3,000 Americans on 9/11 with a ransomware attack. But in my opinion, and I think in the opinion of a number of people in this room, in the aggregate, ransomware poses as great an existential threat to our national security, even if it does not kill or wound a single American directly, but still an existential threat. And I think Senator Kane alluded to that. As the RTF report spells out, in 2023, ransomware payments exceeded $1 billion. And just this past month, and I think it was in the news yesterday on CNN, United Healthcare and its subsidiary Change Healthcare paid $22 million for their ransomware payment to Alpha V and Black Hat. And for those of you who track this closely, I mean, we're all very amused that they're then fighting each other because one of them didn't get their cut. But the broader point is $22 million in ransom, but that's just the ransom payments. The commercial impact on United Healthcare alone is exponentially larger. And there was a press release that United Healthcare alone estimates that they lost $1 billion on their bottom line, and it may even be more than that when they finally unpack what happened. So if you put the ratio between the 22 million in ransomware payments and the $1 billion loss, I mean, I would argue it's the commercial loss that's the real issue, not just the ransom payments. Again, as the RTF study outlined, ransomware is a direct threat to all of our critical infrastructure, not just healthcare. There's CISA outlines 20 plus critical infrastructure, gas and oil transportation, electricity transportation, et cetera, all of which are threatened by ransomware. And arguably, most disturbingly as a parent, our school systems, our public and private school systems are deeply threatened, and the safety of our children are deeply threatened by ransomware. From a broader international security perspective, ransomware as a service is being used by foreign governments, principally the Russians, much like mercenaries are used in kinetic threats. I would argue that many of the ransomware actors are a keyboard version of the Prigozhin network, and Yevgeny Prigozhin met his demise last year. Hopefully, it can provide the same service to the ransomware. Vladimir Putin can offer the same service to the ransomware actors, but I won't hold my breath on that one. But again, I mean, there really are cyber mercenaries, and beyond our adversaries in Russia, principally the intelligence services, and in the context of the ransomware actors, the FSB and the GRU, in the context of intelligence collection against the United States, obviously the SVR. But other groups, state actors included, are using ransomware to fund terrorist or terrorist adjacent groups, and other state actor adversaries are directly using ransomware payments to fund their weapons of mass destruction development, their ICBM development, and fissile material development. So, I mean, again, in the aggregate, that's a pretty substantial national security threat. Going back to the post 9/11 era, 2001 to late 2001 through 2002, where we as a government were coalescing all of our special operations capabilities, our intel community capabilities, our law enforcement capabilities. I would argue we're sort of in that same epoch now, where we're coalescing our substantial U.S. government capabilities, private sector capabilities, and I would argue IST and all the people in this room are part of that process. But we've had a lot of success, and it's 24 and 24. There's another 24 that we actually have had some success on in the 48 objectives. Dave Scott and a couple other FBI folks are here. God bless the FBI and their international partners for the Lockbit takedown. I mean, I was giddy. I don't have a whole lot of access to classified material anymore as a civilian, but I was giddy to hear about it on various podcasts and in the press. And there's a lot of other entities that contributed to that, but I do think we made a lot of success, and I think that operation in particular was critical. Earlier, in spring of 2023, ONCD released the first national security cyber national security strategy, and thank you, Kemba, and your entire team, and Chris Inglis for doing that, because finally, we have a roadmap as a community within the U.S. government and the private sector, and in particular, in that strategy, a focus on ransomware being prioritized as a national security threat. And then likewise, thank you to everyone in this room and all your colleagues who couldn't make it today for the contributions you've made since the RTF stood up. But it's not enough. Okay, so I would always argue when I was manager of resources in CIA, I would complain to the NSC and anyone else who would listen that I didn't have the resources, and I would list my top 6 priorities from an intelligence collection or operations and analysis perspective, and I would argue that ransomware was like 7th on that list, based on guidance that Bill Burns and others had given me. It doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be the 7th priority. Maybe it's not the first priority, but I would argue it's certainly got to be in the top 3 or the top 4. And in 2024, I would argue across the community, across the private sector, we need to scale disruptions so that for Dave Scott and the rest of the FBI crew, a disruption like happened against Lockbit in 2024 is an average Tuesday in FBI. And if we have enough of those average Tuesdays, we won't have any ransomware actors, much like we don't have the leadership of Al Qaeda or ISIS anymore. Not saying that we need to kill all the ransomware actors, but if we could get the authorities for that, that'd be great too. We need to disrupt payment systems. We need to disrupt infrastructure, and we need to disrupt the actors themselves. And I think in 2024, that's a long pull because most of them are in countries that are inaccessible. But I still think we need to do it. And the way I think the intelligence community can augment that is thinking along the same lines that we succeeded during the counterterrorism war. Ransomware and the actors therein are a find, fix, finish problem. For those of you familiar with the CT fight, we used finding is an intelligence collection problem, finding where they are, fixing where their location, and whatever the finished solution is, arrests other disruptions like we had in February against Lockbit, which means, to me, this has to be a higher priority for the intelligence community, for DoD, because it's not just a law enforcement issue. The law enforcement community has done a phenomenal job, but they need more support from the rest of the US government. And unlike the CT war, continuing support from you all from the private sector. So I implore my former colleagues in the intel community and DoD to prioritize this, again, above the 7th priority that I gave it. Again, you are where you sit, and that's where I was sitting at the time. And prioritize it in the way that anyone would prioritize any other existential threat from a nation state or non-nation state actor against the United States. We have the tools, we have the technical expertise, and we do have the human resources. Again, if you just reprioritize it, it doesn't require a quadrupling of our cyber workforce, although in certain sectors we do have to do that. But as far as the national security community goes, we do have the people to deal with this and attack this threat at a scale that indicates that we have made this a priority. We need more intelligence sharing, both classified and unclassified, more international collaboration, and frankly, more learning from our international partners, such as the United Kingdom and their NCSC, which frankly has kind of led the way on how to take highly classified, top secret material and sanitize it down so it's useful to the private sector and doesn't give away sources and methods. So strategically, I mean, I think we need to, this is, you'll notice as we go through the agenda today, strategically, we need to broaden and deepen our ability to disrupt, to deter, to prepare and respond. And I think Kemba, whenever I shut up, is going to lead us in the disruption discussion. Because if we don't, we'll have this exact same discussion next year and it will be 25 and 25 or something. Yeah, okay. And that'll be unacceptable. So please, this is an idea generating forum. So please do capture what is said in these panels, because I think this will be our roadmap for the future so that we can succeed in these remaining 24 objectives and scale up the other 24 objectives. So during dinner last night, I was thinking of George C. Scott in the opening scene of the the movie Patton. And so what I want to leave you with before we bring Kemba on the stage is, so when you're sitting around the fireplace with your family and they ask you, what did you do during the Great War against ransomware? Because you're here, because you're engaged, because you will engage in Kemba's disruption panel and all the other panels, you can at least say that you weren't shoveling horse manure in Louisiana. For any of those of you who are familiar with that movie, you'll understand what that means. So again, thank you for your dedication to this critical national security mission, and I look forward to chatting with you during the breaks and hearing from Kemba and others on the panel. So thank you.
Thank you, Andy, again, and thanks for your continued leadership in this space. Again, your service to the country. I want to next turn, as you previewed, to my friend, colleague, the former acting national cyber director, and now the president of Paladin Global Institute, Kemba Walden, to bring on our first panel, Disruption.
Thank you, Andy. I have a mic here, but I don't know how to strap it onto myself. So I'm going to talk here and then we'll figure out how to get me a mic over here, handheld. Good. So thank you. Welcome to all of you in the room. Thank you, Andy, for your opening remarks. Senator Kane, all of those that are online. This is being live streamed. I'm going to call each member of the panel up here. You've all heard me talk a lot. I will talk a little, but I mostly want you to hear from my panel members. So Amy Hogan from Microsoft, you can come forward. Kevin Sherry from Dark Web IQ. Tim Court from UKNCA. Are you? Oh, there you are. Maya Song from the U.S. Department of Justice. And Brett Leatherman from the FBI. Please join me. You would think by now I know how to strap one of these on to me, but I've never actually done it on myself. So welcome. I've been involved with the Ransomware Task Force since its inception, and much has been said, but not enough has been said about how Phil Reiner, with his brainchild, pretty much lied to all of us and told us on the Ransomware Task Force that this would be minimal work, and but we have to get after this problem. I promise, and we still work with him. So I'd like to welcome my panelists. They will introduce themselves more fully as we get into the conversation, but I want to be able to take a few moments to sort of set us up for the conversation. I'll describe a little bit of what this ransomware as a service ecosystem looks like, and then we will talk through some operational examples of disruption, and then we will talk about some of the legal and policy frameworks moving forward. So as Andy aptly laid out and as laid out in our Ransomware Task Force report, we are now in a world of ransomware as a service. The ransomware actors are getting smarter, but still there's work to be done. We have a system where the costs for entry into this crime is low. It doesn't take much talent to get into the crime of ransomware, but the profitability is still too high. So with this imbalance, we have figured out a series of policy options and solutions, some disruption options and solutions to raise the cost of entry into ransomware, sort of throwing salt into the gears or sand into the gears, but also attack the profitability. In this panel, we will talk about the disruption opportunities. The very last panel at the end of the day, we'll talk about disrupting the payment system. So in a ransomware as a service model, you might have initial access through our tried and true means. That would be a hanging RDP, a VPN that's open, single factor authentication, phishing emails, and the like. The trends change, but generally speaking, that's what the initial access looks like. You will have another ransomware actor then be an expert in stealing credentials. They will be able to sell or use credentials. Those credentials then would be used to elevate access privileges. Then there might be use of some sort of off-the-shelf software that's being used inappropriately for lateral movement, and we'll talk a little bit about that. That lateral movement then will allow for another malware to be installed to establish some type of persistence. That persistence then will lead to some type of data exfiltration after they look for and understand your system and find your high value assets. They will find some sort of data, exfiltrate that. Then the ransomware, when we often refer to ransomware group, we're actually talking about the ransomware itself will be installed to lock up the system. And then after that, the ransomware actor can start to demand payments, can leak data, and will then look to cash out after receiving payment through the crypto system and cash out through the fiat system. So there are opportunities for operational disruption along that entire supply chain. So now I'm going to stop talking so much, and I'm going to turn to the panel, and maybe we'll start talking about as far left of boom as we can. I know Microsoft, Amy, you had some success in Storm 1152. If you might want to describe that.
Interesting. It'll take 3 seconds. Okay. More than 3 seconds? 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. No. We'll just pass the mic. Okay, there we go. Amy Hogan-Burney, as Kimba said, from Microsoft. I lead our cybersecurity policy and protection team, which includes the Microsoft's digital crimes unit, which is really largely why I'm here today. I've been super fortunate as a previous US government employee to take the talent and skills that I learned there and be able to use them in the private sector. And before I get to Storm 1152, I do want to say something about, I hear so much about public-private partnership. As a member of the private sector, I think one thing that we don't talk enough about is the need for private-private partnership. And nobody says anything about that. But it is incredibly important because I have a single view at Microsoft, but it's really important to bring along other technology companies. And I believe that this is the most important area where we should set aside competition. And I just think that we kind of set the tone for today, it's incredibly important for private sector companies that are in this room and even beyond as you go out into the world to set aside competition in this exact ransomware space. There is absolutely no reason for it. And so with that in mind, I do want to talk about Storm 1152, which is a financially motivated cybercrime actor. It is a cybercrime as a service that was used in ransomware attacks and other things. And we partnered with Arcos Labs in that case, which is the service, for those of you who don't know, if you click on all the bicycle tires when you get in for CAPTCHA in order to say that you're a real human, Arcos Labs, that's courtesy of them. And what happened is that because there was a tool out there that was able to bypass all of the CAPTCHA services, they were, these cyber criminals located in Vietnam were able to create massive numbers of Microsoft accounts. But it wasn't just Microsoft accounts, it was Google accounts, it was everything else, anything that you needed as a vector for cybercrime. And because we have started to think about how do we look kind of broader and how do we look as far left as possible, and because we had done lots of work to try to defeat this in the service itself with both Arcos Labs and with our identity folks at Microsoft, we were like, okay, now we really need to think about disruptive action in this space. And so we partnered with Arcos and seized the website that hosted the tool itself and the website that was actually selling the MSAs for this cyber criminals. And with that case is still open at this time. So we're conducting discovery now, looking to seize more infrastructure. And recently, one of my colleagues that many of you know, Sean Farrell, just came back from Vietnam, where he was there working with law enforcement there, because we know exactly where these 3 people are. And so this is just kind of one example of how do we partner with a private sector company? How do we look as far left as possible?
Thank you, Amy. That was an extraordinary point that you made, private-private partnerships are just as important. And you talked about infrastructure disruption. Another opportunity for disruption is sort of figuring out how these gangs operate and work across with each other. Kevin, I don't know if you want to walk us through some of your thoughts for disrupting the people part of this.
Yes, I never heard the phrase private-private partnership until just now. So, and I love it. I'm Kevin Sherry. I'm the founder and CEO of Dark Web IQ. And we were founded as a public-private partnership about 3 years ago with the main aim of identifying vulnerable and weak points in the supply chain that Kemba just so beautifully laid out. This has also morphed into some private-private partnerships that we never really dreamed of, because some vulnerable parts in this ecosystem are the threat actors that are finding ways to crack certain tools and legitimate tools that cybersecurity firms and professionals will use in their day-to-day, like to help them move laterally across networks. And so naturally, we ended up evolving into some of these private partnerships where we work with those vendors to actually help them upgrade their software and deploy certain patches. And then that ends up morphing into public-private partnerships where we're working with the Bureau and that vendor, not just to help them improve the safety of their software, but also to go after the threat actors themselves. So that's an aside. I didn't mean to get into that. And I'm eager here to listen to Brett and Tim talk about some of the big disruptions. But when we think of disruption, I think of it really in 4 different buckets. There's offensive action, like some of the ones we're probably going to hear about today. There's payment disruption. I think there's a panel later today on that. There's supply chain disruption, and then there's law enforcement, the law enforcement angle, where really it's about putting people in jail. And that's, in our view, the biggest and the most important element of disruption over the long term. There are a lot of criminals out there that they get into this game because they want to live large. They want to live their dream life, even if they're based in Russia or some of these hard to reach countries. They still want to go on that yacht in the Mediterranean, go rent a villa somewhere beautiful and go travel. And so there are ways to deter a lot of the criminals even there. And one of the things we've learned, though, is that when you factor in that whole supply chain that Kemba just talked about, you often will hear law enforcement can't be effective because they're all in Russia. Well, that's when we're talking about a lot of the ransomware operators themselves. When you start thinking about the larger supply chain that really fuels and enables the ransomware actors, there are a lot of them that are outside of Russia, outside of Iran, outside of China and North Korea. They are in countries where you can reach them. There are, as we look over the next 2 to 3 years, for those who caught the 60 Minutes episode a couple of weeks ago, Allison Nixon was talking about a community called the COM. That's mostly North America and Western Europe. And if that community starts partnering more with the ransomware over time, more and more law enforcement really becomes the deterrent that is really needed. And so where we focus is, you think about these big macro disruptions that happen. They're really impactful. We actually took a different approach, and we partner with the Bureau, the DOJ, every day now. We focus on micro disruptions. We focus on infiltrating the supply chain in a way that where we can source intel to stop attacks literally every day, one at a time. And through that, we not only protect our customers and society, we're sourcing intel that can fuel all those 4 buckets that I was talking about, whether it's offensive actions, payment disruptions, or most importantly from our perspective, helping the Bureau actually unmask these threat actors and build cases against them. And so our motto, one of our mottos internally, is from the law enforcement side, public sector results at private sector speeds. And so I think there are some lessons there from our last 2 to 3 years of operating in close collaboration with them, where some of them apply to the rest of the threat intel industry, if you will. And we can talk about that later.
Thank you. Maya, did you want to jump in there?
I did. Does the microphone work?
Yeah.
Okay, great. I'm Maya Song. I am Senior Counsel to the Deputy Attorney General of the United States, where I advise the Department of Justice on cybercrime, cybersecurity, and emerging technology issues. And I should note that the views I express today are my own and not necessarily the department's. So just to piggyback on that point from the law enforcement perspective, I will say that indeed over the past few years, the department's keen focus and concentrated effort to pivot to a disruption model is now yielding results insofar as, for example, in the past year, what we've seen as a result of greater collaboration with international colleagues and also with the private sector, we're seeing a marked increase in tempo of public disruption announcements. And exactly as you said, that's at all at all areas of the ransomware criminal ecosystem. So whether that's going after ransomware actors themselves and taking down infrastructure, or going after illicit cryptocurrency service providers or malware botnets, at the Department of Justice, we are keenly focused on seizing every opportunity that we can to do disruption. And in an effort to do that, of course, we rely quite heavily on private sector partnerships. And so really can't underscore that enough, that in our effort to adapt to the ever-evolving landscape of the ransomware threat, it is critical for us at the Department of Justice and at FBI to make sure that we are getting victim reporting early so that we too can be getting the full picture of the landscape as it's evolving so quickly.
This is a really productive conversation in my mind. So there are a lot of things that came up. I'm going to try to pull some of those themes and try to leave time for questions at the end. One of the themes Amy's kicked off with was private. Kevin sort of described how that works in a different operational capacity, the way that Amy did. Let's talk a little bit about public and fan out a bit. Fan out meaning I'm a fan of the public partnership. So just like Andy got giddy when he saw the takedown of Lockbit, I started texting a couple of people when I saw the takedown of Lockbit because I was very excited. And Brett and Tim, if you want to give us, since we've gone from a little bit over from left of boom, sort of give us your perspective on that Maya started with the takedown across the ecosystem, what that experience was like. Maybe if you want, talk about Lapsus or Scattered Spider. I've been following you, trolling you a little bit.
Certainly. So good morning. Firstly, you'll notice that my hair's the other way around to Keith's. So I'm the head of operations for the National Crime Agency, which is effectively the UK analog of the FBI. And certainly the Lockbit activity was hugely predicated on an international collaboration between ourselves and other partners across European kind of EC3 Europol servers. The way that we approach that is we moved towards an ecosystem model approximately a year ago. And really that was based on us chasing incidents and really eating resource for no real benefit. So we dragged ourselves, to your point, left on that chart, trying to understand the underlying systems, the underlying services and intent that was really feeding ransomware strains writ large. And then began a sort of 2-year effort to technically subvert Lockbit, which of course everyone was trying to do. But the ability to coordinate and discuss openly with partners at a classified level and sometimes in a very standard kind of normal business classification, who had what, who could do what, and which best framework and which capability best delivered the outcome, which we all wanted, which was break trust in Lockbit. And I think for us in the UK, there's a capacity issue. You know, we have less, we have to be very discerning. So what we focused on was how to essentially ridicule or undermine trust in Lockbit so much that nobody went near it. You know, the model had evolved from discrete organized crime groups that were quite insular to a business program of franchise. Well, we need to make that franchise brand so toxic that no one goes near it. But in the past, Brett and I would have had agents both chasing that down, probably burning resource on both sides of the pond, and that's unacceptable. So early on, engaging with Brett's team, understanding our kind of joint objectives, and then also who was going to lead what in a coordinated fashion was what led to ultimately Lockbit being disrupted in the way that it was. I mean, probably a good point to hand over to you.
Yeah. So the NCA's access to that technical infrastructure was incredible, and it gave all of us an opportunity to come together. Instead of NCA saying, hey, we've got this access, we're going to move forward and do something with it. That global effort to impose cost on Lockbit actors is what made this such a significant disruption to that group, and sent a message to other groups operating out of Russia and elsewhere that this is the free world's effort to free victim organizations from kind of that ransomware tyranny that we see over and over again. And so when we look at disruptions, some disruptions are more enduring than others, and we fully recognize that, both at Justice and FBI. But what we look at is, what are our capabilities right now, and what is happening to private sector agencies, critical infrastructure, or government agencies? How are these actors targeting them? What is the impact of that targeting? If we can leverage even a temporary disruption against critical infrastructure or hospitals or elsewhere, we're going to take that action, because even providing weeks of relief can allow folks to retool and build resilience into their environments. And so we endeavor to do more enduring disruptions where we can. And to do that, we look at really targeting the 5 key services within the criminal enterprise or the criminal ecosystem. That's the actors themselves, the technical infrastructure that they operate from, the financial modalities by which they receive their profits, the communication platforms that they talk on either amongst each other or to victims, and finally the tools and the malware that they use. The more of those that we can take out during a disruption, the more effective and the more enduring that disruption will be. We can't do it alone, and so we leverage our IC partnerships here with all our partners, Andy's former colleagues over at CIA, NSA, Cyber Command, CISA, DHS, and increasingly, cyber is border agnostic. We have to leverage our closest partnerships to have that kind of impact. And when you see these kind of disruptions that have real impact, you will see multiple seals globally on those technical disruptions for good reason, and that's because we engage those partners early. But it's also the private sector piece that is so important. Microsoft, for example, has tremendous telemetry. So does Google. So does Amazon. So does everybody else. They have better visibility into shifts in actor TTPs and IOCs than what we have. But if we can identify how the adversaries are moving in a very high level way, we have very good targeted collection that we can do. And so that private sector tipping can provide us the ability to really get up on individual actors or groups, and then ultimately pursue those actors and groups for disruptive opportunities.
Because following on from that, something that we've really focused on was the psychological operation that was played out in Lockbit. And we realized that because, and back to Andy's point around CT, these are individuals in a criminal enterprise who are not tested. They haven't come through a traditional law enforcement criminal engagement. They're not running through the prison system. Neither are they ideologically motivated to withstand immense pressure. They've hidden behind a screen. They're often anonymous, and they're making a lot of money. So actually imposing cognitive fear in their life was something that we really focused on. And certainly, let's be blunt, there's a cold wind blowing across Europe at the moment, but that also means lots of young men are running, and they're across Europe. And we've picked up quite a few now in sort of sub judice still, but individuals who are Russian language, who don't want to be part of the regime, don't want to be conscripted, are active cyber criminals, and they are not just in Moscow. So enabling us to target the 200 affiliate groups, they won't be exclusively in places we can't get them. So explaining to them, quite clearly that any badge on those takedowns will come after you, and you will find yourself in a space that you're not comfortable with. We're seeing the benefit of that starting to suppress confidence in the impunity of the ransomware model. And I think that's key. We need to press that button more and more.
I'm seeing a lot of novel action here from, now that I'm back out on the outside looking in. I'm seeing a lot of action here, and I've been particularly entertained by how you were messing with the enemy, so to speak. That was a lot of fun to watch. But pivoting to another novel, what I find, I'm nerding out. I think somebody coined the term nerd riz. There's a Amy, I want you to talk about Amy, I want you to talk about what you've been able to do in terms of private partnership with cracked uses of Cobalt Strike. I think this is quite helpful.
Yeah. So, and this started when you were at Microsoft, Kimba. So Kimba should get all the credit in the world. And actually really one of our investigators, the best cases, and I think everyone in this room knows this, the best cases come from the people who are closest to the problem, right? And so several years ago, one of our investigators, Jason Lyons, he noticed that as he was studying all of the ransomware actors that were out there and looking at all of the ones that we tracked as part of our threat intelligence process, they all had a common mechanism by which they moved laterally throughout systems once they entered them. And they were all using cracked Cobalt Strike, the illegitimate use of Cobalt Strike. And so the first thing that we did actually is we looked at, were we as Microsoft hosting cracked Cobalt Strike? Because that means we're part of the problem, and we don't want to be part of the problem. We want to be part of the solution. And so we took down every single version of cracked Cobalt Strike that was out there on our own systems, and we actually continue to do that today. And so, the first kind of thing you can always do is clean your own house. The one thing I will tell everyone is that in order to clean your own house, you have to know you have a problem. And so you need to be constantly looking for these types of threats. But once your own house is clean, and we were actually a very small part of the cracked Cobalt Strike problem. We did share information with other cloud service providers. Amazon, AWS in particular, were really great about receiving the information and just cooperating and taking things down with us in the early stages of this 2.5 years ago. Once that was done, then we looked out into the ecosystem and thought, okay, how do we go after the other providers that are hosting cracked Cobalt Strike? Some of them far less cooperative, and many of them located outside the United States. And so we partnered with Fortra, who owns Cobalt Strike, which is a great legitimate pen testing tool, and they want to do everything they can to protect the tool. It's incredibly useful for security researchers and others. And so what we did is they gave us every single watermark for every single version of cracked Cobalt Strike out there. We were able to use that to reverse engineer it and identify every single command and control out there in the world. And we continue to this day to take down either through court intervention, if it's located inside the United States, or through notice and takedown, or through working with governments, all of the versions of cracked Cobalt Strike. As you can imagine, in some jurisdictions, we are more successful than others. We partnered with the US government very closely, and in this case, many of the versions of cracked Cobalt Strike are located inside China. In the beginning, we saw absolutely no C2s come down in China. Then, for some reason, which I do not understand, but maybe US government officials in this room do, we saw a giant decrease in C2s that China was hosting. They actually started paying attention to things that we asked them to take down. We've seen an uptick again. I'm not sure why, what they're using it for, or when we will see another thing come down. But we actually made a conscious decision to make clear that where even governments may not take action, that we would do notice and takedowns and make it abundantly clear that these things were a problem. That case is still open because we still see it happening. We are seeking a special master so that we'll continue to invest here and take Cobalt Strike down. And I think I said something to someone early in the room, we see our own telemetry where we're like, okay, this is successful. But Red Canary came out with a report the other day that said that cracked Cobalt Strike last year was number 9 or 8 or 9 in the use of tools that were used by ransomware actors, and it's dropped to 19. And so I was really pleased to see that type of result.
So that I'm very excited about that particular action. And also, I think there was an intermediary court order that described the ransomware actors involved under RICO, which is also for a legal nerd exciting. Speaking of legal nerds, and I can call Maya a legal nerd. Maya, we've talked a lot about the ecosystem, ransomware as a service. How do we disrupt operationally? You've been focused at DOJ a little bit on the payment side, and I know we're going to talk about payments at the end of the day. But in order to complete this circle, if you can give us sort of some insight from your perspective at DOJ about payment takedowns, I would appreciate it.
Sure. And this was an effort we undertook at the department to concentrate our expertise on cryptocurrency and going after illicit services in that sphere. So we set up the National Cryptocurrency Enforcement Team a few years ago. FBI set up the Virtual Assets Unit. And we have also developed expertise at U.S. attorneys' offices. And what that has yielded is success in terms of going after the providers of illicit cryptocurrency services, where we are extending U.S. anti-money laundering laws to providers such as Binance, who in November pleaded guilty to violating anti-money laundering laws. Binance being the world's largest cryptocurrency exchange, they agreed, and their CEO pleaded guilty as well, to paying over $4 billion in restitution and fees, which is one of the United States' largest settlements. And so that is an effort for us to underscore the point that if you provide services, cryptocurrency services in the United States, you'll be subject to our laws. And of course, that's just one example. The NSET team that I mentioned, along with U.S. Attorney's Office and other agency partners last month, obtained a guilty verdict after a jury trial against the founder of one of the longest running cryptocurrency mixing services, which had been a go-to service. This is Bitcoin Fog for many crypto cyber criminals. And so we have that. We have a string of these sorts of examples from last year. Bitslotto being another one that comes to mind, where we dismantled Bitslotto in January of last year, and the founder pleaded guilty in December. Bitslotto having laundered millions of proceeds in ransomware. This is an example of our effort at the Department of Justice to, again, go after that part of the ecosystem to make it not profitable, which of course cryptocurrency is the lifeblood of this ransomware ecosystem.
This is exciting for me. So after 3 years of the Ransomware Task Force, many of the operational disruption recommendations that we promulgated just as a think tank, we've seen in action now in many ways, but there's still some work to be done. Not to take away from the work that has been done, but a couple of the outstanding actions, if we can pivot a little bit, I'm just going to name the three in the interest of time, open it up for anybody to comment. One was being a little bit more clear about what companies and enterprises can do to protect themselves or to take down, as in terms of what is a defensive measure, what is the line that we can move to where we're not violating the CFAA as a private sector partner. Another is more instances of information sharing, particularly across borders, and how does that look? There have been some things on the table. The UN treaty was something that was put on the table. If any panelists want to talk about sort of defensive measures and how to clarify that, what we can do better in terms of sharing information, operationalizing things across borders a little bit better. I love the work that's been done so far, but want to open it up. Kevin, you want to start?
I'll talk about the data sharing, maybe not, and it's not so much from a policy perspective. It's more from, I think, really speaking to other private sector firms out there, where, you know, I kind of view this ransomware problem as a big puzzle, and we're all trying to put it together. And it's complicated. You can't see all of it. You can see little bits of it at a time. And if we go back 2 to 3 years, when we initially launched, we were validating ideas. We had assumptions about how the ecosystem worked, how prosecutions and cases got built, for example. And in the beginning, it was, let's just throw all the intel we can get at all the different case agents all over the place, right? Little things like you have all these learning moments where you're like, well, this is how a case gets built. It's not the way necessarily we thought. And so rather than just, send a 50-page dossier on a threat actor over, which could slow an agent down, we'll highlight, like, these are the 2 vendors we recommend subpoenaing, issuing a subpoena to. And here's a section, like, you might not want this section now, but later in the investigation you might. So there's all these learnings that you can just, you go through. But the data sharing, I think, is really important. Not just doing it, but also figuring out how to do it. Where do you send it? How do you send it? And then sharing with international partners. So the private sector can share with other law enforcement agencies. We partner with the NCFTA, where the FBI agents have agents are stationed there, but also the NCA from UK has an agent stationed there. The Royal Mounties from Canada have an agent stationed there. And so we're able to feed intel now to other law enforcement departments in a coordinated fashion, right? So there's not 3 different law enforcement agencies necessarily devoting resources into one threat actor. It's instead, aligning over the intel that exists, and really helping, create more focus and speed for the various agencies out there. And so this is less of a policy thing. This is more of from a private sector perspective. There are an army of researchers out there that are hungry, that want to solve this problem too, and are looking for ways how to. And I think that's one of the things we're really trying to contribute to the ecosystem, is kind of creating that map.
If I could just build on that for 1 second, which is, in addition to sharing the information, because I've used that puzzle analogy myself also before. So I was like, oh yes, the puzzle. One thing to think about when you're talking about the puzzle is, when you share information, the idea of what action can the person you're sharing it with take? And I always try to make sure that information we get from other private sector partners, from government, it is what action can I take myself? Because those are the things that are frankly easiest to do. And then the other piece I will just add to that is I think we can be incredibly successful where we kind of set aside ego and allow someone else to take that action. So often what we will do is look and say, this is a problem that we frankly cannot solve. And so we need to make sure that as early as possible also, we give the information to someone else who may be able to take that action, whether they're in the US or beyond the US, cooperating with international partners and both public and private sector.
When it comes to disruption, and deterrence, it's not just the US government that has a stake. And I think that's important to note here for everybody. There's deterrence by offense and there's deterrence by defense. And I would argue that we have room to grow on both. And we're working to do that. When we talk about technical disruptions on the US government's part, like I do feel like every Tuesday, just another Tuesday here is like in the FBI, like we are weekly, it feels like, doing some sort of technical operation, not against ransomware actors specifically, but just yesterday we had the 3 Iranians that we indicted for targeting US-based companies and organizations. So I feel like the cadence is there. We need to scale it much better, and we have to do it efficiently, and we need resources to do that. Just a quick plug for that. But on the defensive side, we deter by building resiliency into private sector companies and critical infrastructure. And we do that by getting intelligence and trying to figure out, like Amy said, what do I do with this? What can I do with this, right? These actors right now are opportunistic. Most of these attacks are leveraging CVEs from 2019, 2020, 2021. Like those tend to be lower hanging fruit to identify ways to patch those environments. And so we have to look at building resiliency into the human vulnerabilities. That is the social engineering piece. Scattered Spider is a great example of actors who are doing a good job at evolving to identify ways to exploit, phishing resistant. We have to find resistant MFA, for example, to defend against that. But the technical vulnerabilities, the human vulnerabilities, and then protecting our environments. Living off the land right now is what the actors are doing. They're leveraging tools in our environment to persist, to remain undetected. And so I think there's work to do on all our parts to deter going forward.
Just following up on the idea of that public-private partnership and private-private, we've experienced in the UK a situation where industry is very well docked in, because of 9/11, into the IC community. It's also well docked into the law enforcement community, but those things have not traditionally overlapped. And our Venn diagrams of offending now in cyber are absolutely merging. So, we indicted and sanctioned FSB agents that led, purely from a crime investigation. So the mechanisms we have serviced us well for the last decade. They're probably not yet able to effectively merge the tools that governments have and the tools that industry have in a way that responds to this threat. I still feel like we're consciously having to talk across our borders at times, internally, let alone internationally. And that's probably where we need to get to in the next couple of years, if not 12 months' time.
Maya, do you get the last word? And then if we have time, I'm looking at the organizers, we can open up for questions.
I can briefly comment on the Computer Fraud and Abuse Act point, although what the department has done since the IST report first came out is not exactly responsive to the recommendation, since I understand that's really directed to Congress. 2 years ago, the department did, with the expertise of our computer crime and intellectual property section, we did clarify our policy when it comes to prosecuting under the CFAA good faith security research, cybersecurity research, which was important for us to clarify, even though it was left unspoken that we would not prosecute those kinds of activities. We wanted to provide that clarification as a recognition that that sort of good faith security research is so critical to cybersecurity.
I am those of you in the room that know me, I'm a huge fan of good faith research and researchers and the work that they do. I am going to open it up for questions if we have time. Megan? Okay, good. Anyone has any questions? think Taylor is going to move around the room to hand over the mic.
This one work? Yeah. Thank you all for the discussion. Excuse me, I'm Lizzie Cookson. I do ransomware negotiations for Coveware. And I just want to say what happened with Lockbit. It was like the best day of my life. I'm still telling people about it, even though it's a couple of months past. But I totally agree that sowing distrust and applying that cognitive distress and making it toxic is what will have the biggest scalable effect. This is a little bit of a different question, and I might be jumping the gun. This might be more deter. Scattered spider is the one that really keeps me up at night because they are not financially motivated in the traditional sense. I've negotiated with a bunch of them. Some of them even ask for a monetary demand. They just want to show off. So my concern is that with ransomware actors, if you take away the incentive, money, they'll think about doing something else. It's much harder to de-incentivize spider actors from doing what they're doing. So I would love any thoughts that you have on how we start with that.
Yeah, it keeps us both up at night, I think, as well. I think that's absolutely right. And I think what we have, and I reflect on this a lot, and we had Lapsus as an example in the UK, the neat buckets of you're an APT, you're a ransomware group, you're a hacktivist, they're gone. So for Lapsus, and I will hand over to Brett around Scatter Spider, they are kinetically dangerous across multiple threats, and they do not behave in a way that we would like them to. So we are very keen, and I suspect their OPSEC is a bit less good at times. They tend to be a bit more chaotic, a bit more clumsy with their information. We need to get quite quickly into an aggressive pursue option there, because with Lapsus, we had a young man who was hacking multi-billion-dollar companies, not demanding ransoms, causing chaos, and also committing horrendous physical harm in the kind of CSAM space. So he was just a good old-fashioned target. But actually getting from that recognition of they will be in the ransomware space, and increasingly so, I think that's absolutely right. And I think that connection into industry of, hey, look, this is chaotic and we need to get in there quite quickly is probably the key. But
yeah, I think deterrence comes in a variety of different ways. And so, in the ransomware space, a lot of times it's taking the money away from these actors or denying them the ability to continue to exploit private sector. Deterrence is going to look a little bit different in the scattered spiders case. I mean, that is a broad set. We're talking about thousands in the comm, and then scattered spiders, that smaller group within that. When you are in Western countries, you are a little bit more, I guess, we can reach out and touch you a little bit more through disruptive operations. And we are doing that now on Scattered Spider. And I think we will continue to leverage every criminal authority available to us, every partnership available to us to de-obfuscate who they are and engage in disruptive action. And so they communicate amongst each other a lot. And so that deterrent action does tend to ripple through the group. And so we'll continue to pursue them, leveraging every opportunity and every authority that we have.
Good. Thank you for your question. It was a good question. Scattered Spider in particular in Lapsus, and we pointed this out in the CSRB report on Lapsus, the nature of those threat actors is a little troubling, a lot troubling. Any other questions? Okay, so we have one and then two.
My name is Mark. I'm one of the founders of Digital Asset Redemption, which is on the right of boom, pay the bad guys side. So Lizzie, I think, is describing the oldest incentive in the hacker universe, which is lulz, right? They're hacking for lulz. But Amy, you mentioned, private partnership, and human psychology. Everyone and everything responds to incentives. And like me, as a small business, I have an incentive to cooperate with this group. Microsoft, as the purveyor of half the world's data, has incentive to. But what are the incentives for the medium-sized enterprise where their data is 25% of their value to share? What is their incentive to provide information to the public sector when they literally are unable to get anything back? And I get it, you want to be a good actor, but there needs to be, I think, more definition around around what the incentives are for participating.
Yeah, so I think that is a fair point. I'll talk first about private, just to talk about how sometimes the smallest amount of information from a small or medium-sized business that is shared with Microsoft, we always take that, and if we can do any action at all, including closing down accounts, using it to review how actors are working across services, if we can tie it to a threat actor, we always share that information back and with the person who provided us the original indicator of compromise or otherwise, for the reasons that you pointed out, right? Because it's important to understand that what you have provided to us has value. Now, that's far more difficult when I provide information to the US government. I will be honest with you, we've done 25 referrals in scattered spiders. And the amount of information we've gotten back is not the same, right? And there's logical reasons for that, but it does sometimes feel like, are you just throwing that information away? And we are a very large company, and so we have the ability and resources to provide those 25 referrals. When it's a small company, how do you provide that information and know that there is value there? So I agree with you. Calling out, I think, and I think the Department of Justice and FBI and others have done a great job. And in the UK also, same thing, calling out where information was provided by the private sector and it made a difference. That helps, right? I can't tell you how motivating it is for the individual investigator at Microsoft, who is the one who provided that information, to see it called out in some way that the private sector had a meaningful difference, right? And so I think for small businesses, I know it's very hard to keep track of everybody, but as you're thinking about announcing these big lockbit type takedowns, how the government can also provide a quick, also fact sheet of, and here's all the people that were involved in this from the private sector. It goes to your point, right? Is that there has to be some kind of return on sharing that information.
Yeah, we have 56 field offices located throughout the United States. We consistently try to message the value of engaging your local FBI field office post-breach. So if you reach out, every one of those field offices have a cyber task force, state, local, federal investigators paired with FBI agents. In some cases, we ingest that intelligence. It increases everybody's resilience because we are able to share it with CISA and share it broadly in an anonymized way. And so it builds resilience into the US ecosystem. But it also, if you as a small to medium business haven't seen an adversary on your network before, or this particular adversary on your network before, you may not know how to respond or where they pivot to or what their IOCs or TTPs are. Chances are good the FBI has seen it before. And so contacting the FBI, you at the very least should get intelligence back if you provide us a ransomware variant on what to look for, where they may have gone, where the point of impact may have been, and what the exfiltration looks like. And at most, like especially if you're in critical infrastructure, you will sometimes get tool sets available to you to actually do some of that mitigation or remediation work. In some cases, we are able to obtain decryptors. Lockbit's a great example. Hive, like we've been able to come up with decryptors and provide those. In the Hive takedown, we identified only 20% of victims were reporting to law enforcement, yet we had decryptors for all those victims. So there are value propositions to bringing the FBI in and bringing them early domestically to help you with your hunt efforts for the bad actors.
I might just do the other end of the spectrum. So Brett's talked really clearly about the benefit, the sort of here and now. I think the other answer is because it's existential. Countries are there around tax and a safe market to do good business and be prosperous. The information that gets provided, certainly to law enforcement and governments, may not be immediately actionable, but the intelligence you provide may persist in our systems and enable us to do something in a year's time. And bear in mind, Lockbit took 2 years to deliver. We are genuinely in a conflict that can undermine, to Andy's point, the stability of our countries. So there's no such thing as a medium enterprise. You're there on the front line of the fastest human evolution we've ever had, and it happens to be in our working lifetime. So your strands of intelligence can be fed into a system that is, paid for by taxes to protect your economy. So for us in the UK, the NCSC was touched on earlier, really, really keen to be agile, really keen to play that information back in an anonymized way alongside intel collection from all sorts of streams to make the UK more resilient and more able to prosper. But also, I think the contract has shifted. You may not always get the immediate response of any more than this was really useful, thank you, because actually it might only be deployed in a year's time. So do we need to get better at that communication? Absolutely. But I think you're on the front line with us on this, and I think your information is absolutely pivotal.
Thank you. Those are all very good points. There's been a lot of improvement in acknowledging when the private sector or a medium or small business, and you're right, there really are no medium or small businesses when they're, but be acknowledging the assistance, but also recognizing that this is a puzzle and sometimes it's not immediately actionable, but still helpful. We had another, we have time? Okay. Okay, you're okay with that? You know where to find me, you know where to find all of them. Thank you very much for your attention. There's a lot still to be talked about throughout the day. I'm looking forward to the deter panel next. Thank you.
Thanks very much to Kemba and our panelists. Hopefully you can all still hear me. Last year, we were honored to have the Deputy National Security Advisor for Cyber and Emerging Technology, Ms. Ann Newberger, address this audience and this community. And in her remarks, she gave an update on the counter ransomware initiative. Today, we are going to receive, again, some recorded remarks. Mr. David Koh, who is the Commissioner of Cybersecurity and Chief Executive Officer of the Cybersecurity Agency of Singapore, obviously can't deliver live remarks because it's midnight in Singapore. So he has shared a video with us, which we're going to play, and we are delighted and honored to have his participation and are looking forward to the prelude that he will set for the next panel, which, as Kemba noted, is on deterrence. So with that, I think we will roll tape. There we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all of you. Thank you for inviting me to speak. While I regret I can't be there in person, I'm grateful for the opportunity to offer my remarks remotely. I've been invited to provide remarks for the panel on deterrence. Allow me to start by first describing Singapore's perspectives on the challenges involved with curbing ransomware, before explaining our strategy for working towards deterrence at the international as well as domestic levels. Singapore's perspective on ransomware has evolved since the threat first emerged globally. In earlier years, we characterized it as a matter of sporadic criminal activity affecting small networks, individual computers, a nuisance at most. Ransomware has since made leaps in sophistication and scale, and at its most dangerous, it is a threat to national security. We saw it begin to disrupt essential services, causing crippling spillover impact into the real world. This danger persists today. Last year, a report from IST tracked almost 300 hospitals that had experienced ransomware attacks. These incidents have affected hospital operations and patient health. Even at its most benign, ransomware plagues organizations with substantial financial losses. With ransomware's evolution, Singapore sought to study and understand how this threat has managed to scale so rapidly. We drew our attention to the sprawling ransomware as a service ecosystem, which in itself is an interesting development, as it showed how the bad actors are also reorganizing themselves to scale. This includes the developers that bring the various strains of ransomware, the affiliates that carry out the attacks, and the money launderers that support the illicit financial flows. By reinvesting their ill-gotten gains, this ecosystem then managed to scale quickly to grow to its current size. And the entire ecosystem is fueled and driven by the profits from the ransom payments of victims. Studying this ecosystem made two things clear to us. First, that countering ransomware would require a cross-domain approach. While good cybersecurity is necessary to impede ransomware, it is not able to solve the challenges entirely on its own. If there is a profit available and ransomware actors don't face consequences, then they will keep trying to find ways to circumvent the technical defenses that we put in place. Instead, we need to orchestrate measures across in law enforcement as well as financial regulation to deter ransomware activity. By taking action across domains, we can lower their benefits and raise their costs. If strong cybersecurity makes it difficult for ransomware actors to succeed technically, and robust financial regulation squeezes or deprives them of profit, and swift law enforcement imposes real costs on the individual criminals involved, this will collectively squeeze the ransomware ecosystem and make ransomware much less attractive than it is today. The second thing that was clear was that countering ransomware would require a cross-border approach. The ransomware as a service ecosystem itself, being entirely virtual, exists across multiple jurisdictions. Affiliates need not reside in the same country as the developers. Servers used by the developers could be registered overseas. Ransoms can be laundered through exchanges anywhere to arrive at a mule wallet which can be registered somewhere else. This means that no single country can hope to clamp down on ransomware that is targeting its own enterprises. Countries need to come together and share cyber threat intelligence on ransomware, collaborate on joint law enforcement action, and take steps to harden our financial sectors, including the virtual assets, against these illicit ransomware transactions. This will collapse the operating space of the ransomware ecosystem and give them less room to hide. Singapore has applied these two lessons in our own counter-ransomware strategy. Allow me to explain. In 2022, we convened a domestic National Interagency Counter-Ransomware Task Force. It comprised colleagues across our government, anchored by the Cybersecurity Agency of Singapore, the Singapore Police Force, and the Monetary Authority of Singapore. This allowed us to organize ourselves across domains at the national level and set out a plan to take action to reduce ransomware on our shores. Our task force published a report that serves as the blueprint for national counter-ransomware efforts, and our agencies now are in the process of implementing the recommendations. One such example is the implementation of the Financial Action Task Force, or FATF, recommendation number 15, which involves imposing anti-money laundering and combating the financing of terrorism, AML-CFT standards on virtual asset service providers, such as cryptocurrency exchanges. This is useful in the fight against ransomware because it makes these service providers accountable for the transactions on their platforms, including illicit transactions linked to ransomware payments. In Singapore, this has led to virtual asset service providers to cooperate with law enforcement investigations, and this has unlocked cross-domain value. Of note, international collaboration features in our strategy as a horizontal, so all our efforts in each domain are designed to contribute to the international fight against ransomware. Singapore actively participates in the Counter-Ransomware Initiative, the CRI. We appreciate the leadership of the United States in establishing the CRI in 2021 and striving for alignment among all stakeholders. The CRI has since grown from about 30 initial members to close to 60 members today. Singapore joined the CRI when it was first formed in 2021 and has been an active participant across the CRI's working groups, which are today now called pillars. Because we recognize the importance of this effort and we hope to contribute, we also agreed to co-lead the policy pillar of the CRI alongside the United Kingdom. At the policy pillar, we seek to review and address counter-ransomware policy issues and set the longer-term approaches and understanding to advance our international efforts. This is intended to be broad so that the pillar is able to tackle any policy related to ransomware, in keeping with the need to align efforts across domains. Singapore and the UK were pleased to have spearheaded the CRI's first policy statement that relevant institutions under the authority of their respective governments should not pay ransomware extortion demands. This was done last year. This statement was endorsed by 47 CRI members, nearly all the CRI members at the time. It served as a strong signal to criminal actors of the CRI's determination and commitment to not fuel the ransomware industry. The statement was a major step forward for the international community because it was the first time so many countries have come together to signal our collective stance on ransomware payment. Another initiative the policy pillar pursued was the establishment of best practices for incident reporting. This sought to raise reporting levels and identify the fields of information that are useful for counter-ransomware operations and law enforcement action. This was paired with best practices for information sharing within the CRI, so that the information gleaned from reports or distilled through investigations could be rapidly shared among members across borders. Of course, this international counter-ransomware effort does not just involve governments. The policy pillar also recognizes the role and meaningful contributions from the private sector, think tanks, and international organizations in the fight against ransomware. IST is and remains a steadfast partner to the pillar, and last year they supported our efforts by holding a workshop on mapping the ransomware payments ecosystem. IST also shared many useful materials and references for us to consider in the process. While national and international efforts may be taken in parallel, Singapore designed our own counter-ransomware strategy to bring them together. We recognize that Singapore is just one part of the puzzle, so every recommendation made by Singapore's domestic task force was either shaped by the global ransomware landscape or designed to contribute to the international efforts. Returning to the example of the FATF Recommendation 15, it isn't useful if it's only adopted by a handful of countries. Ransomware actors will just use exchanges in other countries with impunity. This is why Singapore has shared our experiences in adopting Recommendation 15 with the CRI policy pillar members, so that they could likewise expedite the implementation of Recommendation 15 in their own jurisdictions. In an ideal world, this would culminate with virtual asset service providers across countries detecting and reporting transactions linked to ransomware to their respective law enforcement agencies, who would then collaborate internationally on joint investigations with support from the private sector and take consequential law enforcement action against these criminals. This is just one of the ways that we hope to leverage on the cross-domain, cross-border approach to starve the ransomware ecosystem and deter ransomware. In conclusion, between national governments and the private sector, we have many of the levers that we can use to exert pressure on global ransomware activity. We must consider deterrence at the organizational and national levels, but also at the global level to tackle ransomware effectively and comprehensively. And all these actions and levers need to be executed together in concert at the same time in order to achieve maximum effectiveness. I would like to thank IST for organizing this event and inviting me to speak and accommodating my ability to share my views despite my absence. I wish all of you an insightful discussion ahead. Thank you.
Thanks. That was great, and appreciate everyone indulging us with that. I think Mr. Koh's remarks set the stage quite well for the next conversation, where I'm also pleased to welcome another former co-chair, as was Kemba, not former, co-chair rather. Sorry, you're former.
Once
Chris.
you're in,
Did
you
know
never
that?
get
Yes.
out.
No, you never get out if you haven't heard that theme. Chris Painter to welcome the deter panel. Thank you.
Recognize that? I think it's fair use. So, well, I wanted to, I thought that was a great introduction. With all due respect to my friend David Koh and that introduction, I suggested we get Kiefer Sutherland as the keynote, but I guess it wasn't available or too expensive for the IST budget. Look, I think it was great to hear the disruption panel. And when we were drafting the report, I remember Kemba and I often talking and saying, disruption and deterrence kind of go hand in glove. And you even heard that from some of the panelists there. And so I think what we'll talk about today will certainly have some good overviews and connections with what we heard before. And I have a really great group of panelists here to talk about this. By the way, I'd share what Kemba said that, Phil, when he asked me to do this, my major concern was the report not become shelfware. And we had the Colonial Pipelines attack like 2 weeks after we released it. So it didn't become shelfware. And hopefully these update reports don't become like a library of shelfware. We actually have some action, and that's what we really want to generate by these conversations. So let me welcome to the stage our panelists, Jennifer Backus from the Department of State, Cyberspace and Digital Policy Bureau. Jennifer, good to see you. Alvaro Espora Martinez from the European Cybercrime Center, EC3 at Europol. There you are. Caitlin Clark from the National Security Council. David Marino from the OAS, Organization of American States. And finally, Jeff Morris from the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. I've been asked to tell you all to not grip your mics at the bottom because that's where the transmitters are apparently. So I think, we've had a lot of progress. Some of the major issues in the original report were raising this as a real policy priority, over all the competing policy priorities of their time. There's a lot of focus then and now on nation state activity, but this was just as disruptive and problematic. And one of the things we said, we need to raise that level. We also talked about the problem of safe havens. That still persists, and we'll get into some of that discussion now. And it's become even harder because Russia being one of the primary safe havens, it's very difficult to really leverage any more against Russia than we're already doing for Ukraine and some of the other activities. But still, it's important. And we talked about the need for better international cooperation. You heard in the last panel, there's been some really good cooperation on that, but there could be more. And that's some of the things that we want to discuss here today with this great group of folks. I wanted to first turn to Jennifer. And one of the key actions that the Ransomware Task Force highlighted was incentivize cooperation and proactive action in resource-constrained countries. And part of the rationale was this, what I was just talking about safe havens. There are countries who don't want to cooperate, and like Russia. There are others who would probably want to cooperate, but they just don't have the resources or capabilities. And so capacity building, working with those countries is critically important. And one of the many things that the State Department and the CDP Bureau does is it's really been in the forefront of this capacity building. So I wanted to ask how the Cyberspace and Digital Policy Bureau at State is addressing ransomware, and as a part of a broader effort to deter malicious actors in cyberspace. So obviously this is one part of that larger effort, but I'd like to hear what you guys are doing.
Thanks, Chris, and very excited to be here. Great to be on a panel with you. It is a little weird because essentially I have been tasked with taking on the mantle of much of the work that Chris pioneered in the State Department. Luckily, he seems pretty happy with how we're going, so I consider that to be a vote of confidence, which is critically important. Look, I like to say that ransomware is probably the issue that most countries in the world care about. We have spent a lot of time, of course, addressing state-sponsored cyber intrusions through the UN and other organizations. But to be honest, a lot of people don't want to pick a side, right? As you said, they don't want to say they're for or against, they are siding with the United States or siding with the PRC. But you know what they will say? We don't want ransomware actors attacking our critical infrastructure, going after our e-government systems, taking down our businesses. So it does seem to be the area where you can grow sort of the big tent approach to this and say, look, this is the issue you're interested in, and let's see how we can help you. Because one of the things we believe in the Bureau is the critical element that, or the critical role that digital infrastructure can play in terms of job creation, in terms of bringing economic prosperity around the world. But what we don't want is we connect a place that's been unconnected, we improve these things, we bring on their e-government services, and then immediately they get hit with a massive ransomware attack. Because let's be clear, it's usually ransomware attacks and not state-sponsored attacks. There's some examples of state-sponsored, Albania is one. But really ransomware is the scourge that most countries are facing. And so, it's funny, it's not a ransomware, but I was talking to a friend of mine is posted as our ambassador in the Pacific. And she said, so it's great. We brought connectivity to this Pacific island, and then all the grandmas started clicking on all the links and the entire system went down. So I think and she said, so next Pacific Island you connect, can you please start doing basic cyber security at the outset? Because it's easier than coming and trying to fix it. So we are working to do that. We integrate it into the work we do, which is why the Bureau was created, was to bring together these threads of connectivity, digital infrastructure with cybersecurity and with digital freedom. We are really excited because Congress has embraced the role that we're trying to play. And they did recently both authorize and appropriate a new cyber, digital, and related emerging technology fund to the tune of $50 million. Now, we're so excited. This actually is a massive bump in our base capacity building. Is it enough? No. Are the needs way outstripping that? Yes. But it's amazing to be able to think ahead and to plan about what we can do with $50 million. So what we're doing is exactly what you said. It's as you bring in connectivity, working with countries around the world to build up their own capacity. Do they have a national cyber strategy? Do they have a SOC? If not, how can you work with them to do that? Ultimately, the US government isn't going to have all the tools in the toolbox, which is why it's so great that this conference is a public-private partnership, because a lot of the tools are going to remain in the private sector, and that's something we always make a strong point on. We can give you the tools, the procedures, talk about how you recruit the people, but ultimately the technology is going to come from the private sector, and the technology is a piece of this overall people, process, technology question. I could keep going on, but I don't want to actually hog all of the time. So
I'm going to try to have some time for questions and answers, but thanks for that. And it's, hard to overstate how important getting that funding is, because I remember when I was there having to borrow, beg, and steal from different pots of money. Not steal much, but at least beg and borrow. You couldn't really be very reactive. You couldn't really prioritize and do something. So getting that pot of money, although not enough, I agree, I think is a real watershed thing for really the Bureau and really this whole area. Let me turn to you, Alvaro, next. We heard in the last panel about law enforcement cooperation, and certainly something we highlighted in the Ransomware Task Force report was this need for better cooperation. There's been some really good cases out there, certainly, and I'd say, Europol has been really on the forefront. When we were writing the report initially, Europol was doing a lot of stuff. I mean, they were taking it seriously back then, and that was great. I think you were kind of an unofficial member in the background of some of our deliberations. So, tightening the noose, making sure criminals get caught, there's consequences for them, and the kind of disruption and deterrence stage. So the deterrence part of that is if you keep doing that, you do that well, maybe they won't do it anymore. At least they'll think twice about it, or they'll go for an easier target. How is Europol supporting investigations that, in your area in the EU, that are targeting EU citizens and that may, and this is often the case, I know from my law enforcement background here, or prosecutor background, they're often the perpetrators are not in the EU, they're outside of it, or they might be in one of these safe haven countries.
Thank you very much for the floor. First of all, thank you for having me here in representation of Europol. It's very important for us to be here and to cooperate with you in the International Engagement Working Group. So answering your question, I think that one of the superpowers of Europol is the liaison bureau network that we have in our building that basically is composed by more than 40 countries physically present in one building, with representatives from law enforcement agencies from the country, from competent authorities from law enforcement. That facilitates us to basically step physically some rooms away or some floors away and start deconflicting and clarifying what is the next step in order to reach or to break that wall that it's impeding in terms of jurisdiction in your operation. So that's I think that one of the key points that we have that physical presence. In the end, we are humans and we live in the digital age, but in the end, it's very much useful to be here sitting than to have a video conference to discuss any problem. So you do have that on a daily basis. That is what is facilitating all the investigations we support at Europol. Moreover, in the cybercrime world at EC3, in the European Cybercrime Center, we have what is called the Joint Cybercrime Action Task Force, JCAT, which is where 20 countries are represented by 26 different law enforcement agencies, and they work together, not just in the same building, but in the same room. So on a daily basis, those 26 agencies are working together, prioritizing cases for their own countries, but at the same time, that affect the other members of the JCAT. This helps us really in an incredible way to further all kinds of investigations that are priority for the US, Canada, for any of the members represented in this permanent task force, and therefore breaking those barriers that in jurisdiction otherwise it would be impossible, or we would have to use the traditional means of external request, MLAT, and things like that. As well, we have these joint investigation teams that are agreements between judicial authorities, and therefore we can sort out the exchange of cross-border evidence in a much efficient way. And of course, the work and the targeting of criminals that are sitting in foreign jurisdictions. In some cases, we have. I remember one case that in order to seize some infrastructure in Ukraine and arrest, we actually rely on US and a US prosecutor in order to start that request. For us, support, of course, EU member states, FBI colleagues, I think that were present as well, and Ukrainian police in order to seize that infrastructure in Ukraine. So all this cooperation internally, it's sometimes leveraging who is stronger in what country, if it's especially out of the EU, and after going that way, channeling that support and definitely being more effective when it comes to disruption of technical infrastructure or as well the arrest of suspects.
I mean, and it sounds like you have those non-EU countries, some of the key ones, practically on the floor with you, helping you with this, which is really great. And I think that collaborative environment is really important. And it sounds like that's grown significantly over even the last year in terms of the operational tempo.
Yes, I think that we are being much more efficient. You just have to check the Europol's website to see all the actions that we have supported during the last months. In 1 year, we have targeted some of the most prolific ransomware families, Locker, Goga, Ragnar Locker, Hive, and just a few months ago, Lockbit. So is it the right way? Yes. Is enough? No. But definitely we are doing this because of better strategy, like counter-ransomware initiative, in our case, the international ransomware response model. We have a new and agreed way of targeting and investigating ransomware cases, identifying high-value targets, identifying key enablers and service and facilitators in the cybercrime world, which has become so professionalized that we cannot take them for granted anymore. Like before, they were clumsy, they were making mistakes. Now it's not the case because they are really good at what they do. So we really needed to have to catch up in this regard and keep doing and working hard in that way.
Interesting. Yeah, I think obviously we always used to say it's a cat and mouse game. The criminals get smarter. There's always good dumb criminals. You love dumb criminals, but there's too many smart ones. So really, really appreciate that. David, within your region, within the OAS, within Latin America, there have been some really high-profile ransomware incidents. Obviously, country ones, other ones that targeted major systems. Do members of the OAS, and I know it's not everyone is at the same level, I get that, see ransomware as a priority? And what are some of the things they're doing to it? And you are working with them to address it.
Mm-hmm. Yes, thank you, Chris, for your question. Thank you for having me here. The OAS has been working with member states to improve their capabilities regarding cybersecurity for 20 years. So I think we have in a very good position to see how these things is evolving in the region. As you said, first thing I would like to know to let you know is that the different countries have different levels of maturity. So the region, not all countries in the region are at the same in the same stage, but we're seeing a lot of progress. And of course, ransomware is one of the priorities in the countries when we talk about the cybersecurity. But back in 2016, when we first published our report on the state of cybersecurity in Latin America and the Caribbean,
just 6 countries had national cybersecurity policies in place. Now in 2024, 21 countries have this kind of policy, which is an improvement. Countries are also working in developing cybercrime legislation so that they can prosecute criminals. Some of them have joined the Budapest Convention. I think there's 9 countries in the region who have joined the Budapest Convention, plus 5 that are observers, where OS member states have also agreed to 11 CBMS norms that further the UN responsible state behavior framework to prevent conflict in the cyberspace. The CRI, there's 11 countries who have already joined the CRI. We are working with IST in 2 specific countries to actually to develop this ransomware task force to adapt it to these countries. So yeah, there's a lot that has been done, and there's a progression, and of course ransomware is a top priority in the region. I'd say there's still some challenges. The first, in my opinion, that we have in the region is institutionalization. Like cybersecurity still depends a lot on the people and not that much on the institutions. And let me explain this. Like after we have democracies in the region, so after 4 or 5 years, we have new governments in place. And the new administration might or might not have cybersecurity as a priority. It is true that is changing, but it's still the case. So what we're trying to transfer is that cybersecurity is not that much about a politician, but about the civil servant. And for that, we need to build capacity in those civil servants so that the knowledge and the awareness remains in the institutions, and it doesn't, and the workflow doesn't change even if the government change. So that's an important challenge that we're seeing in the region. And the other very important challenge is resources. When we were preparing the panel, we're talking about the progress report and say, well, we've done a lot, but we need to do 10 times more. We wish we could do that much in the region. There's not that many resources. It's true that we've advanced. I said before, most of the countries now have strategies and policies in place, and now we're working towards the implementation. We're working to translate these lines of actions, these activities that are written in the strategies. We're trying to transform them into public investment projects, which is challenging. Someone in the panel before talked about the to build cyber resilience in critical infrastructure. You need cyber threat intelligence. Well, that costs money. What we've done from the OAS, we've created the CISR Americas network, which is the biggest regional network of CISRs that provides information on threats 24/7, but we also provide technical assistance to strengthen the CISR associated to strengthen their services, and we also provide we channel our training through them. But most important thing is we're creating a community of technical experts that we can pull from and get their services in the case we need it. It was very impressive how in 2022 when the Costa Rica ransomware attack happened, we had an urgent call with all these head of CISRs, more than 40, and everyone responded, and everyone put their services to their capacity and skills to help Costa Rica, and we were able to coordinate that. So that was awesome. That is a little bit our philosophy of work. Like we try to gather the right people at the right time. That's why we're the GFC hub for the Americas, because we have this convening power, and we know we've been working in the region for 20 years. So we know the main actors, we know the country needs, so that we can tailor the best practices, international best practices to the specific needs of the countries in the region.
Great. I'm curious because for years, I mean, Michael and many of us in this room had been arguing that cyber had to be a real, no kidding, national security priority and not one of 12,000 priorities. And ransomware, I think, really changed that for the US and for other countries. You mentioned countries changing administrations and maybe cybersecurity wouldn't be a priority. Has ransomware made that easier to make this a priority for you guys?
Yes, definitely. And because now ransomware attacks have, well, the Costa Rica attack it just affected Costa Rica, but then we had Guacamaya that affected Chile, Mexico, and different countries. So that helped us. I mean, the best awareness raising campaign is an attack. I'm sorry, it's that is it is the trigger.
Never don't take advantage of a crisis.
I mean, that is what triggers in most of the cases. It is true that that's not true anymore. When I spoke about the number of countries putting in place strategies, we see that those strategies are changing, and some countries are on their second and third iteration, and the strategies at the beginning were more reactive, like they would react to attacks in the case of, and now they're more proactive. So what can we do? Would they work more in the building an ecosystem, like building capacity, developing workforce, cybersecurity workforce? So you can see that there's a change on that.
And Jennifer, before I move to our other panelists, there was one question I want just to hit you on that, which is it also seems to be, and there's a lot of reasons for this, but there seems to be, because of ransomware and the priority, that more countries are establishing cyber diplomats. It seems like that's been a growing trend. Has that been your experience?
Well, I would say there's definitely a growing trend of cyber diplomacy as a sort of line of work. I think ransomware is part of it. I think the work in the UN is part of it. I think the question of digital economies is part of it. It's every country takes as you know, every country takes a slightly different approach to the topic. But what you see is that we are actually in the midst of massive negotiations over the Global Digital Compact, right? So that's the next UN iteration, as Chris well knows. What does that look like? You got to have diplomats that can go and engage on these, who have to understand, how technology works, how digital works, how cyber works. So what we're seeing is, I think for some countries, it's ransomware that has created the desire. For some countries, it's state intrusions. For some countries, it's digital. For some countries, it's information integrity, which would be more in our digital freedom unit. So it's a little bit of everything is what we're seeing. And a lot of countries are now coming to us and saying like, okay, explain to us how you're organized. Maybe we need to organize in the way you all have organized, because there's some sense to bringing all those strands together. So between Nate and I think we're now like briefing nearly every country we go to on how it is that we're organized and why it makes sense. But the last thing actually is we shouldn't underestimate also the power of we, the OAS, and others have also been working to train other foreign ministries on why what we do matters. So if there wasn't the sort of grassroots level, we need to work on this, there is a little bit, we'll acknowledge, of a US push, right? So we have for many years trained diplomats around the world to participate in these topics, because and maybe this is very reflective of the US view. We believe that people just understand our point of view, they'll agree with us. Now, one could have a whole debate about whether or not that's an actual good foreign policy strategy, but that is generally our foreign policy strategy. So the idea is if you train cyber diplomats and then they go into the open-ended working group, they're more likely to understand what's actually being said, to engage in a way that's constructive and ultimately lead to a better outcome. So I think there is a whole line of work. We actually have our second cohort of a State Department emerging leaders in international cyberspace security coming to Washington next week. And I can just tell you one quick story is, so we trained somebody in this program last year from Costa Rica. And when I went to Costa Rica, she said to me, I really want you to spend time with my boss to explain why a foreign ministry should care about this topic. Because to go back to your national security, this woman did all international security issues. You know, so you're talking about non-proliferation, you're talking about a whole export controls, all of this. And she's like, can you explain to her why these things matter and why Costa Rica should have a stronger voice internationally on these issues? So of course, it was easy for me to do because we align so closely with Costa Rica. We'd love for them to be a stronger voice. So it's just to say that there is also some external effort to sort of grow this cadre of people so that ultimately there is, you know, those voices from a diversity of countries, because otherwise what's going to happen is if there's either the reality or the perception that policies, international policies are only being written by the big guys, the smaller players aren't going to actually implement them or sign on to them. So we really do need that diversity of voices to come to a best policy outcome. Thanks.
Thanks. Well, David, that's a good, I'm sorry, Jeff, that's a good lead into the question for you, our friend in the North. Raising public awareness about the threat is a key piece of the deter effort, obviously. Specifically, we calling for a sustained aggressive public-private campaign, a collaborative anti-ransomware campaign. How is Canada approaching engaging partners, both internationally but also non-government partners? And what do you see from your counterpart law enforcement agencies that has been particularly effective?
Thanks, Chris. And good day, everyone. Happy to be here. Jeff Morris, I'm with the RCMP National Cybercrime Coordination Center, NC3. Essentially, we borrow from EC3 and IC3 on those terms. We're happy to learn from others. But we're essentially a coordination hub within the RCMP, working closely with investigative teams in Canada and internationally to fight cybercrime, including ransomware.
You have a virtual horse. You don't have an actual horse.
No, not yet, not yet. So as a foundational piece before public-private partnerships, we had to work more across the Canadian law enforcement community. So police to police partnerships. And part of that is there's a relatively short history in a Canadian context in terms of fighting cybercrime from a law enforcement perspective. So over 10 years ago, when I was a younger analyst, I started looking at ransomware and total victim losses in Canada reported to the Canadian Anti-Fraud Center at that time. It's around 15,000 Canadian dollars, and I may be rounding up. And we knew we were dealing with a different thing back then, very individualized. There was some law enforcement imitation ransomware, maybe still some instances of, gift cards, prepaid cards being used. Fast forward to today, we do have dedicated investigative capacity at federal, provincial, major municipal levels. We have a dedicated national mechanism, the NC3. And now in terms of the work that we see, operational requests for assistance, we get around 1,500 a year and 30 to 50% directly relate to ransomware. So our first step was defining that operating framework within a Canadian policing context and learning how to level up and play ball with our international law enforcement partners in particular. And we've done that over the years compared to the past. We've been able to rack and stack some wins where we look at takedown pages and splash pages, and we're seeing more of the Canadian flag and the RCMP logo and the logo of some of our close partners. Take a lot of pride in that. We've used that success, learning from our international partners. We talked already about joint sequenced operations and Lockbit and Hive and some other case studies. And we use that to then look inward within Canada and build trust-based relationships with industry. And to better define the value proposition of working with police, because there is still a lot of antiquated notions of, well, you try to catch bad guys and the bad guys are not here. So what are we talking about? But when we got into the variety of these case studies and the different aspects of the playbook, we ended up having more pro-law enforcement partners. Learning from our partners, again, we really liked the EC3 advisory group model of focusing on financial services, communication service providers, internet security detection response companies. We work with law firms and insurance carriers a lot. So a lot of key industry partners that have a role to play in cyber incident response. And we've better engaged them at a strategic level, using those success stories. Where we want to go from here is much earlier participation with the key industry partners at earlier stages within operations. So more of an integrated approach. We're not there yet, but we want to get there over time through both pre and post incident analysis. So we're investing more in operational exercises. So tabletop functional exercises, which can be humbling, but that's the point. You go over your pain points and we find out what to improve, but also post-incident analysis. So when it comes to these wins that we're seeing, you know, where we do feel and we demonstrate there's a material impact on the cybercrime environment, we want to work with industry so that they can red team that a bit and say, okay, that's great, that went well, but if we were to rewind the play tape and do it again, if you worked more with us, in a Canadian context, we could have accelerated and expanded on your victim notification efforts. Maybe we could have got that decryption capability to more organizations. Maybe there was a preventative angle working with banks that we did not consider. So that's where we want to take things.
Right. Well, Caitlin, let me turn to you. You're batting cleanup here. So, you know, Kemba said many times during a panel how excited she was about certain things. And I just say that one of the things that I didn't think was going to happen, and we said this when we had the Ransomware Task Force, that this is going to take a sustained effort. Governments are not great at doing sustained efforts. They're good for doing like a 6-month effort, then moving to the next problem. But, you know, it has been a sustained effort. And I think the White House has been doing a lot really to lead that. So how is the White House organizing counter-ransomware efforts, both across the US government and with international partners? And what are some of the lessons you've learned in taking a whole of government, as we always say, a whole of society, but really a whole of globe approach to dealing with this?
Thanks, Chris, and I'm looking forward to batting cleanup. Big baseball fan. Just to follow on a lot of what my fellow panelists have said, we view from the Biden administration ransomware as a national security priority for us. It's been included in the national cybersecurity strategy that Kemba so eloquently drove in her previous position. And what we're doing is it really is top of mind on a week-to-week basis for the administration. We have weekly meetings with the interagency to talk about the incidents that are occurring across the country, across the globe, so we can understand what are the root causes of those incidents. Is there something that we can learn from these? Can we forewarn others in industry so that they don't get impacted by the same? I heard on the previous panel a lot of conversation about we still see CVEs being the root cause of many of these attacks. So understanding what those are, getting that out more broadly, and from a using every tool in the toolbox approach, looking at what can we do to shore up the cyber defenses of our critical infrastructure. As Director Coe said, that's got to be one of our pillars of our approach, and that's been something that we have really focused on as in the administration. You know, we post-colonial pipeline with the pipeline sector, aviation, rail, just this past winter with the maritime transportation sector and ports. And, you know, we're looking at post-change healthcare. What can we do in the healthcare sector? What are those minimum requirements? What are those minimum standards that we should expect to have across our healthcare sector? I think Director Coe also mentioned this, but in the US, we have been tracking 128% increase in ransomware attacks against the healthcare sector from 2022 to 2023. That's not sustainable. And I am a mother of 3. When I go to the doctor to get treatment for my children for the, you know, they fell on the ice, sorry, my friend north of the border, and got skated over, this, you know, I got to get some stitches and I want to make sure that the healthcare services are available. You know, and this is a global problem. We've seen over 86% over time from 2022 to 2023 globally when it comes to targeting of healthcare sector. So when we look at what are we doing domestically, we're bringing in more people to talk about this. It's not just our traditional intelligence community and law enforcement partners in the room. We're bringing in the sector risk management agencies. Those departments and agencies
understand their sector and understand what the technology means, what the potential impacts are, and what some of the policy solutions may be to mitigate the impacts of a ransomware attack while our law enforcement partners are working on the response. And our private sector partners are also engaged in the incident response. We need to bring that more internationally. This is not just, we understand this cannot be a US only approach. As Jennifer said, we need to bring more people along on this, and ransomware has been a conversation that we've been able to have with multiple governments. It's been on the agenda, I think, with every meeting we have as international delegations come in. As Director Coe said, last year we put out our first policy statement from the CRI about governments not paying ransoms. Is there something more we can do around this healthcare perspective? Can we look more multilaterally for multiple governments to say, healthcare is just unacceptable for ransomware actors to be targeting. And as a global community, we will not accept this. How do we do that? Where do we do that beyond the CRI? What other multilateral forums can we bring these kind of conversations to? I think what you'll also see is as we have delegations coming in. We just had the Japanese Prime Minister and the Philippines in, and you will see on all of our joint statements the focus on digital infrastructure and cybersecurity as being a commitment that we, the United States, are making with our partners globally. And it has been something that Pound Cyber, as we call ourselves at the NSC, is a functional director. We recover all
It's a simple pound. It's not like, pound cyber.
Yes, yes, that is very important. It is it is not, we are not pounding cyber on the table, but are we pounding cyber on the table as we work with our regional partners in the NSC, so we can bring them up to speed and they're tracking this so that when we have these, bilateral visits or multilateral visits, that cybersecurity and digital technology and infrastructure is always on the table as we talk about it. So it has been a sustained thing from day one for the administration. We're still moving. We know we have room to grow, but we are looking for the partners in this room to help us along that journey.
It's because this was true. I remember when I was in the White House during the Obama administration, having a president that actually cares about the issue, not that they're going to do it full time. They have lots of other things on their plate. That always would get added to the agenda of high level meetings between the president and their counterparts, and then all the way down the line. And that makes a tremendous signaling and other difference in keeping this a priority. So that's great. How big is the CRI right now? What's it up to?
I believe it's up to 61, which, in 3 years' time, that's a large growth for a new multilateral organization focusing on cybersecurity.
Yeah, and the interesting thing is, it's not just the usual suspects, because there is, as you mentioned before, David, there's a collaboration there where people say, hey, these are not, we can all agree on this. This is something we want to deal with. And I've heard this from David Coe too, that, you're not pointing the finger at someone, you're going after people collectively. And that's a really good.
And it's about pointing out the impacts to the economy and to the services that people expect within government, right? Within countries. And that's the conversation. It's not about necessarily who's doing this, but it's about why we need to ensure that cybersecurity is at top of mind, because our job is in the government is to ensure that services are available to our people, and we need to commit to that. And that is something that we're able to have those conversations around.
And I also like the fact that CRI is now adding some regional members. The Interpol is a member, Council of Europe is a member, my organization, the Global Forum on Cyber Expertise, is a member. And I think that helps broaden the impact too. So that will be good to see how that tracks going forward.
Yes, and we are excited, for this year's CRI Summit, which will be in the fall, to continue to drive on a lot of these topics.
Right. All right. Thank you guys all. I don't know if you have any comments for each other, but first we have about 10 minutes or so for questions. So I wanted to open the audience open it to the audience to ask if there are any questions. I see a hand back there. Being approached with a microphone.
Thank you. Jamie McCall from the Royal United Services Institute in London. Chris, you mentioned at the start the issue of safe havens and the fact that diplomatic relations with Russia have obviously made it harder to have any impact on that. But ransomware is a global problem, whether in Latin America or countries like South Africa or India that have much friendlier relations with Russia. Why do you think there hasn't been any, or maybe there has been and we don't know about it, any diplomatic activity between states that are friendlier with Russia to put some pressure on them to do something about the problem?
Anyone want to take that question? Caitlin, you look like you're either want to, or Jennifer, or whoever was.
I'll
start
defer
and
to
then-
the State Department.
Well, I'll start and then I think there is, what I'll talk about is collective action and I'll let you talk about bilateral action. Look, I think especially so, as we try to build out the successor to the open-ended working group in the UN, and those of you who don't know it, don't worry, I didn't know a lot about it before I started in this. Chris can give you the tutorial, having lived through it for many years. But look, we've got to figure out where to go. And interestingly, Russia spends a lot of time saying we need a treaty, a cyber treaty, and to which we go, interesting. We don't think that's going to work. But we do say, okay, so we've put on the table something we're calling the program of action, which is a more action-focused organization. And I do think there is a question for those countries that have better relations with Russia, who may be interested in a treaty, to say to them, okay, well, why don't you think about this way of addressing it instead through collective action, right? Through the UN, not through a treaty, but through something more action-oriented to get them in line to understand where the vulnerabilities are and how they can be addressed through a multilateral system. I think that's sort of the way we're going about it. There is a lot of discussion about how to push bilaterally on those with better relations. But again, maybe I'll let Caitlin try to answer that part.
I would just say, yes, we are thinking through ways that we can communicate. If it's not the US, who can have those open lines of communications to talk about what we see as a global problem, which, to be frank, a lot of it is emanating out of Russia. And so we may not be able to have those conversations effectively, but others may. And that is something that we consider when we look at, and when I say all the tools in the toolbox, that is something that we consider.
Yeah, and I agree with you. These actors just don't target the countries that Russia thinks are unfriendly. They target countries that they're trying to cater to. And to be frank, look, even before the Ukraine war, Russia wasn't exactly all that cooperative in law enforcement things, from as far as I can remember, for various reasons, corruption, state sponsor, whatever it is. So, but it's an interesting idea. I've heard that talked about before, but it's harder to execute, I think, than to say, but it's important. Other questions? Yeah. It's a hot table back there.
It's working. So I'm Michael Garcia. I'm with CISA. So one question I have is that obviously this whole panel's about deterrence, but at least in American think tanks, there's this notion that deterrence is not applicable in cyberspace or has failed. Indeed, there's a whole book on persistent engagement in which they say deterrence no longer exists. And so I'm curious as to, and I'm glad you're smiling. So I'm teeing up because it's very interesting to hear your perspectives as to why we should not give up on deterrence and how we can push back against the notion that deterrence in cyberspace is not worthwhile pursuing.
We could have an hour-long debate on that. I mean, me and Jim Lewis are on opposite sides of this issue. I do think deterrence is worth pursuing. And the mistake people make is they think deterrence means like nuclear deterrence. We're not talking that. You can still deter nation states and criminal actors.
I think we just need to make it harder. Like, deterrence is making it harder and costlier for them to be able to be successful in their objective. And I don't think we should give up in trying to make it harder and costlier for them to be successful.
And I would say, I'm working on the diplomatic angle, but I appreciate that we have the law enforcement angle, because that is a huge element of deterrence, right? Like, you go after our systems, we're going to arrest you to the extent that we can, right? We're going to find ways to impose costs on you. So there's the diplomatic angle, which is how do you call them out? How do you say, we see what you're doing, it's not acceptable, and we're going to say it's not acceptable that Russia offers safe havens, all this stuff. We're going to do all that. And ultimately, the greatest deterrence on crime is law enforcement.
Yes, I totally agree. Actually, I think that we have been learning the lesson in the last years. And before we were just focusing in the arrest and the takedown and maybe a splash page. That was our deterrent, and maybe a little bit limited. Now that we look into with perspective, before it was like we never did that before. Before it was just takedown and nothing else. Now, for instance, with Lockbit, we have used new strategies like taking over the panel, the access to the criminal websites where they were shaming the victims and pressuring them with the timer. And now we were use the same model in order to pressure the criminals and the facilitators of the criminals and the affiliators of the criminals in order using exactly the same panel that they were using to pressure the victims with a timer. We were using exactly the same technique. This has a tremendous impact in the confidence of the different parts of the ransomware as a service, because they start thinking like, okay, if they have this capability to access all the information behind, how else or how more they know about me. So I think that this is an important fact that we don't have to forget. And also there are many other actions that we can take into the deterrence factor. For instance, the cyber offender prevention. At EU, we have created a new project that will last for 3 years, and it's oriented to cyber offender prevention. We are trying to target those future criminals that are not yet criminals. Maybe they are technically savvy people, youngsters, that they are good at computers. If they see an easy money in the ransomware ecosystem, they will quickly jump into that, getting some easy money, because we are saying constantly that it's very easy, it's low cost to become a ransomware criminal. So we are trying to stop them before they become that and actually bring them to the good side of the road to protect everybody from those actions.
It's a fair question, and I've had similar discussions and debates with federal colleagues in Canada, and it touches on your point, Chris, about, well, it depends how we're defining these terms and really who's asking. So sometimes even on the disruption end, I'll speak with some federal departments and they're only viewing it purely from a very discrete offensive point of view. And like, okay, we're not on the same page. Let's talk it through. It's fair recognizing that these different themes, these buckets that we're discussing throughout the day, there's logical overlap between them all, and there has to be. Picking up on offender prevention, I'm really glad you brought that up. We're investing in that too, working closely with international partners, where we all think of general prevention and hygiene as, cybersecurity, good things that we all want to do to increase the baseline. Offender prevention is more on the consequences and illegality. And we know we have a high level of user activity of curious individuals before they become hardened cyber criminals, and there's a lot of darknet activity there. So it's about types of engagement there, where it could be a lighter touch, but impactful to hopefully get them on the right path, and then in turn flip them and help with the cyber talent pipeline issue as well.
Almost like de-radicalization for crime, sort of. But yeah, so we need to wrap up. I just say, my experience, one of the things that works really well on criminal sides are these investigations, and particularly undercover investigations. The criminals can't trust other people in their own network, really undermines them, and it really deters them in the sense that they don't know if they're going to be arrested the next day. Nation states harder, but even nation states, we have to have appropriate consequences to make sure that, they think twice. They may not be deterred from it if it's in their interest, but that's something that I think needs to be pursued too. So with that, I want to thank the panelists. This great group of panelists, this great discussion. A lot more to do here. I think the lesson is that lots of things are in process, but a lot more to do, as we pointed out in the update report that you all have access to now. And look forward to next year, where we are next year. I think there's been steady progress on a lot of these issues. So can you please thank all of our panelists for their discussion, and I'll turn it back to Mike.
Did anyone else notice Chris Painter's socks? If you know Chris, he drinks lots of Diet Coke, and if you didn't see, he's wearing Diet Coke socks. All right.
My Diet Coke socks.
That's my brief interlude. So I know everyone is hungry. I know that this next conversation will make you even hungrier. We are excited to welcome one of our steering committee members, Chris Krebs, the former director of CISA, who is now at Sentinel One, and Steve Kelly, our own Steve Kelly, who joined IST after he departed the FBI last year. They will participate in a fireside chat with NPR's Jenna McLaughlin. So I welcome you all to the stage. And after this conversation, we will have lunch. Thanks.
All right, thanks everyone for being here prior to lunch. I know this is the unenviable position, keeping everyone from their food. But I am really excited to be here, joined by my two panelists for this fireside chat. They don't really need an introduction, but to refresh your memories, Chris Krebs is the former director of CISA between November 2018 and November 2020. He was working on election fraud disinformation and was summarily fired by tweet.
Nothing. They're trying to muzzle you again, Chris.
And his mic is turned off, so he's not allowed to respond to me.
I'll let it go.
He's back in the private sector now and has lots of things to say, and he'll get the chance to. We've also got Steve Kelly, the Chief Trust Officer here at IST, a role he comes to from the halls of the White House and the FBI. So first, we don't have a lot of time, only about 30 minutes, so I kind of just want to dive in. Yesterday, healthcare giant United Health finally admits, yes, we did pay the ransom to stop them from leaking sensitive medical information in an attempt to do that. It doesn't seem like that has worked so far. There are competing claims between ransomware groups fighting over sort of the carcass of this whole thing. Ransomware payments continue to be a major point of contention between the federal government and private companies, particularly those whose functions are critical in sectors like healthcare and energy. And, meanwhile, the whole Change Healthcare breach has been an ongoing fiasco that, for me, as an NPR reporter, it's one of the few examples I can summon and say, look, this has real impact. It impacts real lives, people trying to get prescriptions, people trying to get medical care, pharmacies struggling, maybe closing. This is a really big deal. So, Chris, I want to start with you and just ask, where do we go from here? On the payments issue, but sort of more generally as we respond to big issues like this.
So first off, great to see everybody. A lot of familiar faces in the room. It's been a while. Good to see you. I had nothing to do with election fraud. That's not what CISA did. Not election fraud.
Disinformation.
That was part of it. All right. So where do we go from here? I kind of think of, or a few things you said in the run up that kind of strike a thought or two. One is that when you talk about a couple different groups fighting over the carcass, so to speak, of United Healthcare here, I think what we're seeing is this kind of wild west in the ransomware ecosystem that kind of implies that there's a monolith, but there's not. It's really amorphous. You have a bunch of different groups. I think a number of the guys between John and Geller and those guys have talked about and written about this. But there's no honor among thieves here, and they're taking bits and pieces. They're shivving each other in the back and running away with data. And that was part of the Lockbit takedown, where the NCA got into some of the holdings and said, "Wait a second, they've said they did data deletion, but it's all right here. It's still here." So that that's always kind of been one of my at least nominal notes of why you don't pay, is because they're criminals and you can't trust them, and your best you're doing is buying a few months worth of silence, or maybe a year or two. So where do we go from here? We have these renewed calls for ransomware payments. You've heard about the National Security Council having a series of IPCs, DCs, PCs, all these different policy conversations about how we get to ransomware payment bans. We have the pushback that says that's re-victimizing the victim. It's not practical. I agree, it's not practical, but I don't feel like the conversation is maturing much. And I think there is some nuance in the conversation that we can start at least breaking down. And Kieran Martin had a good op-ed in one of the London papers that talked about, we need to start breaking this down into a framework. He conveniently left out what the framework was. And I asked him, what's your framework? He's like, that's the point. We need to have this conversation. So, my immediate thought was, let's break down the payment motivations. Why do people pay? A couple different reasons. One of them is they want to unlock. That's exactly what United and Change said. It's like, we want to do everything we can to fix this as quickly as possible. And part of it is if we can get the key, roll it into a tool and accelerate the unlock, maybe that'll help our customers. So unlocking and decrypting is one. What's another reason people are paying? Probably the increasing reason people are paying right now is on the data deletion or the data release side. And so there's a reputational piece, there's a regulation piece. And I'm wondering if those motivations don't set up that conversation of why you should or should not allow. Now, how you actually do it, whether it's sanctioning or using other emergency powers, but at least I think you can start breaking the conversation down into, okay, maybe we don't allow people to pay. We can look for payment ban options on the extortion side, but we allow for it in existential situations on the decryption side. Now, I tend to believe that there are technical solutions available, both to prevent as well as to recover more quickly. I think that's why fewer companies are paying right now, is because there are tools that have kind of emerged in the last couple of years between Rubrik and Cohesity and others. So I just think if we can start building that framework out, like Kieran said, from the policy community, and that's like literally the DC cyber policy community is almost entirely represented by this room, then I think we'll have a little bit more progress and perhaps even help the National Security Council and the White House move things along in terms of what's next.
And Steve, I'm curious about additions you might have to that. How do you handle talking to these victims who are fearful of regulation, whether it's about payments or incident reporting, with the reality of what we're actually facing here? You know, voluntary action doesn't seem to be working.
Well, I'd like to go back a little bit in time and even think about why are we in this position? I think that the gaping hole in our national preparedness is so exemplified in how the healthcare sector is just naked before this threat. And I remember earlier days with Chris and being in the room on conversations around ransomware attacks against hospitals. You go back far enough, there's a lot of folks looking down their nose at ransomware victims. Oh, they just can't quite protect. They can't do the basics. This is not a national priority. And kind of to Andy Boyd's comment about, the intelligence community priorities around some of these threats, the National Intelligence Priorities Framework, the NIPIF certainly does. It's a foreign intelligence prioritization scheme that will aim the intelligence community on the typical things you'd expect, China, Russia, terrorist threats, that sort of thing. And here we are, fast forward from the conversations we were having, whenever that was, 2016, 2017. And I remember earlier conversations about FBI's efforts around ransomware and something that was called the Ransomware Threat Focus Cell back in 2011. And this problem has not only continued and persisted, it's got more and more sophisticated. Their tradecraft has increased. And certainly the impact of these.
The actor set has exploded too, because there's easy take-ins beyond just healthcare.
Right, and so like we went through these incidents like Colonial and JBS Foods, and if we can't get meat and hot dogs for 4th of July, it's a major problem. But then Common Spirit happened, and you have people being turned away from hospitals. So something's got to change, and significantly, about how these organizations are prepared to defend and protect these essential services. It's just not working.
So
I think the topic of ransomware payment, it's somewhat a little bit of a distraction, except for it's not, insofar as it is fueling the business model. And so it's a valid conversation, but I don't think it's solved there. We've got to go back to basics, and maybe we need to even fundamentally rethink how we protect critical infrastructure functions. And certainly we can start with much more attention in the healthcare sector.
So, I mean, you got to break the problem down into kind of the snackable pieces. And I've talked about it for years, but they're kind of 3 legs of the stool. The first is the vulnerable, misconfigured target set. The second is the financial incentive structures and the means of extracting value from the vulnerable, misconfigured target set. And the third is the bad guys that are actually doing it. So again, the strategies have to be focused on those 3 legs of the stool, starting at the far side with Russia. We tried that. The literally only meeting President Biden has had with President Putin was about ransomware. The only meeting he will have probably in his first term was about ransomware post-colonial. And yes, there were some immediate returns with the FSB rolling up a crew and held them for 364 days as allowed under the Constitution for releasing them, maybe conscripting them, I don't know. But what else can we do there other than just keep them constrained within CIS countries or Russia and grab them when they come to Malta? We can indict. The interesting thing though is you talk about how it's evolved. We are seeing other groups between the COM and Scatter Spider and all those that are popping up in places we can reach out and touch them, even if they're minors. We have to kind of adapt for that. I don't think though that's where we're going to see a lot of success. Yeah, we can keep hitting their infrastructure. They'll keep rebuilding it.
Yeah, and maybe a quick revert. What are the conditions under which we can get to the point where organizations can make decisions not to pay, or that the nation and partners can consider bans? And you know, the Ransomware Task Force group, the co-chairs led an effort to develop a roadmap towards a ransomware ban, and there's preconditions that would be helpful to have in place in advance. So please go to the website and look at those. But our defensive posture isn't even close to being where it needs to be, you know, to set the stage for that. And I think that that's where we need to be focusing.
Right, and so that runs to the first leg of the stool, and that's the vulnerable, misconfigured target set. And how do we continue to raise the bar? I mean, there are immediate calls after change or united from Congress about additional regulation. You're going to continue to hear those. I think regulation's inevitable in many different sectors. I also think that inevitably the government will initially screw it up, which is kind of conditioned for or assumed in the Administrative Procedures Act. Notice and comment allows you to adapt and change over time. But then there are also kind of anti-regulatory forces in play. Look at what happened with the water sector and the EPA water rules. So we're going to kind of have this moving target, I think, but it really will come down to ultimately raising that bar and the realization that, as you pointed out, between the NIPIF, the intelligence community is not going to come save the day. But as Andy talked about, there just aren't enough resources. What task are you going to take somebody off of that's going to allow a SVR or MSS operation? So it is to be much more about law enforcement, which it has been. Can FBI raise the bar? They have stepped up. Is there more to do here? I think there are more operations like Lockbit takedown and disruption. But again, that's just going to scatter them for a bit. They'll come back like cockroaches, and we'll keep, you know, seeing activity. So again, I think it's what can we do here, home, raise the level of awareness. That's in part what Jen is out there constantly doing. It's what Kimber was doing. What Harry's doing is getting out there talking to executives. It's what. How do we continue to beat the drum across the board in boardrooms to accept the fact that there's an environmental level of threat that we have to deal with?
We've talked about a lot of the things that have been done over recent years, how sort of the level has changed over the last 10 years. We've elevated this to a national security threat. We have seen a lot of action. You know, we were talking about the Ransomware Task Force, the Cyberspace Solarium. We're seeing the US government use different tools, from sanctions, from law enforcement takedowns to crypto seizures. We're seeing different things being tried. How are those levers currently working, in your opinion? And are there other specific tools that we could be deploying that we're not deploying? Because I see a lot of people say, these are good, but, you know, it's piecemeal, it's baby steps. So what are some other options?
So, you know, in part, it does go to that, you know, burn me once. We are seeing organizations that have been hit once, they're improving, they're rolling in more technology. So we are seeing, yes, more ransomware attacks, perhaps in volume, but the impacts may not be as great in volume. We're seeing, you know, it's individual events that may over the threshold. And there's better technology on the recovery side. There are more security tools available. I also think that on the alert and warning side, we're getting a lot better too. And the pre-ransomware notification initiative, I think that's helping out. I mean, as I understand it, that's been a kind of like quietly unsung success that I hope they can continue. There's also efforts in the room here that that often go unnoticed or untalked about that are having significant impacts and helping understand what's coming and getting ahead of it. I think it's unfortunate that you can continue to plow efforts and resources into some of these more quiet activities to get ahead of the bad guys.
Yeah, so I think that the answer in terms of the offense side is we're starting to see this play out and a more creative use of a variety of authorities to go after this issue. It's really interesting to see, and the Carnegie Endowment just published a paper on DOJ and FBI's use of a reform in Rule 41 of U.S. criminal procedure to be able to do remote search and seizure. And so that some of those authorities and warrants being issued by districts across the land have the ability to be used in these types of contexts. So we see more clever use of law enforcement authorities, but also in the background, there's an opportunity to use cognitive operations by other agencies with other authorities in concert with those. And so I think it's an all of the above type of approach. And I think that that's what Andy in our scene setter conversation this morning kind of previewed. It needs to look like the global war on terrorism insofar as it's a pressure campaign where no tool is left off the table. It's awesome to default to normative approaches like law enforcement, but when you have a denied territory like Russia, you got to get more clever. And so it needs to be kind of an all tools in play, balanced on the other side of the coin with much more aggressive and effective efforts on the defensive side. And if we can play both sides well and get clever, I think that we can begin to make a dent in this.
Yeah, and I mean, also part of this has got to be, why were we so taken surprised by change? Why were we so taken surprised by Colonial? And a few of the things that we did at CISA with the National Risk Management Center was the National Critical Functions work. And I know Corman was dealing with this. It's why he came in to CISA during COVID to really understand what are the wobbly bits in the economy and around getting the COVID vaccine out there, Operation Ball Bearings or whatever it was. We still don't know what the real pillars of the economy are from a critical dependencies perspective. So we have to continue plowing effort into domestic and international supply chain work. And there really isn't a central place within the US government, at least on the civilian side, that has that mission set to intimately understand how the economy works and what the single points of failure, or at least the concentrated dependencies are, not just from a normal supply chain perspective, but increasingly from the digital cloud.
Yeah, I mean,
software supply chain. We continue to see the bad guys, not just the cyber criminals, but China, Russia targeting both the big hyperscale cloud guys, because they know it's the terrible joke I've made is it's like Willie Sutton when they asked him why he robbed banks. Why do you rob banks? Because that's where the money is. Why are they going after the hyperscale cloud providers? Because that's where the data is. That's where the access is. And they know everybody's relying on these guys, and they know that there are constitutional protections in place that don't allow the intelligence community to sit on those boxes and help them. So we've got to sort this out.
Yeah, I mean, speaking with Josh, he's great at all of these issues and saying, the systemically important infrastructure was sort of inherited by CISA after it kind of faltered within Congress. In my conversations reporting about change, there was a certain level of surprise that this digital payment facility provider was such a linchpin, such a ball bearing in the system. And, it makes me wonder, what else is there that fits within that category? Do you feel like Congress needs to take that mantle back up, that we really need to increase the urgency around identifying what these potential problem areas are?
The Solarium Commission actually spent a fair amount of time kind of thinking about that topic and the concept of shifting from 18 critical infrastructures to what are the underlying functions. That in theory is exactly the right approach. And so I'm kind of frankly scratching my head as to I don't necessarily think we need some sort of grand new arrangement of authorities to do that work. And that was the whole purpose of the NRMC, is to go down that path and identify what those are. It is a Byzantine kind of mesh of understanding how do you map the sectors to things that are kind of cross-cutting and where do you focus. It takes some analysis to figure out what those are. And if there were a place for that, I would assume it's CISA. So
that was the thinking.
Yay, verily, that sounds like great work. Let's do it.
Jen Easterly tells me they're working on it. So
Well, so a couple things. One is that we are now, 3 or 4 days into the post Mike Gallagher era of Congress. And when you think about his stint, I mean, pound for pound, probably one of the most effective members of Congress in the last several, I mean, in recent memory. So as co-chair of the Solarium, I forget what the count is now, but 70 some odd pieces of legislation that have moved through. A bunch of them have come into law. I mean, creating the National Cyber Director position gave CISA a bunch of authorities, including, threat hunting across the various civilian agencies. Also through the Select China Committee and the hearings, the legislation that moved through there significantly. But to the point, there are some things that were on the table through the Solarium that have moved through and come into law, but maybe have not been finalized. But I do think that if going, I have to hold the top, is that okay? We need to continue plowing resources and capabilities into the NRMC to understand those national critical functions and then what, right? So you understand that there are critical functions, but so what? What are you going to do about it? And one of the things we struggled with early on was how do you use our understanding of the national critical functions to develop a national risk registry, just like every company has, and then start applying, intelligence and, alert and warnings across that risk registry. And that's where it actually gets really hard. So you start bringing intelligence community folks in and say, hey, these are the most important things in the US critical infrastructure. Can you help us look across your holdings? They're like, I don't even know what that is. I don't know how it works. No one in Russia has that system. No one in China has that system. We don't know any of this stuff. So there's a lot of education and uplift that has to happen on the intel side for collection and analysis to really understand in a meaningful way to be on the lookout for these things. Stuff can get missed.
That's the kind of activity that really does pay dividends. You have a list of things you care about, a list of things you can look for, and you put that into the global SIGINT machine. Otherwise, it takes an analyst making a query, so like that's a highly automatable process to generate some of these tips on things that matter. Looking for functions and devices and things that are associated with a critical function. And then that can alert and then provide more timely awareness. So I think that's the kind of thing that can be engineered and doesn't necessarily need to take a lot of human manpower away from other national priorities. It's an
and do you
automation.
feel like the reauthorization of Section 702 is going to be helpful in that?
Well, I just mentioned SIGINT, so the answer is generally that these are the foreign intelligence apparatus in the NSA is focused on non-U.S. infrastructure. 702 being used to collect on as it's designed. U.S. facilities that are being used by foreign actors that has a foreign intelligence rationale or value. That does feed that. That feeds that environment as well, the information that's gleaned from those collections. So the answer is yes, but that's probably a pretty small slice of the pie.
The bigger piece though here is, the government can only do so much. That's been one of those conversations that was one of the conversations I would always have with the executives when they came in. And I reinforce now is again, the intelligence community is not going to come here and save you. If they have things that are certainly actionable, they have likely already shared it with you. There's not some trove of intel that you would love to mine through and immediately turn into something actionable. But it's that context and enrichment that happens when you pull the private sector together with the government, and so yes, I'm going to say information sharing, but it's where it's manifesting now between certainly the JCDC and some of the kind of side channels that are happening within the JCDC that I think are valuable. There's what Rob Joyce set up that Morgan was running with the Cyber Collaboration Center at the NSA. There's a lot of the stuff Mr. Kikta here was doing at Cybercom. I mean, those are the unsung, again, there's some of the unsung corners that are getting intel on target where it can make a difference, and ultimately comes, I think, more of a kind of Pareto principle where 20% of the community are able to really reach out and cover over 80% of the infrastructure that we're worried about.
Yeah, and you're talking about willing partners, and there's been a lot of great work in that space. But when you're thinking about a Change Healthcare, their parent company, and this is, maybe a rounding error on their budget sheet, they just want to get back to business. The parent company itself does not seem to be suffering too heavily, while local providers are maybe going out of business. How do you get those people at the table, participating in those discussions, providing that information?
We've all been doing this long enough to realize that this is not going to change overnight, and that yes, it's going to take a company and an organization a bad day or four, and then they come along. There's also a kind of changing of the guard, I think, happening, where you do have more, whether it's tech native, tech savvy, or those that have just been experienced. I think some of the SEC regs, I don't know if this is kind of not cool to say in this room, but some of the SEC regs have been helpful. I think it is driving awareness that, oh man, now we got to go do this thing, we got to do that thing. I think the 8K disclosures piece is somewhat helpful. It's certainly, if you've got the right bots combing Edgar, you can certainly know things are happening sooner. And it's getting gamed probably a little bit. Friday afternoon at 4:50 p.m. is apparently the ideal time to drop that you've had an incident. But it will, because the Sunday shows don't care. I mean, when was the last time there was a cyber incident talked about on a Sunday show? Believe me, it's been a while. I think we have to keep pushing this is why it's so helpful. Chris Ray and Jen Easterly and General Nakasone and all those guys were out there talking nonstop and hitting the right rooms and going to the right conferences and events. And last week down at Vanderbilt with Director Ray down there, I mean, getting the right message out there that's getting picked up. NACD is rolling this stuff constantly. It's getting built into the board tools like Diligent that all the companies are using. I mean, it is ubiquitous. It is everywhere, and it just is going to have to keep kind of accreting and building up.
Steve, you want to wrap us up?
Well, just imagine for that incident that you cited, if that organization had plowed $1 billion into their cybersecurity posture, as opposed to plowing $1 billion into kind of the reactive mop up, clean up on aisle 9, to channel Catherine Cadello, how much more effective would that be? And why do we need to be in a position where these kinds of charges, well, maybe they're shrugging it off, but it'd be awesome to go the other direction. And hopefully, as the ecosystem develops, the insurance market is maturing rapidly, that folks that are thinking about risk on the front end can begin to buy that down in a smarter way. Because some of these hospital systems, including like the nonprofits like Common Spirit, would they ever have invested that much money on the front end? Well, they're forced to at the end. And meanwhile, there's so many additional individuals that are harmed by that. It's just unfathomable.
Well, on that note, hopefully a hopeful one, I think we're all set.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you. So if there's anyone watching who wants to do a Sunday morning talk show, I think you have your group right here. Thank you all so much. Thanks, Jenna. It is now lunchtime. Please rejoin us at 1:10. Steve's closing words were a perfect segue to the next conversation, which is around preparedness. But lunch is in the hallway. Please return at 1:10. You're welcome to bring your lunch in here if you are still chatting. So thanks again.
true professionals. So I tell you what, I'm going to ask them to introduce themselves. So why don't you all go ahead and take a seat up here? And while you're grabbing a seat, I'm going to ask a favor. In addition to introducing yourself, I'm going to ask you to complete this sentence. The most important thing to remember about the function of preparation when it comes to ransomware is fill in the blank. And I'll break the ice and start. In honor of the only co-chair who's not with us today, Jen Ellis, who I'm sure is watching the live stream from the UK, as well as our other British guests, I'm going to do a little twist on an old saying. And I'm going to say that the most important thing to remember is that an ounce of preparation helps us avoid billions of pounds in ransomware payments. And if you listen real closely, you can hear Jen groaning from across the Atlantic right now. No, so I will go ahead and start at this point, and we'll start just right here with you, Chris, and go down the line.
Great. Well, thank you, John. So really quick, Chris DeRusha, I have a few hats in the administration. I'm the Federal Chief Information Security Officer in OMB. I'm also a Deputy National Cyber Director in the Office of National Cyber Director for Federal, and I'm the Acting Deputy National Cyber Director for National. So yes, that means like everything is like largely what I'm doing every day. I think like the sort of preparedness, I think the number one thing is with these events, like A, they're going to stop an important business process most likely. And B, all sorts of people who generally don't get involved in responding to an incident are going to be involved in a ransomware attack, and they're going to be unfamiliar with everything that we are doing as a profession oftentimes. And so that's going to be new to them. And then definitely like the question put in front of them of like, are we paying this or not, right? So I think it's just largely that, like in preparedness is remembering it's not just your team being prepared like you would for another type of, you know, an event or attack that you might face commonly, but that a lot more people than are used to being involved will be involved.
Thanks, Chris. Lisa?
Hi, I'm Lisa Plagum. I'm the Executive Director of the National Cybersecurity Alliance. We're probably best known as being the founders of Cybersecurity Awareness Month every October. So if by the end of October, you're really tired of talking about cybersecurity, you have us to blame. I'm the marketing bozo in the room. My background is not cyber. My background was advertising and marketing in the auto industry. And then after that, for a couple of different security vendors, I get pulled in through training and awareness to this world. Most recently, I was CMO of a training and awareness company that got acquired by KnowBe4. I would say the thing to remember is that a whole lot of people and that are, as Chris said, get involved in these things. Before they're involved, they don't care. All of us in the security echo chamber, we care very, very deeply about this, very passionately about this. But outside of this room, and I would say outside of the Beltway, there are a whole lot of people like my mom and my kids, and your moms and your kids, that probably don't care until something happens to them. And that's the audience we try to reach.
Tony?
Hi, Tony Sager with the Center for Internet Security. And so I've been involved in cybersecurity. I just crossed the 47-year threshold. You might wonder why I didn't solve any of these problems earlier. I can't explain it, but and I spent my first 35 years at the National Security Agency as a vulnerability analyst, helped pioneer a lot of the cyber defense work. Ever since then, in the various nonprofit kind of activities around cybersecurity. So my focus is on the tradecraft of attackers and how to translate knowledge of that into technical controls. And the thing I'll say about preparedness, the bottom line for me is, much to my chagrin, it took me about half my career to figure this out. Knowledge of attackers and knowing the technical controls never has caused sustained action, because the right technical answer will not succeed without a complementary ecosystem of sort of education, measurement, tooling, technology, processes, governance, you know, and including public policy and incentives. If we don't align all those, then the right technical answer just drifts off or gets reinvented every 5 years. And believe me, I've seen it happen many times. So that's why we're involved in this activity and happy to be part of both this panel, but also the larger activity of the Ransomware Task Force. Thank you.
Thanks, Tony. Bryony?
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. So I'm Bryony Crown and I lead on cyber policy at the British Embassy here in DC on behalf of the UK government. And I really wish I could think of something really witty to say to complete John's sentence, but unfortunately this is going to be a pretty standard government line. But for us, the most important thing is about increasing the visibility of the threat picture to identify the most proportionate and impactful levers.
And Nicole?
Hey y'all, I'm Nicole Tisdale with Advocacy Blueprints. I've been in cyber policy for a while. I worked on the House Homeland Security Committee for a decade, and most recently at the White House National Security Council, where I was Director of Legislative Affairs. So if there's a piece of cyber legislation that you don't like in the last 15 years, I didn't have anything to do with it. If there's a piece that you do like, it was mine. You can thank me later. But I think to answer the question, I would say the most important thing to remember is that these attacks, cyber attacks and ransomware attacks impact different communities very differently, and some communities are never going to recover. I spend a lot of time now working on advocating for marginalized communities and vulnerable populations when it comes to cyber policy. And so that's something that's always at the forefront of my awareness, that these attacks are devastating no matter the dollar amount. And it really is something that many communities won't ever overcome.
Thanks, Nicole. And I was trying to be cute with my opening statement there, but I was very serious about the function of preparation being a special passion for me. And there's been a lot of discussion about banning ransomware payments. To me, one of the most critical things that needs to happen to at least reduce, if not put us in a better position to actually ban ransomware payments, is to increase the level of preparedness much beyond where we sit today. And that's why it's so important to me. So out of the 24 in 24, 6 of them deal specifically with preparedness. And we're going to discuss those today. I'll go over them briefly. Number 1, highlight available internet resources to decrease confusion and complexity. Number 2, run nationwide government-backed awareness campaigns and tabletop exercises. Number 3, require local governments to adopt limited baseline security measures. Number 4, require managed service providers to adopt and provide baseline security measures. Number 5, to alleviate fines for critical infrastructure entities that align with the ransomware framework. And then number 6, investigate tax breaks as an incentive for organizations to adopt secure IT services. So I'll start off by basically combining the first 2 about awareness and resources. So I know that Nicole wants to talk about this and has a special passion for specific sectors where this applies. And then I know that we also have, Nicole wants to talk about the second recommendation as well, along with Lisa and Chris. So we'll start with you, Nicole.
Yeah, well, when we were prepping for our discussion to talk about making awareness campaigns more inclusive and the need for tabletops, which is one of my favorite recommendations from the task force, I said on the call, I was like, tabletops are my love language. And I say that because I've had an opportunity to go and participate in them when I worked on the Hill as an observer. And then at the White House, we were literally in the hot seat. And I just realized how important it is to give people a safe space to run through what is going to be the worst day of their lives, or the worst week, or the worst month of their lives, because there are things that you just can't see, and you won't know about these vulnerabilities until you have like a live scenario where you can practice. But I think one of the things in terms of going forward with our tabletops and our awareness campaigns, they're just not inclusive enough. And I think about tabletop exercises. We were just talking about this during lunch. I said, well, someone was like, what do you mean when you say inclusivity? I think a lot of our tabletops are done with people with technical expertise and people in the cyber community that are going to be responding. But that is not how it works in the real world. And we used to call them Sharknadoes at the White House, because it was just everything thrown at us at once. And it wasn't just the National Security Council that was involved in these tabletop exercises. You had people there from the Domestic Policy Council. You had people there from the National Economic Council because if a cyber attack happens, all of those people are going to be involved. And the example that I talk about is, I'm like, you know, if we're talking about small rural water sectors in Mississippi, having a tabletop where they are attacked in the middle of a recovery from a tornado, but also during flood season because the snow is melting in Minnesota, it sounds like, oh, well, that's too much for a tabletop, but that's April for a water facility in Mississippi. That is what they are going to be dealing with. And we also know that these criminals are not going to attack them when it's sunny and football season in September. They're going to attack them when they're most vulnerable and most likely to pay because that community is recovering. So if you have a tabletop exercise where you don't have faith leaders there, where you don't have the local civil rights organization that's going to be responsible for getting the water out, you don't have the Red Cross there, you're running a tabletop for the sake of running a tabletop, but that is not helping people. That's not a realistic response. And I think similarly with the awareness campaigns, a lot of our awareness campaigns are the language that we use is not simple. The way that we write, the way we talk about these things, they're just not applicable to people who are going about their day-to-day lives. And to Lisa's point, we'll say, well, the resources were out there. And it's like, well, the resources were never tailored to the communities that we were trying to concentrate with. And I think a lot of the times in the cyber community, we try to recreate spaces that already exist. Like, we're going to have a cybersecurity conference and we're going to do the tabletops. No, the Black Chamber of Commerce, the Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, they already have a convention. Why not go do a tabletop at their convention? Don't create a cyber convention and then wonder why people didn't come. Go where people are, meet people where they are. This infrastructure already exists. And I think going forward, the cyber community is going to have to understand we can't keep building infrastructure. We need to take our expertise and we need to take our language to the infrastructure that already exists so that we can reach more vulnerable populations.
Very practical points.
Wendy is like, she loves clapping for me. Thank you, Wendy.
Lisa and Chris, I know you want to talk about this as
I
well.
completely agree with everything Nicole just said. We're really bad at burying the lead. So there's a ton of material out there. If you're a small business person and your security's on your radar, you're thinking, you know, you're a car dealer and the car dealer down the street had a ransomware incident. It's on your radar. So maybe you start looking for information or you think, oh, I better hire an MSP. There's plenty of information out there for you. But what about those people that aren't paying attention? It's just not on their radar. When you start every awareness campaign from the outset, sort of putting it out there that this is going to be about security or cybersecurity, whether it's a national campaign like Secure Our World or Shields Up or any of those things, or some campaign that an organization is running, when you make it really obvious that this is about how to protect the country or the company, there's a whole bunch of people who don't care about that. So if you don't bury the lead, if you don't pull them in some other way or go to where they are, then you miss the chance to deliver your message. It's David Ogilvy. When you've written your headline, you've spent 70 cents of your advertising dollar, right? If you never get them past the headline, the rest of it was a waste. So we created a campaign. We had a corporate gift from somebody that wants to remain anonymous. They said, we want you to do something really edgy. And we want to get the attention of people who aren't paying attention. So with $500,000, we were able to create a video series called Cubicle, spelled with K's. I have a board member in the room who's like, oh God, not this again. So we have gotten, with only spending $100,000 on the advertising and $400,000 on the production of a dozen episodes, we've gotten 8.2 million views of these videos. And it's because we buried the lead. We led with it's like watching an episode of The Office, except it's the office of the bad guys. So you can imagine what that looks like, right? And there's a ransomware department and there's a romance scam department and all these things. But they're entertaining and you have to slip the education in without people noticing. And once you get their attention, then you can begin to pull them in further and further and get them more and more involved to the point where they actually are thinking about preparing themselves or preparing their businesses. I just see a huge communication gap because we lead with security. And that can turn some people off or doesn't feel relevant to some people. I'll give another car dealer example from my experience. IT guy says to the car dealer, we really need to replace that old machine in the parts department running Windows XP. Dealer says, well, the parts manager tells me it's working just fine. Why should I spend money on that? Go away, you bother me. That's it. Nothing ever happens, right? And then you have this vulnerability sitting there in the parts department. We're starting a class, a small business education class, that's going to teach small business owners and operators about security, including being prepared for things like ransomware incidents, in business language. Because there's just this huge communication gap between people like us and especially small business people, which we all know can make all of us vulnerable.
You want to talk about Cyberstorm
Well,
9?
because quickly, I mean, of course, like a ton of value in the exercises, and I've kicked off 2 different ones, Cyberstorm and another one, hosted by Secret Service. Because it makes it real, you learn something every time, and then hopefully you take that back in your organization. Like I said before, the people who aren't paying as much attention, you make it real for them. So I think I completely agree. Like leading with benefits first, as opposed to like doom and gloom first, is like way more effective. And I just keep going and saying, eventually, this is all effective and helpful and needed now, and it's also not going to ever get us there, awareness. So we have to focus on, like we did in the National Cyber Strategy, secure by design, secure by default principles, right? Those who have more resources, all of the big tech providers, companies need to be doing more to design technology that is, not as easy to hack. And we need to re-architect our systems, which we're actively doing in the federal government, to be harder to get in, to reduce down the noise to a manageable level. So I think that at the end of the day, we need awareness now, but it's like, because we haven't done the thing that we really need to get done yet. And also just on the awareness stuff that I found really effective, and something we tried in Michigan, right? Like the technology telling you, like people telling you to do more is helpful, but when the technology is like, hey, this is like a bad decision to connect to this network, it's like, I didn't know that, right? Well, yeah, so the tech telling you live when you're about to do it is way more effective than somebody telling you like a month later, like why that bad thing happened to you. And that, again, back to sort of how we're designing our technology is really important for awareness too.
That's the behavioral science nudge. Yeah, I mean, I think we need to listen a little bit more to the behavioral scientists and the advertisers who use behavioral science to try and influence people, because I agree that that really works. The other thing I wanted to add really briefly about awareness campaigns, for all the great stuff that CISA has done, I think there's a lot of room for the private sector to do more. Because the private sector can do things that government can't, like SEO and SEM, and spend money on advertising, and even the process of hiring a creative agency to create an awareness campaign. You don't go to the lowest bidder, right? You're looking for the best creative talent. So when government does campaigns, they can be effective, but I think that there's still a lot more the private sector can do to create awareness.
Thanks, Lisa. I should have mentioned that, these 6 recommendations that I mentioned, they're not standalones. They're often related to each other and to some of the other 18 out of the 24 recommendations that we're focusing on. Let's transition to the baseline security measures. And I know that both Bryony and Tony both want to talk about those.
Thank you. So for us in the UK, taking a whole of ecosystem approach is absolutely vital. And to your point, John, about putting the hard work in now, and the first that is our work on resilience, and that's a whole pillar under our cyber strategy. But for us, it's about putting that hard work in to raise resilience across the ecosystem. The other really important parts for us is about disrupting the money flows. So working to see how much we can disrupt, like my National Crime Agency colleague talked about earlier, about how we can continue operations against companies like Lockbit, and how we can continue that. And then it's also about building that threat picture as well, and thinking about how we can really build that to help inform the right tools. So a key part for us is about how we're going to increase reporting, and we're really pleased to see that such a key recommendation in the 24 and 24 reports. For us, that is something that's absolutely vital for government agencies and law enforcement to build that picture of exactly what's happening, and not just doing that in individual countries, but also internationally, and doing that at scale. But also making sure that that's proportionate. So we realize that for a company, especially a small company, if you're suffering from a ransomware incident, and particularly, as you say, Nicole, in communities where it's disproportionate, that is a huge catastrophic effect on you as a company. And the last thing you're going to worry about is how you're going to report to government. So we need to think about how we can make that easy as possible, and also see that return for a company. Why on earth would they report to government if they see no return on that, providing that information? So we need to really make sure we demonstrate how we have that impact. So for us, what we're trying to do under the counter ransomware initiative, under the policy pillar that David Coe spoke about earlier, is talk about how we can share best practice, how we can learn from countries that do have a mandatory reporting regime already in place, and also thinking a bit about how we can include the supply chain as such a vital component in how we manage that. The other thing we're really looking at the moment in the UK is on cyber insurance. So we know that's a really key lever that can be used and it can be really impactful. But at the moment, we don't have any real way to leverage that systematically across different countries. So for us, again, under the Counter Ransomware Initiative, what we'd like to do is think about more how we can share that best practice, how we can look about how we can align internationally, and how we can use that as market incentives to baseline cyber hygiene, and how we can use that to understand how it works in practice as well. And then the final thing I wanted to reflect on, as you said, about potentially about how we try and reduce payments. And like I say, we've seen it really impact, we've all seen it, how it can really work when we disrupt the money flows, and think about how we can do that. So for us, it has to be make sure that this is a really extensive evidence base. So that means we look at a whole range of information sources, and like again, Nicole, what you said about we say we see things being sprayed across. We say we see people doing it for lols, people doing it for the kudos, but then we also hear that it has a disproportionate impact where companies and Minnesota and the water sector are being targeted. So how do we marry those bit of evidence up and making sure we have that really clear evidence base? So for us, that's something we want to do, and for us in the UK government, we feel we need to look at the whole range of options that are on the table so we can work out exactly what does have the most impact. But I think what, again, from the roadmap, the point that really came across clear to us was about how this is going to take time. This is not something we can implement tomorrow in terms of how we're going to look at doing future restrictions on payments. This is something that's going to really has to be evidence, and it's going to take a long time.
Thank you, Bryony. And Tony, did you say 47 years?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so share some of that wisdom, especially as it pertains to baseline security measures.
Oh my gosh. Well, I first started thinking about this. So my career started in 1977 in cyber defense at NSA, and I'm one of the rare birds who never worked in signals intelligence, National Security Agency, all of it in cyber testing for defense, for DoD systems, intel systems, or whatever. And I had the honor of managing, I think for its day, the largest attack engine for defense, in the U.S. government. And here's what struck me. For all the money we spent on red teams, blue teams, zero-day people, protocol analysts, crypt analysts, et cetera, we just kept finding the same problems over and over again. Over and over again. Hey, we told them what to do. We told them how we'd exploit them. We told them this thing. That's not good enough. And what also struck me, and I can say if there was a distinguishing part of my career, spent my life in cyber testing, cyber defense, but I happen to live inside one of the biggest worldwide attack engines in this entire industry. So getting to watch the nation state attacker at play, how they attack each other, all that kind of stuff. And the observation that struck me was that, frankly, the vast majority of problems that plague us today, it was true in the 80s and 90s and still true today, are problems we've known about for a long time. And you know them, right? We use terms like hygiene and baselines, all that stuff, but they really matter. And if you have a math background, you think of things like Pareto principle, 80-20 rule, and things like that. I believe they strongly apply. And the problem is, how do you figure out what that set of things is? Somehow my generation created a security model, a foundational security model. This is my opinion, you can argue later. This fundamental security model is one that most of our economy cannot execute. Most of our economy is not going to buy technology off the shelf, read thousands of pages of well-intended information from nonprofits and government agencies and so forth, and figure out how to build security for themselves. It will never happen. Their next dollar will not be spent on security tools. Their next hire will not be a security person. This is heartbreaking because this is my whole life, but it's reality. And so most of this needs to be built in. The bad news is we're all connected, so we're all vulnerable together. The good news is that provides an opportunity for collective action. So the focus, and again, we come at this from a technical controls point of view, is we could study that masses of attack out there. And we work with all you can name, including our friends at Palo Alto, but Verizon, the data breach folks, CrowdStrike, IBM, all them, to try and figure out what's going on. The verb that matters in cybersecurity, I know I'm a contrarian, I'm not a bad person, please. We all say share, we got to share everything. Yes, we do. But share is not the verb that matters in this industry. The verb that matters is translate. How do I translate millions of data points of badness into a smaller number of constructive, positive things to do that will help me deal with the millions without dealing with them one at a time? So that's what the baseline is, a security, controls baseline. That says the good news is the vast majority of it, and we have done studies in my career to test this, they apply whether you're a government agency or a small business. They technically are the foundation of defense, and that's the focus and the niche that the Center for Internet Security applies. We are not building an incredible catalog of controls. We're not trying to solve world hunger or peace in our time. What really struck me once I went out in the public in the early 2000s to talk about this was most people just can't get started. They just can't figure out the first steps. They don't know where to spend their first dollar. They can't keep their boss happy because if they don't do something in 90 days, they'll be fired, et cetera. And so getting started, but having a roadmap or a path behind it is a really essential part of it. And having it done in a way that's transparent, available to the public, lets you build public policy, lets you build insurance, lets you build requirements, lets you build regulatory language around it. So baselines really matter, both for the value in terms of the practice, right, that people don't have to figure out for themselves. They also allow the industry of tooling and measurement to build around them. And then this sort of ecosystem of measurement, public policy, social expectations, you can build around a notion like that. So this idea, and this is what I think we tried to bring to the Ransomware Task Force, is that bad news, we're all connected, we're all vulnerable together. Good news, it's the perfect spot for collective action. Doesn't solve peace in our time, world hunger, but it gets people going in the right direction with a roadmap, with a supporting industry. If we don't do that, then we never get the benefits, right? The implicit model, again, this has been my career, everyone's going to do the best they can with whatever they get, and at the end, we'll add it all up and see what we got. Do we have a secure U.S. government or not? A secure sector or not? That's just lunacy. It will never work. We have to design this in, have roadmaps, a baseline. I'm sorry, I'm ranting. I will finish. But anyway, this stuff really matters, and the baseline part of it, again, I think is inherent in the way we've talked about the task force, and I think is the right approach. So thanks, Sean.
Thank you, Tony. And we can tell you're very passionate about it. And I would say the smaller you are as an organization, the harder it is to get started. And therefore, the more that you need to rely on partners and build your partner network to help you out. The managed security provider aspect of this, I think Nicole and Lisa, you wanted to add something about that?
I didn't have, I was going to just flip the table and say we should alleviate fines, that recommendation. So I don't know if someone else had the managed security provider.
I'll add one very brief thing. For us, if you believe that most of our economy, small businesses, can't kind of sort of build it yourself, then we really need to focus on where do they get their IT in a modern world. It's through service providers, it's cloud service providers, managed service providers, et cetera. That's the really high leverage point to look for better practices. Consumers need to demand it, suppliers need to supply it, and so forth.
I'd say that a lot of small businesses don't even know how to hire one. They don't know what questions to ask. They don't know where to start. It's going to be part of our course. There's going to be a whole session taught just on what questions do I even ask? Because if they didn't come up through their business on the IT side, which most small businesses haven't, back to my car dealer example, most car dealers started out as salespeople, then they don't even know how to hire this person. So to teach them enough about security that they can actually have that conversation, they know enough about finance to manage the finance function of their business. They know enough about other functions of their business to manage them. But IT is just a lot of wuzza. Like they just really don't get it, and they don't like dealing with it because it makes them feel like they don't know what they're doing because they don't have the depth. So again, we're going to try and translate and help with that. But it's also difficult because so many of the MSSPs are kind of all over the map in their capabilities and what they're offering and how well they can provide services. I'll just say that.
Okay. Anybody else before we let Nicole talk about alleviating fines? Okay, over to you, Nicole.
I should say alleviate fines if they follow the ransomware recommendation, the framework, not just like eliminating the fines altogether. But this is an exercise that is either going to go really well or fail. But does anyone remember when Marshawn Lynch did the press conference where he's like, I'm just here so I don't get fined? And like, no matter what, do people remember this? Okay. Okay, so maybe this will work out well. Okay, so no matter, for the people who don't know, no, he did not want to do a press conference. I think it was right before the Super Bowl, and he's like, I would like to prepare for the game, not do a press conference. And so no matter what question the reporters asked him, he's like, I'm just here so I don't get fined. I'm just here so I don't get fined. Over and over. It went viral. It was great for the Seattle Seahawks because I think it was now still, it's a meme. It's one of the most watched press conferences ever. And I say that as an example of, I think we're going to have to get to a space of like, I don't really care how people come to the table. And if the only reason you come to the table and the only reason you implement baseline security is because you don't want to get fined, I really don't care. Right? Like if that is the motivation, I think it intrinsically gives us other things. So when you don't want to get fined, what I also hear is you're going to proactively invest into solutions because you don't want to be fined. These are long-term things. You don't want to be fined this year. You don't want to be fined next year. You don't want to be fined. And so I think as we're looking for solutions, I would love for people to come to the table because they really care about security, but I know they care about not getting fined. And so I say that as part of, I think these financial incentives are really, really important, and people dismiss that. And so I use the alleviating fines and one of the recommendations as part of a toolkit. I think we should also have grants. I think we should also have subsidies. I think we should also have low interest loans. I think people need technical support. Like there is something to be said about being able to have a body and a seat to help the person who is also the city's grave digger and also the chief of the fire department. Like some people are going to need that technical assistance. And then my view on this is also this policy is just going to have to continue to evolve. There are people in the room, we worked on cyber incident reporting together, and some of them are still very mad at me about things I could just not get into the bill because I was like, this is going to kill the bill. But this is the base of the bill. We will come back, we will amend it. This law is what we're going to do first. It's not last. And I think we have to get to a place where we understand what the financial incentives that we're trying to get to critical infrastructure owners and operators today may look very different tomorrow, but their threats are going to look different tomorrow. Their tools are going to look different tomorrow as well. And so we kind of have toolbox that is a lot of things, and understand that it's just going to have to constantly evolve. So Marsha Lynch is who is guiding our cyber policy in terms of, yeah.
Thank you, Nicole. You always have such practical advice. I love it. Anybody else want to talk about incentives? All right, I'm going to go to people skills. And this is leadership. This is workforce roles. This is education. Talk about some of the most important things when looking at preparation, the function of preparation. Who wants to talk about people skills?
Well, I don't know. I can start. Look, I mean, I think what Tony's talking about, I mean, so Tony said this, quote Tony, that, we can't execute what we've put out there, right? It's like an interesting concept to unpack. And I think that there certainly, we've been staring at the same types of vulnerabilities and the same types of problems for quite some time. And if we don't try new things, then, that's bad on us because that means we need to try something new and different. I think people skills is a prerequisite to being a CISO today. I think if you are not kind of working with the business to not just tell them what to do, but to sort of say, here's how you prioritize the list of the things to do. Here's the action plan. Here's the order that I would pursue. Here's some resources and help, not just financial, but like technical resources. People can actually like help remediate the thing that you put in front of them and said, do that in 10 days or whatever your metric said is success for the organization. Yeah, I just think without more kind of practical guidance, help, and prioritization, how can you expect to sort of get a different result on the execute problem? So yeah, the people skills is 1000% a prereq to being a successful security professional today.
I completely agree with that. I'll go one step further. I think we live in a world where I don't know, who was it who said earlier today, I think it was Kemba, who said earlier today that she was watching, something play out, disruption of some bad actors or something, and she was watching federal law enforcement, what they were doing, and it was fascinating. We live in this world where this stuff is fascinating. It's intrigue and it's good versus evil, and which is story as old as time. And there's human drama, there are victims, there are bad guys. We have all the makings of incredible stories to tell. How we've won, how we've protected our organizations, and what we've learned when we've lost. And I just think we need to take it sort of one step further. And when it comes to awareness and education, whether we're trying to recruit more young people into the field, telling a better story about what it is we do. There's a lot of heroes in the room. And I just think we could do a lot more to weave a tale and make it more appealing. Because so often I got pulled into security by a CISO who said, I can't let anybody in the SOC talk to the business. So can you come help us and be the translator, please? Because they're just banging their heads against the wall all day. It was a company with a very high risk appetite, and they were just super, super frustrated. And I get that. But when that flows out, when that's what everybody on the outside sees, that we're all just really frustrated with the state of affairs and the world's going to hell in a handbasket, that doesn't look very exciting. That doesn't necessarily look like a field that's welcoming to everybody. And, you're going to go home feeling good at the end of every day. So I agree with the communication skills, very important for CISOs, very important for the security team overall to have a communications person. And I'd like to be able to tell more of our stories.
Just a quick thing. So I'm not going to hold up the Defense Department as a paragon of cyber excellence, but things really started to change. John, were you around early and remember eligible receiver? And things really changed when super senior people started to catch on to the problem and really showed that they cared. And in warfighting, it sort of made sense because of the interdependency of the services and our allies and so forth. They sort of got that part of it, that really resonated. And it was in that sort of late 90s, 2000, it shifted from, the red team would come out and do a test. Oh my gosh, please don't tell anybody else. This is so embarrassing or it's so dangerous or whatever. To wait a minute, if this happened to me during an exercise, it could happen to anybody during real life combat. And once a few senior people kind of got the message, they started to really speak up about it. And a lot of things changed. And it took that kind of attention in a really positive way to, I think, to galvanize a lot of work. I think that, and I say this with no schmooze here, Chris, but we're really lucky to have great people like we have at the top of government today. They really care. They have amazing experience. They are activists. They are proactive. It takes that kind of activity, right? It used to be let the IT people worry about security. This is about our core ability to run a mission, project force, successfully execute a business. And so the leadership needs to feel that. And there were a lot of things like Chris Krebs talked about, NACD, and a lot of, executive level things have started to come up rapidly in the last few years to recognize that. But in my experience, lonely tech geeks can be standing on the street corner all day telling you what you're doing wrong. But if the leadership doesn't really sort of take it into heart, nothing will happen in the long run.
Yeah, translation, once again, so critical. I think that was 1997 was eligible receiver. And one of the most important things I learned as a leader was being able to translate a lot of technical information, both from the intel community and the network defense community, into something that was relatable to the mission or now the business, in order to communicate and translate things into something that means, is important to the leadership, and therefore you get decisions and you get resources. But
yeah, I just can't believe, and I love the fact that senior executives in government right now are talking about memory safe languages. Winning.
all right, I'm gonna save the rest of our time for Q&A. If you don't ask questions, I'm going to subject you to my dad jokes and take it from my family. You do not
Don't ask questions. I want to hear these.
You do not want to go there. Do we have a microphone? Oh,
Josh is back.
I'm sorry. We've got the first question back here.
All right.
You'll be next, Phil.
I'll try to compress what I was going to say because you covered some. To Lisa, to Tony, to Nicole, I do think part of preparation has to be storytelling. It has to be in the love language of each of these owners and operators. Hospitals don't care about cybersecurity. They care about space, supplies, and staff. We had to kind of show that when you disrupt the unavailability of technology, it dramatically hurts your staff to patient ratio. Number two, though, we can't just prepare them on these big lists that they're going to still fail on. We're still going to have successful ransoms from time to time. I think one of the biggest missing pieces here is when you're ransomed and you're a hospital or a water treatment facility or electrical power or oil and gas, the first instinct on NPR is in an abundance of caution, and in accordance with industry-specific, sector-specific best practices, we chose to shut things down. Nobody died in the hospital until we shut things down because we have been unclear about competing equities between confidentiality of data or availability of patient care and workflow to not burn through your limited cash flow. So in the last bit of this, they're all touching the same thing. Which best practices? The CIS ones I love, the CISA CPGs, the HPH sector-specific CPGs, the NIST cybersecurity framework. Everybody kind of has their own favorite list that's easy enough to implement, but not necessarily effective. So I think we've done some good groundwork, but I think we got to add storytelling. And in the inevitable circumstances when someone does have a disruption to life safety, life critical functions, what is the practical national security equity advice versus the protect the data but let people die advice? I know there's a lot packed in there, but how do we hone our preparedness storytelling, especially if we start seeing more Volt Typhoon or other disruptions from nation states by 2027?
So I'll go first. We're using the NIST framework to teach our small business class, and we're not going to sort of brush over identify, because asking that question, what is it that we're protecting? In the case of a hospital, it's our patients. At the end of the day, that is the number one thing that we're protecting. We had a speaker at one of our events once who was with a pharmaceutical company. I think it was the CEO. And he had asked the CISO, what are we protecting? And he went on about intellectual property and their data and what have you. The CEO said, no, we've got nuclear facilities. We create nuclear medicine. Like, that's the most important thing. Like, that would be the most catastrophic situation. So I think sometimes we go straight to the data as IT professional or security professionals. But I think to ask a bigger, broader picture of what you're protecting, and then we're going to help those small businesses come up with their list, because we're tailoring this content for different industry verticals. So what a cardiologist needs to protect is very different than what a law firm needs to protect is very different than what a doctor's office or a pharmacy needs to protect. So getting them thinking about that, like what if you were without whatever this thing is, what would happen? That, what would your day, what does a bad day look like for your business? And getting them to really think about that. And so we're going to spend a whole lesson just on identify.
Bill? Thanks, Lisa. Oh, you have something to add?
There were two really different questions in there, as I would expect from Josh. One, the storytelling really does matter. And Josh knows my actual job title is Chief Evangelist for the Center for Net Security. I'm sure you can't figure out why, but it's because I have a lifetime of these kinds of stories. But part of the story, to connect to your second one, Josh, you're absolutely right. I mean, an organization needs to know what it's all about, right? What its purpose in this world is. If they can't do that, you can never figure out the technical stuff. What is really the mission that you're trying to execute? And in some cases it's clear, some cases it does align perfectly with financial things. In many cases it does not. And so, in the government, you would call it resilience probably, the ability to continue some level of operation under degraded conditions. And there's a sort of formal way to think about that John, I know, lived because I helped him back in the day. But most companies struggle with that. They have tended to think of that, well, that's cyber stuff, you guys save me. Well, you can't save you unless you know what you are about, right? Is it about lives? Is it about the welfare of citizens and their ability to get services and that kind of stuff? And you have to kind of take people through those discussions, right? To really get them to focus, because they know that. You can lead them, but you can't determine it for them.
Just because I know Phil is next, and I'm going to take a point of privilege, Phil. I will also hit the point on the storytelling. I think we have to stop trying to figure out how to tell security stories. It's not working because people come to a place, they meet us in a place of fear, even if they're not actively responding to an attack. And the example I give, I recently wrote an article in Wired about how cyber attacks are eroding hard-fought civil rights gains. And while I appreciate that the cyber community loved the article, Wired ran the article, I advocated for the PDF because I couldn't get it from behind the paywall, because I'm like, this isn't really a cyber article. This is a civil rights article. And turns out the civil rights community is not checking Wired as much as we are. And I need them to read the article. And the way people have responded, the people I was trying to reach, they don't say like, oh, I want to talk to you about cyber attacks. They say, I want to talk to you about healthcare hesitancy, because I talked about how healthcare attacks are eroding trust in health services for communities that already have historic distrust issues. They say, I want to talk to you about how identity fraud is impacting public schools and low-income students in a way that's going to be different than their more resource counterparts. They don't say, I want to talk to you about ransomware attacks on schools. That's not the language that they use. That's not the language that they know. But figuring out how to tell a story that they are already working on. They're already working on trust issues in the healthcare system. They're already working on identity issues and the long-term effects that has on students of color. You have to tell the story that people are already listening to. You can't keep trying to bring people to the security story. Yeah.
We have time for Phil's question?
Quick point, I guess, not going to shock anybody that it echoes off what Tony and I think Nicole was saying. I'm one of the many people in the room who worship at the Church of Tony Sager, so the patron saint. But
there are a lot of us.
Yeah, absolutely. So it is my observation, which you can disagree with if you like, that since the onset of auto updating, the most effective thing seen for cyber hygiene and cybersecurity is nothing any government, nonprofit, or group of industry did. It is one simple thing that was done by a couple of companies, and that is when Microsoft and Google turned on two-factor authentication by default for their webmail platforms. That, you know, at the drop of a hat, it met people where they are. It gave them what they needed, and it instituted a mechanism for hygiene worldwide for literally billions of people. I think about 1.8 billion people. So the question is, and since one of your ransomware task force recommendations related specifically to that, how do we actually make progress on that? What's the policy environment? What are the incentives you bring to bear to make sure more of that happens? That more MSPs and MSSPs and cloud providers do those things that do scale, because they don't ask end users to do anything. They ask them to continue to use the services they're already using.
Anybody want to address that in 5 seconds?
Secure by design. I mean, I think that's the whole point of secure by design, right? Like, yeah, I only have 5 seconds. Sorry, Phil. Secure by design.
Listen, you all have no idea how lucky you are that we didn't get to the dad jokes. But I do want to thank these dedicated professionals for sharing their knowledge with us today. Please give them a round of applause. You dropped the R from your last name. I just want to say.
Right. So I hope everyone's able to shake off the post-lunch doldrums here a little bit. I am exceedingly pleased to introduce the next session, which will be moderated by our own Megan Stiefel, and this will be a fireside chat with Director Jen Easterly and Mr. Craig Newmark of Craig's List and Craig Newmark Philanthropies. We'll be turning the stage over to them right now.
In the middle, Craig. No escaping us. Well, good afternoon, everyone, and hopefully you can hear me. I want to begin by saying thank you to Director Easterly for making the time to join us. And of course, we've been heaping praise on Craig for his support for the Ransomware Task Force and the work that we've been undertaking but we're going to shift a little bit and really talk about cyber civil defense and how we can really focus on an ecosystem-wide ecosystem-wide effort. A few of the conversations this afternoon have, and this morning, identified and drew upon some efforts that have been put in place since the Ransomware Task Force report was launched. Someone had mentioned the ransomware vulnerability warning pilot. Now, you can't say that fast very many times, but I don't know how much of the community, to the point that was made on the earlier panel, outside of DC knows what that is. There's also the effort of pre-ransomware notification efforts. And again, I think, and as we talk about in the report, these are great resources, and we need more of the community, more of the country, and more of our partners and allies to know about these capabilities. So the first question I was going to pose is to Director Easterly to talk a little bit more about the pre-ransomware notification process and the vulnerability warning pilot.
Great to be here, in particular with, so everyone's familiar, I think, with CERCIA by now, the Cyber Incident Reporting for Critical Infrastructure Act. Can you hear me? I think your mic's not on. That.
There we go. I think it's on. Sounds like it's on.
Hello? Hello? Is it on? All right. So CERCIA, Cyber Incident Reporting for Critical Infrastructure Act, which we just, it's really on. We just published the notice of public rulemaking earlier this month. Part of that legislation asked us to develop what's called a ransomware vulnerability warning pilot, or RVWP, which is marginally easier to say than ransomware vulnerability warning pilot. And essentially, you can think about ransomware warning pilot, and then, as you mentioned, the pre-ransomware notification initiative, which was not part of the legislation, but both of these efforts evolved relatively at the same time. In 2023, really end of 2022, the warning pilot is focused on reducing the prevalence of ransomware by using our vulnerability scanning tools to let businesses know if they have vulnerabilities that need to be patched. And a lot of this draws from the known exploited vulnerabilities catalog that the team published in November of 2021, and that's been updated regularly. And now there's tags specifically for vulnerabilities that are being used for ransomware. And so we'll send out notifications to elements that have signed up for our cyber hygiene scanning, or if we can see them using tools like Shodan, and we'll let them know you need to patch this vulnerability, and it's got that extra urgency if it's one that's been used for ransomware. So that's the warning pilot. And since we started that, we've done that 2,049 times to all sectors. I think at this point in time, we have 7,000 entities across the country that are signed up for cyber hygiene. That number will go up, I think, precipitously in the coming year when we kick off a new program, which is called Ready, Set, Cyber, which we're piloting now. We hopefully be able to do formally by the end of the year. And that will help us automate these capabilities so that you can get this information much more rapidly. So that's the pilot. And then pre-ransomware notification initiative is essentially when we get tips. I think there's probably a lot of the researchers that are here from folks who can see malware being laid down on entities. They reach out to us. We're actually part of the Trust Circle, a couple of folks on our team. Dave Stern in particular is a real hero in this space and works with great folks in the research community to notify vulnerable entities that are in either early stages of ransomware or early stage of impact. So it's reducing the impact and lets them know that you're going to have a bad day if you don't do X, Y, and Z. And they've done that about 2,000 times as well. So, you know, all the sectors as well. Now, we talk about in your report how ransomware keeps getting worse and worse. And I mean, I'll just tell you from the stopransomware.gov, one-stop shop, the JRTF work that we're doing, the PRNI, the RVWP, the KEV stuff, I mean, I imagine the numbers would be much, much higher, frankly, if this community had not come together over the last 3 years to try and put some of this in place. Is that a magic solution? Not at all. But I think the work, and it really is community work, it really is dependent upon folks like the researchers who we've catalyzed good relationships with, and the folks on our team who are working on this every single day, but still a huge problem, as you know.
Yes. Thank you for that. And those are great numbers. We're happy to help extol the virtues of listening when the phone rings and it's someone from the CISA network reaching out to give a warning to people so that they don't become further victimized by ransomware. Unfortunately, though, we still are in a case where there are too many ransomware incidents. And we're going to turn to Craig in just a minute, but first I'm going to ask Director Easterly another question. The question here is around we all, to the cyber civil defense point, have a role to play in cyber, particularly both preparedness, but also response. And so thinking about the constant calls from the law enforcement community to please report incidents to some part of the US government, that obligation and opportunity is really centralized in CISA. So now that the NPRM has been launched, published, I know that was a ton of work. How do you think, Director Easterly, we can leverage the Cyber Civil Defense Initiative community to help succeed in the...
Well, I mean, that was the first formal big rule that we did, and we were very consultative about it because we wanted to ensure that we were creating something that was not putting an extra burden on companies that were already under duress. And that's why the other part of CIRCIA was the Cyber Incident Reporting Council, to work with the other players across the US government on how we can best harmonize this regulation. So we did 24 listening sessions. We had a request for information where we got dozens of comments in, and we ended up with a rule that is about 460 pages, which I'm told is actually a small rule compared to many that have been done by the department. But that's been out, and we have a 60-day period to give comments. And so the first thing everybody can do is provide us comments so we can continue to churn on it and not have to wait longer than next year because we have 18 months to go through all the comments. I think, and we tried to accelerate this rule process. Congress wanted it to be a full rulemaking, but this is one of the most important things that are out there in order for us to understand the breadth and depth of the ransomware ecosystem. So we absolutely need to get this in place. And it's not because we want to name or shame or blame or stab the wounded. It's not about going after a company and damaging a reputation. It really is entirely about understanding what the threat is, rendering assistance if necessary, and then most importantly, it is being able to take that information and share it broadly with the community to prevent others from becoming a victim. So case in point with Avanti, that was a pretty serious vulnerability. We were working closely with the company. We put multiple products out. We ended up putting an emergency directive act out. As we put out publicly and were transparent around it, we had 2 incidents because of the Avanti technology. And frankly, using that information and what we learned and putting that into the advisory so that we could get that information out to the community, that's incredibly important. Like, at the end of the day, ransomware is crime. We're not going to have all crime go away. And there's many things we can do, but we minimize it so that everybody is locking their doors and windows by taking the steps in cyber hygiene. And then we have to have that neighborhood watch, that whole community where if you see something, then you want us to know so that we can help protect the entire community. So I'm excited about it. And what you can do is comment on it, help us get it right, and so we can publish it next year.
Well, I know several of us within the Ransomware Task Force are intending to do so. So, and we wouldn't be here today without Craig's support, both for the RTF, but also for the Cyber Civil Defense Initiative. For those of you who joined us last year, Craig shared the stage with Wendy, and he spoke a bit about his priorities for the Cyber Civil Defense Initiative. So Craig, what's the deal this year?
Well, I'm trying to reflect on what's my personal deal about all this and what maybe the country could be doing about it. I grew up in the 50s and 60s. I'm very old. And my parents were telling me like how dad fought in the Pacific behind a desk. And my mom learned accounting so the accountant could pick up a rifle and go overseas. Everyone during World War II who could play a role in the fight played a role in the fight. And that inspires me for now. Because in World War II, the fight was largely overseas. In this phase of cyber warfare, a lot of the fight is over here. The theater of operations includes possible munitions like our coffee makers or our cars, because they're all interconnected gadgets. So I'm trying to figure out in some reasonable way, what can we ask of regular people so that we can help defend each other? Things like getting a password manager, accepting passkeys when offered, using single sign-on. When your system asks to be updated, update the system. And for that matter, when you go to buy a device, for your home or your garage, well, something you want there, if you're going to bring a device into your home, you want them ideally to have designed in security from the very beginning. The deal is that we want them to secure our world. We want that secure by design. And I want civilians to be asking the manufacturers, hey, what have you done to make sure this internet gadget that we're bringing into our home or our garage is going to be safe for us? And nutrition labels are part of that, but they're coming a little later. The deal is that regular people need to ask manufacturers, hey, how are you keeping things protected? Now, what that's going to mean is that when regular people are asking the IT and software development staffs of manufacturers, that's going to cause some resentment. Frankly, it's going to piss some people off. And I'm going to ask civilians that if you're in that situation, blame me. That's okay. I'm used to pissing people off. And I wish that was a joke. But similarly, when also regular people need to ask local government in different forms, particularly your utility commissions, hey, what are you doing to keep our water supplies, our electrical supplies, transportation? What are you doing to keep that safe? Is that world adequately secured? And similarly, when regular people ask IT specialists, software developers, they're going to resent it. They're going to take it as a challenge. It's going to piss them off. But again, if that happens, blame me. I don't mind being an asshole if it serves the country. And many of my people in my past might tell me that I've done that without actually protecting the country. But these are the things that I'm trying to do right now. The idea is that we want everyone to play some role in protecting the country as much as they can. We can all practice better cyber hygiene, and what that means is improving. And then we could all encourage in a respectful and serious way the people who can protect us. We let them know that it's a hard job. We're giving overworked people more to do. Your plan B, of course, is to blame me. But the idea is that I think we all can work together like we did in World War II and beyond. There's going to be a lot more volunteering. That's the Cyber Civil Defense Network stuff. But for a lot of us, we do what we can. Me, it's like I'm not the nerd you want, but I'm the nerd you got.
We remain very grateful for your, what is the chemist?
Dysfunction.
Nerd whiz.
Lack of social skills.
No. So Craig mentioned Secure Our World, which the agency launched last fall. Thank you. A few of us in the room here were part of that launch of Secure Our World.
I'll invoice you.
Bill Reidinger from GCA is here. MasterCard, I know, is in the room as well. So Director Easterly, I know between Secure Our World and Secure by Design, obviously these things go hand in hand, and I'm hoping you can share with us a bit about the next direction for Secure Our World.
Yeah, super excited. So we launched it last year, as you said, many folks were there. Big campaign that was authorized and we got money from the Congress on it. If you go to the website, it's got tip sheets and animation. It's focused on individuals and families, small businesses, and also technology manufacturers. And I'll get more to Secure by Design in a bit. But when we were first thinking about this campaign and how to make an impact, I said, I've had this thing for about 5 years now that I've always wanted to do cyber schoolhouse rock, because of course I grew up with Schoolhouse Rock. How many people remember Schoolhouse Rock, right? I'm just a billion, I'm only, so it's like, in the preamble and all of that. So I've always wanted to do this. And so I said, we've got to do something like this. And so we finally were able to come up with a Cyber Schoolhouse Rock version that we're going to launch. I know you're excited about it. That we're going to launch at RSA. There's a 3-minute extended pop version that we're actually going to play with musical instruments. And then there's a cool cartoon that Craig is going to help us get amplified, and that we would love ISTs. But as you said, it's just 4 basic things that prevents 98% of cyber attacks. We have to make cyber hygiene as common as brushing your teeth and washing your hands. And it's, 4 very basic things to secure our world, right? Can you sing it? Can you sing it? You can.
Schoolhouse Rock was about
Right.
20 years after my
No,
time,
no,
but
this
I-
generation, it's like nostalgia. You know what I'm talking about.
I do know it will be really appealing to
You're
a
gonna
lot
love
of
it.
people. I can't wait.
I know. see?
Especially the Taylor's version.
Exactly.
I'm looking forward to.
Exactly.
I'm looking
Exactly.
forward to that version.
No, it's good. It's install your updates, make better passwords, think before you click, and use multiple factors. Right?
20 years after my time.
Yeah, I'm teasing it, but that's going to be awesome. And we're going to be looking for everybody to help get the cartoon out on
Oh.
Secure by Design.
It's awesome already.
It's awesome. So I showed Craig a teaser. I was so excited about it. I was like, Craig, he's like, where are the pigeons? Anyway, Secure
We'll
by
explain
Design.
that later.
I was telling Megan that, there's a lot about villains. There's a lot about victims. We do not talk enough about vendors. And this is my challenge to IST. There is about 1 line in that report on Secure by Design. And to me, that is the way we fix this problem ultimately. We all have individual responsibility. Community has individual responsibility. The government has individual responsibility, but the way we are going to actually drive down the number of attacks and the number of successful attacks is if we go upstream and ensure that technology that is deployed and delivered is in fact prioritized to be secure, not features, not speed to market, not driving down costs, but secure. That's why we're in this issue, and that's why we've done this huge campaign. It's actually a year today, our Secure by Design campaign. One of the things that I would highlight is we're doing this series of alerts for technology manufacturers, and we're really pointing out some very basic vulnerabilities that should be fixed before they're delivered. So for example, SQL injection. I think your report talks about the MOVEit vulnerability that caused a lot of ransomware. That's a very basic vulnerability that was solved 20 years ago. Same with path traversal. We're about to put out a Secure by Design alert that's ConnectWise that we know just had a big impact in the ransomware ecosystem. So that's incredibly important. One last thing that I'd say as I read your very good report is I think we should get away from using words like 0 day. I'm going to throw out something provocative. A lot about 0 days in there. We talk about 0 days like they're an act of God or an act of nature, right? They can't be prevented. The 0 days got me. At the end of the day, there are some very sophisticated techniques that are used, but the vast majority of the ways that vulnerabilities get exploited are because of known public defects. And we need to start talking in a language that's less about, well, the victim or why did it happen, and more about why was this product delivered with these common vulnerabilities that were solved many years ago. So I just think as you all think about the next steps in the task force, which has made such an impact, we should think more about the vendors and then also about how we talk about these things. Because I worry that the 0 day people hear that and they're like, the only thing we can do is clean up on aisle 9. And I don't think that that's accurate.
Couldn't agree more. And we look forward to working on Secure by Design. Unfortunately, we are almost out of time, but I think about, and a few of you have heard me quip, and Craig made reference to Taylor Swift. So, and actually, I think when I was with you all last year, I was talking a bit about this at the Zero Summit. Right now, we're in a position of death by 1,000 cuts. So how do we get ourselves out of this? And we couldn't agree more that it is a twofold, right? The actions, many of the actions we've been talking about today are holding actions because we need to get to a marketplace that's dominated by Secure by Design. However, we are not there yet. And so we are, along with you, looking forward to the launch of Secure by Design, Secure Our World next phase. In the interim, we thought we would honor Craig's self-ageism comments, and work to raise awareness around ransomware and harken back to themes from World War II. So we have a little bit of a gift for you, Craig. And we hope that it will help us reach more audiences. So if you to Director Easterly's very important point, prepare, don't pay. Prepare can also and certainly should be prepare by designing securely. And so we look forward to the next phase of this effort. But
Very nice likeness of you.
thank you, Craig, for all that you've done.
It is hair.
For the Cyber Civil Defense Initiative, there are stickers which we will, you may take, and Craig, if this will go home with you on the train, you're welcome to keep it. So thank you again. Awesome.
I think my new porn name will be 0 Day.
Good. Thank you again. Thanks, everyone.
Excellent expression. I still have my mic on, don't I?
Yes, you do.
Oh, yeah.
From now on, I'm going to go around with my mic on. Here, hold it.
Of course.
I've got
You can
other
have the
stuff in
respond panel come on up.
Okay.
All right, we will go ahead and get started here. My name is Michael Daniel, and I am currently the president and CEO of the Cyber Threat Alliance, which is a nonprofit information sharing organization for cybersecurity providers. I am also one of the co-chairs on the Ransomware Task Force. You've been getting a steady parade of us through here today. So this is the failure panel. By that, I mean we have heard from the disrupt folks about actually disrupting the adversaries. We've heard about deterring them before they actually take steps. We've heard about being better prepared so that, you know, if they try to carry out something against you, it doesn't work. we're about to talk about what happens when all of that fails, right? Because inevitably, sometimes it will. And so how do we actually get better at responding to ransomware incidents when they happen? And so as we start off, I'll have each of the panelists introduce themselves. But of the recommendations in the report, there were 11 recommendations that were associated with respond. We've seen some pretty good progress on about 2 of them. We've got 6 that have had at least a little bit of action and 3 that have really not seen much action at all. So we've clearly got a lot more work that we need to do here. But we've got a great mix of both government and private sector folks up here on the stage, some of whom have had experience at multiple levels of government and in both the public and private sector. So we bring a wealth of experience in actually responding to cyber incidents in general, but ransomware incidents in particular. So, I'm going to start with Eric. Eric, if you could introduce yourself. And the question for you is, what are some actions that the US government has taken to enable organizations to respond to ransomware events more effectively? Although your director just stole a lot of your thunder. But anyway, I'll let you try to say something new.
It's not that's happened. So I'm going to go through and some security assessment. I'll start just by nuancing Michael's opening, which is particularly when it comes to a ransomware intrusion, there are different shades of failure. And the worst case failure of definitely user error. Test. Is that better? Oh, maybe.
Not user error. First time for that too. Wow, user error. All right. So refining Michael's opening a little bit, particularly when it comes to ransomware incidents, there are differing shades of failure. And the worst kind of failure, the reason, frankly, why we are all here, the reason why the task force was established, is the kind of failure that results in impacts to Americans' health and well-being, that results in impact to public health and safety, that results in hospitals diverting patients and critical functions not being delivered, 911 systems being degraded. That is the failure that we need to be ultimately focused on. And there's a lot of things that happen before that event occurs. And so I know our director, Jenny Shirley, just spoke a lot about our pre-ransomware notification efforts, but I want to abstract out the work that we are doing around pre-ransomware notifications, because the fact that we are able to do pre-ransomware notifications means that it is a known fact when an organization experiences a ransomware compromise, and there is a time period post-compromise between harm. And just to be extremely clear about the way that our pre-ransomware notifications work today, and I know Jen shared some of our remarkable stats, that work is entirely propelled by the heroic efforts of independent researchers doing this work on their own time. There is no reason, except perhaps for perceived barriers of contract or liability or trust, why almost every single ransomware intrusion can't be seen by some organization upstream and enabling a notification before harm occurs. And so, Michael, to your opening point, are we going to get to the point anytime in the near future where the number of initial intrusions gets to 0? Probably not. That's a very auspicious goal. Could we get to the point where the number of ransomware intrusions that result in an encryption event that yields harm to public health and safety? I say the answer is yes. But to do that, we have to really collectivize around this notion that there is a duty to warn, not just from the government, not just from the independent research, but every organization with visibility into actor activity, into actor targeting of US critical infrastructure has a duty to warn and a duty to notify. And that inflection in the model, that inflection in how we drive accountability to protect those who are most vulnerable, we've made a lot of progress there, but it is still a drop in the bucket. By making sure that we are collectivizing this work, we can make a much bigger impact.
Yeah, thanks, Eric. And I think one of the most interesting parts of all of this space is that, almost every organization that we're talking about is that we're talking about in this area, right, in the response area, what we can do better from the government side, from the private sector side, how we help that. The entities that are doing the response are also potential victims themselves, right? So it's kind of both at the same time. And I think nothing really exemplifies that more than like the state and local government situation, where both trying to assist, their constituents, but also are like huge targets right now for ransomware actors. And Jeff, you've had a lot of experience at that. And what are some of the things that state and local governments are thinking about in this space, and how do they need to get better at doing response?
Is this on? Here.
Yep.
Okay, there we go. So thank you for the question, Michael. And before providing a response, I just want to also say thank you and congratulations for all the work of the Ransomware Task Force. It strikes me, and I came prepared with one quote only from Sir Edmund Hillary. It says, "People do not decide to become extraordinary, they decide to accomplish extraordinary things." So I think it's amazing when a group of people who are trying to accomplish something extraordinary on behalf of the citizens of this country come together. So congratulations on the effort. First, to introduce myself in a newer capacity, my name is Jeff Brown. I am at the full service incident response firm Arete. Oftentimes people ask me, what does Arete mean? Arete, in keeping with my comments about Sir Edmund Hillary, means the pursuit of excellence. So another thing that I think this whole room is all about. Now, speaking specifically to SLTT, I think some comments earlier today said this much better than I ever could. Comments from Nicole, comments from Craig, certainly comments from Director Easterly. And I would sum it all up as, in the local spaces, the rubber hits the road when you are serving the citizen. And in the response space, there are so many ways where local governments serve the citizen. In my time in New York City, we took both an administrative and technical approach. We looked at the policies that existed and we pushed the envelope on what we could implement technically. Some of you have heard me talk about the measure instituted under de Blasio administration in New York City called NYC Secure. That was an interesting capability to push the envelope of what could be done from a policy perspective to support something that was technical that could go into the hands of citizens. What I find interesting, to answer your question, is when it comes to state and local governments, there is both a push and a pull that can only happen when you have that direct connectivity. And that push and the pull happens because a citizen may be given into their hands a capability to better guard themselves. But then also on the flip side, when they need to respond, when they need help, what we want to do is give in the arms of those local governments that oftentimes don't have the capabilities, they do not have the knowledge. So when a citizen says, I am in trouble, the local government answers the phone and doesn't say, I'm not sure what to do, let me get back to you. And unfortunately, that is the state of many local governments when a small business or a citizen comes under a ransomware event. What we need to do through the leadership of individuals like Kirsten and Eric and through what DHS is doing and beyond is to give those responders the ability to say, I know what to do and I'm here to help. And that, I think, is a driving force in how state and locals both will improve their own abilities to respond and serve the citizen.
No, that's great. And sort of always having that in the back of, in your back pocket, the knowledge to, even if you aren't the right person, be able to get them to the right person. I mean, that's absolutely critical. And I think it's, very clear that in many cases, people are going to reach out to their local governments first before they ever think about going up to the national level. So I'm going to turn next to Sandra, no relation to the other Joyces, either Rob or Sean in the, cybersecurity space. But Sandra, you've had just probably more experience than you really want in the, in the response space. And so coming at it from the private sector side, what advice would you have for policymakers who are trying to actually get the response processes better across the board?
Well, I think that to start, I think Director Easterly's comments made a lot of sense to me because in terms of vulnerabilities, so when a policymaker is trying to think about how to engage with citizens or how to create sustainable, durable legislation, just to think about the realities on the ground when they're doing that. I'll give you an example. So what Director Easterly's comments reminded me of was that in Q4, when we looked at about 60% of the incidents that we responded to, and respond to well over 1,300 every year. And the 60% of those were based on an initial intrusion that exploited a vulnerability, a known vulnerability. And so, yeah, when we think about legislation and policy, how can we account for some of these realities? How can we account for a shifting threat landscape where soon we will be in a situation, I believe, that with all these living off the land techniques and the shift to more aggressive tactics by threat actors and states that are doing things that are harder to attribute, it's going to make it harder, even more so, for defenders and for organizations that don't have, that level of skill and resource to respond. It's just simply not a fair fight, especially when we're thinking about things like that we've seen, Iranian, Chinese, and possibly Russian linked actors in our water as we speak here today. The municipalities and local governments that are actually defending in those areas, it is not a fair fight. These are not people who are resourced or skilled for that type of defense. And I think the last thing I would remind policymakers, and they need help, right? And so policymakers should also remember a very important thing, that when an organization is ransomed or there's extortion, it really is one of the worst days in that person's career. And I don't know that that's probably lost on people who are, looking at just from a policy perspective. And we're also seeing much more aggressive and brutal techniques like threats to family members, illicit pictures, threatening to send them to organizations. So the reality is it can be a very brutal place. It's not the moment to have 5, 6, 10 different legislative functions and reporting frameworks that we have to think about. How can we make it simple? How can we make it efficient and fit for purpose?
Yeah, and what I think is really interesting, Sandra, about what you just said there, that ties into a theme that we've heard across almost all the panels today, is this idea of leverage. Like when we're talking about disruption, where are the greatest points of leverage? Where are the greatest points that we could hit to have the most impact? When we're talking about deterrence, how do we spread that as far for the amount of effort that we have to put in? For preparedness, where is it that what are the actions that get you the furthest down the road? And now we're talking about in response, what are those things that we can do that have the greatest ability to help inform others, but that also impose the least amount of burden on somebody that's going through what you were saying is their worst day, right? And so this theme of leverage is one that I think we ought to take away from today about, we haven't on the defender side been doing as good a job at looking for those points of leverage and focusing on those, I think, as we could. And that's something the attackers do quite frequently. I think on the prepare panel, we heard a lot about the resources that are out there to help you prepare. But I think that's also true. There are a number of resources out there on the response side as well. And Kirsten, this is something in your space and both in and out of government that you spend a lot of time on. So can you talk a little bit about some of the resources that are out there for companies that are struggling to respond to a ransomware incident?
Sure. And a lot of this, we've talked about this issue for so long. And so we were talking outside how this is an evolution of preparedness, of response recovery, what we've learned about resilience. And so just starting from some of the basics about what's out there, we all know the value of tabletop exercises, right? And so when we look at these, it's understanding, what does a company have? What does it need? But what's fascinating is, I don't know, we're not Chatham House rules, but so there was an exercise that I was doing for a company a few years ago on ransomware. And when we went through the whole exercise, there were two things that came up. The first was the CEO said, one of our mission issues, one of our primary values is that we don't work with malicious actors. And so what that signaled to the whole team was, we're never going to pay a ransom. So what does that mean? So there was this fascinating cascading impact of how that addressed for the company what it was going to do. Similarly, I was doing another exercise in another sector, and there were all these lessons learned from the ransomware exercise that were never applied, right? So when we look at these pieces, the point as we're going through this is, how do we action what we know? And we see these in very broad terms. Eric said, very passionately. If you ever think that you're bored about ransomware, you need to listen to Eric talk about the value of CISA and what we do and what CISA has done because of where impact lies. And it's about the people, right? When we think about cybersecurity, we often say, you know, it's these technology solutions which are out there, but at the end of the day, it's who are the people that are investing in this. Craig talks about this so importantly, which is what is our responsibility as individuals? And so whether you're part of a large corporation or a small business or a state and local government, it's the responsibility to understand what your role is and also how you're feeding into the broader piece about preparing and being more resilient. So from a corporation perspective, it's the value of exercises, understanding what the principles are. But for small and medium-sized businesses, for state and local governments, it's how are you connecting to the resources? One of the things that we launched through the great leadership of George Stathopoulos from Apple at CISA was the Cyber 311 concept, which is essentially a hotline at the state and local level where you can pick up the phone and talk about what's happened to you, what are the issues, and then you're given solutions and given a way to address it. So it's both how do you prepare as a company, but where are your resources and who is on the front line? When Craig talks about this as cyber civil defense, one of the things that we really distilled during my time at CISA, thanks to the leadership of Jen and Eric and others, was what is the role of the people who are out there that have the expertise on the front lines to help and support, and creating those communities of knowledge and information sharing so that when we do know that there's a ransomware event out there, we're able to share the TTPs, we're able to understand it to prevent. But I have to go to something that Jen said, and I know has come up a lot, which is ransomware is a symptom of a much greater issue. And ransomware typically is not sophisticated, it's opportunistic. And where we then end up putting the responsibility for how to mitigate these impacts comes from the desire and the need to urge software manufacturers to really bake the security into the design process. We know this, we have to move the needle on this piece. And while we're doing that, while we're changing the culture, the importance of frontline knowledge and information sharing and preparing to be more resilient is how we get through this next phase of evolution as we're managing not just the ransomware issue, but all the threats that come after us when we are vulnerable because of opportunism, not because of sophistication.
Thank you. I think, you talked about evolution, Kirsten, and so we've actually got a really good example of the evolution of how the US government is approaching the cybersecurity in general, but ransomware in particular, because we actually have DOJ and DHS sitting next to each other on stage, right? And for anybody that's been involved in this for as long as I have, that's actually a big step forward. And it's a welcome one to actually see. So, Sonia, I'm going to give you a chance to talk about sort of, what victims should know about DOJ and FBI's response to cyber incidents, and sort of how does Justice Department fit in with what CISA does, particularly in the response space.
Thanks, Michael, and good afternoon, everybody. My name is Sonia Jimenez, and I work for the Criminal Division of the Department of Justice in the Computer Crime and Intellectual Property Section, or CSIPs. As many of you probably know, we're not only involved in litigating cybercrime cases. In fact, my caseload is almost exclusively ransomware cases, but we're, of course, involved in policy issues. And I'm very happy to be sitting here next to Eric because we do have parallel missions in this space. And I think when people think about response, thinking about the reporting or the law enforcement component isn't necessarily the first thing that comes to mind as they're navigating these response issues. The difference between CISA and DOJ in the response world is that, of course, CISA is involved with asset protection, mitigating the impact of the event. And DOJ, through the FBI and the NCIJTF, the National Cyber Investigative Task Force, are responsible for threat response. We're conducting the law enforcement or national security investigation. We're looking at collecting evidence. We're looking at developing attribution or identifying opportunities to take steps to mitigate the immediate threat that's presented. And companies should be thinking about reporting in the same breath as they are thinking about response. For those companies that are in a position where they are following these recommendations that came from the Prepare panel that are conducting tabletop exercises, I would urge them to also consider reporting as part of that preparation, looking to establish a relationship with your local FBI field office in advance of the attack happening, and then take that contact information and keep it someplace other than on your computer system. Everybody wants an immediate return on their investment, and there is an immediate return in reporting to FBI because, as I think Brett Leatherman mentioned earlier, there is information that FBI has that they can provide related to what the company, the victim company, might see the threat actors doing in their network. How are they going to be moving through the network? What TTPs or IOCs might the company think? So you get an immediate return right there. But also, where do you think FBI is getting that information? In many instances, they're getting it because some victim before you has reported that information to FBI, and that information either directly led to something helpful for the victim under attack, or it was leveraged by FBI to develop information that was going to be helpful. I think developing a culture of reporting is something that benefits all of the victims, both in the immediate and in the long term. We've heard a lot today, for example, about the Lockbit disruption. And while I wasn't personally involved with that, I feel fairly confident that a lot of the information that led to the ability to carry out that operation came, at least in part, from victims who had reported and provided this information to law enforcement. Now, can I ever go to a particular company and say, hey, guess what? You didn't get victimized by Lockbit because we were able to disrupt their operations, and you don't know it, but if we hadn't disrupted them, you would have been the next victim that they targeted. Unfortunately, I'm never going to be able to go to a company and tell them that. But the fact is that those invisible benefits are out there, and they come about in part because we have information from victims. DOJ is very experienced, and FBI are very experienced in dealing with the concerns that victims have. Those are things that we can address with the victims as they arise. We are not only have laws that protect victims, but also policies that protect victims as well. And so these are not situations where we're blind to the concerns that victims may have about reporting, but we are a tool that can be available if a victim does report. And ultimately, we are a little bit dependent on each other in this space. We have to be. And so reporting benefits not only you, but also your fellow companies, who then, when they report, you benefit in turn.
Thank you. So now I want to turn to some of the recommendations that were in the original Ransomware Task Force report that we've reiterated in the latest progress report. And really, when you take a step back and you look at what we were recommending in the response space, it was really about how how do you enable companies to have a better response, but how do you enable them to not pay the ransom, right? And if we're, this is all part of going down this path of how do you lower the barriers to not pay, if you will. How do you make it so that companies don't want, because nobody wants to pay, right? They feel compelled to pay. They have some overriding reason why they pay. And so how do you change that calculus in a meaningful way? You heard Chris Krebs talk about the fact that, well, perhaps maybe you should not trust the criminals. That seems fairly obvious, but are there more explicit ways that you can take that into account? And so one of the recommendations in the Ransomware Task Force report was to actually, in fact, conduct a cost-benefit analysis before you make a ransomware payment. And my question is, for anybody who wants to respond, do you think many organizations make such an explicit analysis before they make a payment decision? And how could such an analysis actually help reduce payments?
I'm happy to start off. So hands down, the reason that victims pay most of the time is because they have looked at the potential disruption to their business operations and have calculated some financial benefit to getting back to business as soon as possible. Now, the comment by Chris Krebs is pretty valid. So one thing we do at Mandiant Intelligence is we do a lot of interesting work looking at these threat actors, because many of them are the usual suspects, and they continue to to launch these ransomware campaigns through affiliates, across the world. And we know generally, we know generally which ones are likely to give you back your data or decrypt and set you on your way, but we also know that some of them are not legitimate. We can give that advice, but I doubt that your average defender in a company somewhere, almost half of which that we respond to are actually under 200 people. So I doubt that they're fully equipped to be able to have that type of knowledge for each individual affiliate or threat actor that they're dealing with. So there are a lot of components to this. And I would say that what we're asking organizations to do is go beyond the most immediate, cost benefit, to not say, well, we need, we are a manufacturing business. For every minute we're offline, we lose, $500,000, right? That's a very real calculus being put up front. Can there be technology that allows for quick, return to operations? Is there another way that they can ease that piece? Because that's, in our experience, the reason they pay is to get back to business.
So like Sandra, in our response activities, we see victims conducting the activity that you asked about, Mike, too late. When they're in the heat of things, the precision of doing that cost benefit analysis, that battle damage assessment, I mean, they do it, and that is an inject to their calculation, but it's likely too late. With that said, I think one thing to the question of how we can do better from a response perspective is this notion of interoperability. Early on in my career, I was a simple staffer on the 9/11 Commission, and one of the big lessons of that effort was information sharing, breaking silos. And I think on the defender side for cybersecurity, the more we figure out how to be truly interoperable across the entire victim lifecycle, that will provide that victim with more optionality. What we often see is there is not just the detect, help contain. Perhaps in a firm like my own, we do threat actor communications, facilitation, but then you get to restore and recover. And the more that is a seamless set of opportunities for a victim to leverage, perhaps the better we can get them through that day without making that very difficult and terrible choice.
Any other, Kirsten, did you have anything?
I'll just offer that when we look at resilience, it's also about supply chain resilience. So I'll take it from the perspective of somebody, of an entity that owns the supply chain. One of the things when we were running a nonprofit post the commission in 2016, but during COVID, was large companies that absolutely had their act together around resilience, multi-factor, all of these pieces, had not prepared for the small business in their supply chain that got shut down because of ransomware and what that did to the supply chain. So we've got to take care of the businesses, but then it's also, there's a responsibility on owners of supply chain to help with that. So I think the interoperability piece that Jeff mentions is really important. I'm also cautious of the industry that has been created around ransomware. So we look at companies that can do analysis on actors and talk about, if they offer this amount of money, will they bring it down? How many days do you have? That is an immediate response to deal with the problem. But again, we can't have that conversation without appreciating the fact that we are really addressing symptoms and that getting at the root cause of this is important. And it does evolve. And I know this is something that the task force has looked at. And I think it's really important, the role of insurance when we're looking at ransomware and how we're protecting, but also how we're inspiring the right environment for managing these types of threats and for resilience to get to where we want to go, to that point about minimizing payment. There's always this theoretical discussion, should ransomware payments be illegal at some point, but we're certainly not there to protect the companies that actually need that protection. And so I think as we're looking at this, there are these pieces to look at resilience. Who has that opportunity to offer support and help supply chain owners, but also ensuring that we in the space that are working across this and leadership of companies like Mandy and what Sandra's doing at Google, it's very important that we're driving toward the environment and the reality that we want, not the one that manages the issue of the day.
Great. Any other So we will be turning to the audience for questions. As Chris Painter would say, we're going to open the audience for questions so that you should get ready for that. Or I will also go down John Davis's path of dad jokes. I'm sure I can come up with some. The other half of oftentimes why companies pay, right, is they also feel like they don't have the resources to do the mitigation right, or the recovery, the actual recovery correctly. And so one of the things that the task force recommended was the creation of some incident response funds that could actually be used from the government to support companies, so that they didn't have to pay. But in the grant, and Congress has actually enacted these authorities, and that's great. And they even appropriated some money for it, and that's great. But they appropriated a very tiny amount of money in the grand scheme of things. It's like $20 million a year over the next 5 years, which, if you're tracking on the $7 trillion US budget, like it's like 0.00002% or something like that, right? So how should we be thinking about the, this ransomware incident response fund? How could it be used? How should we think about the resources that are actually required to do this right? So Eric, maybe I'll start with you since, your agency owns this fund. And there are, and I'll let you talk about and Congress made it really hard to use, by the way. So.
As is often the case, Congress added some degree of complexity. So the Cyber Response and Recovery Act includes the Cyber Response and Recovery Fund for those making a flow chart. Use of the fund as designed in statute has a few prerequisites, and the big ones. The first is that the Secretary of Homeland Security has to declare a significant cyber incident that has specific criteria for demonstrable impacts to national security, national public health and safety, and the like. The second, and actually in many ways the more important one, is that the victim organization requesting help has to make a showing, supported by CISA, that government resources are otherwise exhausted. So the only way to provide that assistance is through disbursement from the Cyber Response and Recovery Fund. To this point, Michael, as your question noted, there has not been an incident that was declared a significant cyber incident as per the Cyber Response and Recovery Act, nor has there been a victim request where CISA was able to say government resources are exhausted. So why is that? First of all, within CISA, we are doing a tremendous amount of work in exercising and tabletopping use of the Cyber Response and Recovery Fund, ensuring that the process to get a declaration by our secretary is well oiled, such that we are able to use the fund if and when the need arises. But really importantly, if we think about the process that would have to take place for a victim organization to come to the government and say, I need these specific resources to do this specific thing, such that CISA could then say, you know what, we've looked at what we can do, we've looked at our available resources, and you're right. We can't give you what you need, therefore, the fund is now available. That requires a really deep level of collaboration. And if we look at the ransomware landscape, the FBI has some great statistics showing that about 20% of ransomware incidents are ever reported to the government to begin with. And among those that are reported, the number that lead to a rich and robust conversation about what's really happening and what's needed for restoration is much smaller. Now, those conversations are happening, for example, with our partners in the third-party incident response firms, but by and large, they're not happening with the government. And so, a prerequisite for full-fledged, robust use of tools like the Cyber Response and Recovery Fund has to be that trust between the victim and the government to really have the honest and candid conversation about what went wrong and what does recovery and restoration look like. And it's too often the case with ransomware victims that they have likely perfectly reasonable concerns about legal risk and liability that forecloses that kind of robust collaboration, even if the incident is reported in the first instance. And so breaking down those trust barriers is going to be a key dependency to deploying more effective use of this fund that Congress created.
Great. And just Sandra, maybe I'll go to you next, and then Jeff on sort of, okay, so what would it, from your perspective, would some additional resources from the government help in this space? And like, does it need to go to the extreme that Eric was talking about there?
Well, I think it's a very, generous fund, and I think fully, funding it in the, if there was a very, very significant cyber incident at the national level, it would definitely not be enough. I think that that's clear. But just thinking about from a practical application, it's definitely, Eric's point is very valid. Does this organization that requires these funds already know where their local DHS contact is? Do they know about the fund? Are they willing to open their systems and books and make sure that, and by the time they're done doing that, is their business already in pieces because the ransomware event has cleaned them out? It's hard to say. So I think all good intentions, I think Eric's points and the challenges and complexities are perfectly valid for the realities on the ground.
So I think to a certain extent, as we examine any mechanism to assist a victim, it's important to think about the criteria whereby that victim qualifies for that assistance from the government, and acknowledging the absolute paramount importance of life safety and associated national security criticality. I have some concern based on the fact that Arete responds oftentimes to small and medium-sized businesses. These are not the companies, I think, that would perhaps be the first to think about reaching out. But with that said, I think we have an onus on us all as defenders and an onus on our relationship with the government to think about mechanisms that would provide for a more leverage, to your point, Michael, across the entire ecosystem. So we're not forced to choose between the value of one American business versus the value of another, no matter how big they are and how critical they are. I think we owe it to the work we have ahead to examine it more holistically than that.
Any other comments on this one? All right, well, I wanted to open it up to audience questions at this point. So if there are questions, I think I see one over there. So I'm going to make it as difficult for Taylor to get over there as possible.
Hello. Okay, great. So some of the worst attacks over the last few months, and certainly the ones I've responded to, have not been when things are encrypted, to a point where they can't operate. That's actually a really small minority of the cases today. It's when the companies have not been able to contain the threat actor through, I guess, like a normal show of force. So they literally have to pull the internet plug for a few days to get them out. This is kind of like the scattered spider thing again. Sorry to keep bringing them up. I guess my question is, have you found that you've been able to adapt containment approaches other than just turning the internet off to get these guys out? Or is that really the only surefire way to limit their dwell time? Because the ones I've seen, the threat actor has been able to stay in the network sometimes 3 or 4 weeks post detection, which is so anomalous compared to normal ransomware activity.
And I'll expand on that question too, which is, I also think in the length of time that it's been since we did the initial report, we've also, Sandra, I think to some of the points that we've talked about, what the actors are doing is changing, right? And sort of this is like emblematic, I think, of where the actual damage is coming from ransomware. So let's try to take some of that.
Yeah, for sure. So I think scattered spiders aren't they the worst? They're the worst. So, just for those of you who are not tracking, they're a suspected North America, maybe UK-based organization with, when we say APT with them, it's advanced persistent teenagers. But the tactics are so brutal and irresponsible. And I know that seems odd to be talking about, a criminal and then telling them they're irresponsible. They go beyond the normal. So they're the ones who are, again, threatening responders. They're contacting their spouses. They are You know, in one case, we had a responder's wife be told all the ways he was going to kill her, right? And if they didn't pay. So it's not even ransomware anymore. It's not malware at all. It's extortion. And that's a very tough puzzle to solve, because when it's extortion, what you're talking about is, you know, take the most critical pieces and of whatever service is being provided, or take the trust or support for your, in one other case, head of HR, whose intimate pictures are about to be released to the entire organization, right? And so these are just very brutal techniques. So I would say it's, you know, we can talk offline maybe about some other techniques we found with them specifically. But I would say the thing that needs to happen is that these guys need to get put in jail, right? And somehow we need to figure out how is it that we know them by name, we know their techniques, we know so much about them, but they continue to elude our grasp. And that to me is the frustrating part. And I know that personally how many great professionals are working hard on this problem. But I don't need to tell anybody in this room how frustrating something like that can be.
Yeah, so I think one of the other changes that we've seen in the way that ransomware works, right? Sandra was alluding to this, of not only is a lot of the ransomware now really more about the extortion, like pay us or we'll release your data to the universe, pay us or we'll release, you know, damaging facts about you, pay us or we will physically harm you. That starts to change the nature of this crime from being this. I think there were a lot of people that thought for a long time that ransomware is essentially a victimless crime, in the sense that it was mostly affecting companies who were big and had a lot of money, and so who really cared about them having to pay something. But now you're actually talking about, you know, hospitals, businesses, school systems, other things, and threats of physical violence. And that very much changes the nature of how people think about this problem. But I think there's a question right here in the front. Right here. Yeah.
Thank you. This is Alvaro Atofa from Europol. My question is regarding the Cyber Recovery Fund, Response and Recovery Fund. I think that it's a very interesting approach, and I will follow up the question that was, or the statement that was made by Michael regarding that it was a really tiny amount of the government budget. And my question is like, it would be really helping if that amount would be really high, because maybe we could be giving the wrong message to the companies, instead of get ready for what could happen to be able to recover yourself in case of an attack. So work on your business continuity. Instead, if we would be funding heavily this proposal, we could be sending the wrong messages, saying like, don't invest in this because the government will come to give you a hand. So is this the right direction, or how should we go in this line?
Yeah, and I think this is obviously the issue of moral hazard is something that comes up a lot in the insurance area and how we structure that. But Eric, I'll let you.
Yeah, I mean, I think there is a hypothetical version of a federal response and recovery, you know, investment fund that could introduce moral hazard. That is not the fund or program that we have today. I think, you know, that is why, presumably, why Congress set such a high bar for use of the fund. But certainly, you know, we would not want to evolve into an era where we are disincentivizing investment by enterprises. But, you know, I think to Sandra's well taken point, you know, many of the organizations that are victimized by ransomware and are unable to respond and recover effectively are actually not the ones who would reach that national level of impact. And so how do we help those victims more effectively? That is certainly an area where I think investment and consideration is warranted.
I think there's a question right here. And then somebody over there. So.
Hi, Jason Kikta, Senior Technical Advisor Adjunct at IST. So I was reading the proposed CERCIA reporting rules, and one thing that stood out to me was the intent to omit a lot of small businesses from a reporting requirement, right? Which makes sense. It would be, the thought is it would be onerous on them. But the reason it actually concerns me a bit is because, like the entire intent of the reporting, the added reporting requirement is to improve our visibility on this issue. And so if we omit them from our visibility, then we may inadvertently shape the problem down into the smaller businesses, into the schools, the hospitals, local governments. And so, I'm curious for the panel's thought on, how do we better shape our response processes to make sure that we don't just push this problem below the cybersecurity poverty line and, that we're really lifting all boats here.
So I'll just note at the outset, so of course, the CERCIA rule is out for open comment, and so I will not speak to the content of the proposed rule. What I will say more broadly is the goal of CERCIA is in many ways precisely, as you noted, to enable a flow of incident reporting that allows CISA to do rich analysis and information sharing that would contain the spread of campaigns and limit the ability of our adversaries to do such widespread targeting. And certainly we look forward to comments from the community on the proposed rule to ensure that we get that balance right.
Kirsten, did you want to expand as being, out of government now?
Well, I think it's important to note, what Eric's been talking about and what the cybersecurity division has done is really trying to balance all of these issues around education, getting out in the field. And this is the challenge because we have to sequence a moment where we want to mitigate what's happening while also setting the stage for what's going down the road. And I think, if we think about where we were 3 years ago on all of this, there's been so much and progress that's been made both by government and by industry. Having said that, when we look at these issues, I don't think, to Eric's point, anybody's looking to not have these experiences. We were just talking outside that, there's a report that can tell you that ransomware payments have gone down. And there's also a report from an equally credible entity, that this happens where they've gone up. It's how we're getting this information. What we do know is that small businesses, state and local governments, schools at the local level are absolutely targets. And the challenge, to Sandra's earlier point and to a point that Eric made, is when that happens, they're not going to be thinking about any policy issue. They're going to be thinking about, how do I protect the people in my school? How do I protect whatever service I'm offering? So this just goes to the broader ability for state and local governments, for communities, for everybody, to the earlier point, to really have a role in understanding the reporting, knowing the community, and having the resources available. And whether that's through information sharing, to the point of, again, do you know your DHS point of contact? I think CISA has done a great job, again, under Eric's leadership, with what's happening at the regional level. That's a real step forward on the government saying, we are not just a federal institution sitting in Washington, D.C., but we're going to invest in the people on the ground to create those communities and create those abilities for information exchange. And so on the reporting piece, I think, we've got CERCIA, we'll see how that evolves and the rules and the input that's provided. But what we are seeing is this growing evolution of communities being created by government, with communities, with industry, with local governments and schools and institutions to really help on the ground in the moment. And that's what we need right now. That's the urgent call to action for how we're going to address these issues in the moment.
Great. All right, Wendy, last question, and then we have a break.
Thanks. So don't get me wrong, I'm all in favor of civic duty. I mean, I'm a boomer too. But throughout the whole day, I think a lot of the resources and solutions that we've been talking about are all predicated on the notion that I think may be uniquely American, which is that every organization is responsible for securing themselves. Every organization under 200 people and everything, it's like, back in the 50s, every family was supposed to dig their own bomb shelter. Is this really the right way for us to be addressing this? Because I don't think we even know, first of all, what constitutes effective security, and secondly, whether it's even affordable for the vast majority of organizations that are being hit, much less the citizens. And so, I'd really like to hear whether you think we have this all kind of back asswards. And that if we're going to come up with really effective solutions, it's got to be better than saying, okay, do, cyber hygiene, and then our response is going to be a $20 million here, have a toothbrush, sort of thing. Is there a way we can turn this around?
All right, since this is the last question, I'll start down there and we'll go a lightning round, back over this way. So Jeff.
Okay, lightning round. I think that's a fantastic question. I go back to one of my initial comments. We need to examine our policies in order to identify if they're fit to purpose and to apply leverage. Well, leverage will make the greatest difference. And I think that's the spirit of what you're saying. I agree with it.
I think that we are doing everything we can from a resilience perspective, but at some point we need to find the origin of these people and organizations where they are not sitting in the United States, and we need to take care of them.
So I think hold it up near the top. Maybe there you go. There you go. I could start singing just like Jen. So I think there are two issues. I think that the responsibility and accountability of every individual to do their part doesn't actually depend on what we're doing from security and safety. Cyber civil defense, the empowerment of one, whether you're talking about whatever the issue is, whether it's cybersecurity, democracy, it's all about the power of one, the individual's responsibility. I think that's important regardless of what the issue is. So we do all have an accountability and responsibility to do our part. But to your point, I'll go to the fact, absolutely. So we've got to get the software manufacturers engaged so that this isn't an issue that falls on the shoulders of schools, of small businesses, of communities. If we are truly investing in security at the design phase, if we're truly making motions and movements on secure by design and creating secure and safe software and hardware from the beginning, many of these issues are mitigated. But again, that doesn't absolutely absolve anybody from, we all have a role. We have a role to educate. We have a role to be responsible. We have a role to share. But that doesn't preclude the need for software developers and manufacturers to invest in what we know to be the true case for the reality and the future that we're looking to build.
I'll reprise Jen's fireside a bit here, although I can't sing. We have created a culture in cybersecurity where enterprises are expected to systematically compensate for defective technology products. That works really well for mature enterprises that have multi-hundred person vulnerability management teams and control measurement organizations to ensure that those controls are not fragile and that they are patching faster, patching harder every single day. That systematically fails for smaller organizations that cannot manage that burden. And so, as articulated very nicely in the National Cybersecurity Strategy, we need to keep pushing on that shift in accountability to those entities that can bear it. And in the case of small enterprises, that is on the technology providers who need to be delivering services and products that are secure by design.
All right, Sonia.
All right. So I can, of course, only speak from the perspective of the work that we do at the department. And in large ways, we are reactionary to the events that happen. But what I can say is that victims are not alone when it comes to the department. We are a victim-centric organization, and we do what we can to not re-victimize victims. We also had in 2022, Deputy Attorney General Monaco said at the Munich Cybersecurity Conference that we would be shifting to include and focus on activities like disruptions, which do have benefits for victims, as we've seen time and again. And she said it, and we did it. And we've talked about several of them here. There are other events that we haven't talked about that are public. And of course, one of the difficulties in my job is sometimes there are things that are happening that we can't talk about that aren't public or aren't public yet. And so it's always hard to bite your tongue when when there are criticisms of what aren't being seen, but we are doing this to prevent victims from having to go through these events. So victims are not alone. And we are doing what we can to not only support them, but also to take the actions that hopefully will prevent them from being victimized again, or at least to bring justice to the people who are engaging in these activities.
Excellent. So please join me in thanking our panelists for a great discussion today. I believe we now have a break until
3:30 sharp.
Thank you. Yes. Okay, thank you.
You need one? So you should have.
Thank you, as always. No, we've got a. Yeah. I mean,
We have work to do. We're not finished. We have to double down. We must see it through. Okay, in all seriousness, so that we may remain on schedule and get to the rest of the day's festivities. I feel funny leaning over this thing. I welcome Jeff Brown to sit down. Sorry. We've been having a series of, I think, terrific, but also hopefully impactful conversations. We heard earlier in the day from Andy Boyd, who recently left the intelligence community. I'm delighted, honored, and excited to have someone who is still in the intelligence community join us for a keynote. Just to refresh everyone's memory with the agenda, we're going to hear from Laura Galante, and then we will have the last panel of the day talking about ransomware payments. So without further ado, thank you, Laura, for coming out. I know it's a crazy day, and so we really appreciate you being here. The podium is yours.
Hi, good to see everyone here towards the end of the day. Megan says it's been a great conversation. So, look, I am the IC cyber executive and the director of CTIC, the Cyber Threat Intelligence Integration Center. You'll be forgiven if you don't remember it, but Michael Daniel does. He was in the room where it was created, and some other Pound Cyber alums. We are the lead federal agency for intelligence support to significant cyber incidents, which means we've done a lot of ransomware activity over the last couple of years, to put it mildly. On behalf of the IC and OD&I, though, I really want to thank this group, IST, and the Ransomware Task Force specifically for your partnership. That sounds easy and simple, and I think we used the word partnership about 300 times in your beautiful report, the double down that you just published. But what I wanted to do for a couple minutes here is talk about what that partnership has meant to the IC and talk a little bit about what that looks like going forward. So when you see public-private partnership and when you think about it in this space, I would be hard-pressed to think of people, even looking around in this room, who have been even more generous with their time and expertise on how these attacks happen and the changing dynamics around them. And when we think about where the IC really needs partnership on ransomware, the first sort of obvious, but let me just kind of walk you through it, area is on understanding victimology. So many of these attacks, if not almost all of them, are happening outside of USG or even government areas, right? These victims are hospitals, they're schools, they're small businesses. You see them all the time, right? Understanding the dynamics of what's happening, how that's changing, what's being used to get in, what vulnerabilities are being exploited, takes a level of depth and real-time partnership, not just on filing a suspicious activity report, but on talking with the Bureau, on talking with CISA, and then making sure that that intelligence is getting into the community so that we can really draw some of the trends and bigger pictures here to understand the threat and the continued changes around it. The other side, I hit on it for a second, is on the tactical changes that we see these actors use. Everyone here is well-versed on how quickly ransomware actors change, not just from a tooling standpoint, but just tactically how they get the money, right? And that dynamism in their business operations, which is what these are something that requires a real handhold to understand where opportunities might arise, right? So being able to do that in real time, being able to find and have partners who understand thresholds around those tactical shifts is critical for the intelligence community to find ways to continue to pursue these targets. The other piece that I wanted to help kind of walk through from the intelligence community side here is around the attack surface, right? You have the opportunities for disruption, you have the opportunities to figure out what more can be done against these actors. But it sure helps when you're able to shrink the attack surface from which they're operating on. And that's where the defensive side that we all talk about frequently is so critical here, right? If we're able to have fewer companies that just leave simple doors open for 5-6 months after the CISA alert saying what needs to be patched, we will have a smaller set of victims, we'll have a smaller problem here. And one of the things that I really loved, and I was talking to Steve Kelly about it a few minutes ago when we came in, is how the strategic and public messaging point on getting through about what this threat is, who's behind it, and how to prevent it, how important the messaging piece of this is, right? I know we have Stop Ransomware, we have hashtags around this. This group lives and breathes counter ransomware, but that public messaging piece is the next huge step on how you use this threat and the inflection point around it to get this out to small and medium enterprises, right? Everybody in this room can think of small businesses, whether they're in their family or back where they live, who think ransomware and think, oh, cyber, what do I do about that, right? It's a problem that I don't have to think about, or someone else handles that, or they're not going to go after me, right? But we all know here that so many of the victims who really pay the cost at a very kind of visceral and personal level are those small businesses, the Main Street piece of this, right? And the more we're able to use public messaging collectively between the Ransomware Task Force, between your partners and the USG's partners to explain that this can be prevented and there's more that can be done, again, to shrink this attack surface, the better off we're all going to be. So I really applaud creative thinking and continued creative thinking in that area. I think back on my own time in this space, and even to go back to the days of APT1, when the security industry was really trying to capture, how do we think about who's behind a massive shift in intellectual property, right? Intellectual property theft that was just ongoing at Fortune 500s. It took putting pictures, if anyone remembers Ugly Gorilla, it took putting some of the pictures of these hackers, in that case, a military unit, out to sort of make the connection, to clarify the story, to be able to really explain what this threat is. The same thing with the Russia troll farm that everyone remembers, and so many of these other threat pictures that have been key to drive change and drive response at the defensive level. We need the same thing with ransomware, right? How do we really explain this in a way that the story can be told at a human level that motivates change in security practices? So again, I just really want to thank the IST, the Ransomware Task Force, Megan specifically, who's a great partner and always a friend on this, who I can call and even brainstorm kind of our, live thinking within the government on this too, and just the trust that you bring into the picture. So thank you all very much. Really looking forward to celebrating with you later tonight as well.
Thank you, Director Galante. It has now come to our final panel, which is around payments. So before we do the payments panel, I have to pay my thanks. Did you catch that? To a number of people in the room. We've said thank you to Craig. We will continue to say thank you to Craig, but events like this don't just come together overnight. They are months and months of work. We began the day by thanking Venable and the Coalition for Cybersecurity Policy and Law, Ari and Bree, who's continuing to work on today's events. But I really want to thank the team at IST. Obviously, thanks to Phil for giving me lots of room to maneuver, maybe against his better judgment sometimes, but here we are. But really, I want to say thanks to Sophia, who's been sitting here, and Lillian on our comms team, who have been instrumental in making all of this look great. Emma and Trey, who's trying to run away from me, for all of their great work and putting together a dinner that we had last night with Paladin Capital. Thanks again, Kemba and team, for working on that with us. And last but not least, there she is. She just came back. I want to thank Taylor Grossman, one of the newest members of our team, who is one of the principal author behind the report that we published today. So we threw Taylor into the deep end, and I would say she came out more than swimmingly. So thank you, and much appreciated. Okay, who did I forget? I don't think I forgot anyone. Of course, the co-chairs and Steve. So, okay, without further ado, but sincere thanks to the IST team. We can't be here without all of you. It's over to my last and final co-chair, friend, and colleague, Michael Phillips from CFC, to moderate this panel.
Thank you, Megan. All right, is everybody fired up? This is what you've all been waiting for. I know, a panel focused on how the cyber insurance market works. I promise you it's a fascinating area. I do have, okay, great, all of my panelists with me. My name is Michael Phillips. I lead the cyber insurance underwriting department for the United States for a firm called CFC. We're pretty much the largest part of Lloyd's of London for cyber insurance. And with me, I've got a set of wonderful panelists who you might as well come up and pick a seat as you like. So I served as co-chair of the Ransomware Task Force, continue to do so. During the original sprint, I partnered with Kemba Walden on many of the Disrupt working groups and initiatives, and a couple of the subsidiary initiatives that we took on and that IST has driven forward, focused on the insurance industry and how it can be a better partner in the fight against ransomware, and the cryptocurrency industry and how it could be a better partner in the fight against ransomware. So payments, of course, has been a thread throughout all of our conversations today. And so I'm hoping that this will be a very interactive, very lively audience interrupting us throughout to really bookend the conversations around Disrupt that we heard with Kemba Walden's panel, the challenge we heard from Chris Krebs about developing a framework, and so many of our experts today talking about that decision and how we can influence that decision to ultimately decrease criminal profits. So I am going to join them, but I'm enjoying this podium, so I'm going to stay up here just a little longer. So with me are our wonderful panelists, and to my left, I'd like to introduce them. So Cezanne Seymour is the Vice President and Head of Regulatory Risk and Policy at Coalition, another one of the market-leading cyber insurance companies. She's an accomplished advisor to the U.S. government as well, in the U.S. Trade Representative's Office, and as a senior advisor in the National Security Council, and in the Treasury and State Departments. To her left is Carolyn Purwin-Ryan, a partner at Mullen Coughlin, one of the perhaps the largest law firm in the United States, devoted exclusively to cybersecurity and data privacy events. All they do all day long is counsel small businesses right of boom, both insured clients, where they have an enviable market position, if I may say, and uninsured clients as well. To her left is Jamie McCall from the Royal United Services Institute. And for those of you who might not be familiar with RUSI, it is the UK's foremost national security research institution. Jamie is a research fellow focused on cyber there. They've recently put out a series of exceptional reports, and he's the principal author of them, devoted to the ransomware challenge and also studying the cyber insurance market and whether it is succeeding or failing on both its own terms and on social purpose. To Jamie's left is Gwen Kajic. She leads the North American Incident Response Team for AXA XL, again, one of the largest insurance companies in the world, and her team in Canada and the United States focuses exclusively on coaching their clients through those crises. She's long been a victims advocate as a prosecutor in Philadelphia and as a data privacy lawyer. And to her left, last but not least, our special representative from the crypto space is Jason Samonsato, the head of North American Public Policy for Chainalysis, the blockchain investigations firm. And so I am going to join my group and turn on the other mic and see what happens. But the conversation that we're hoping to have at scale is around three threads. The first being our perspective on the victim's experience. I know something that folks have talked about throughout the day, given that we are seeing victims each day, day in and day out. And so I think I'm going to kick it to Carolyn first to talk through what you see are the most common factors that compel an organization to decide to pay a ransom, and whether SMEs and large corporates are different.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, can everybody hear me okay? Oh my goodness, it really is. I feel like it is. Look at me singing into a microphone. It's really awkward. Well, anyway, everybody, I really appreciate everybody's time. So really want to walk through, I kind of look at it, I also come from a litigation background, like Gwen over there. So I look at it from a couple of different perspectives. So when companies are trying to make these decisions, a lot of the times, some of the times you don't have a choice, right? So you got to pay, you don't have backups, you got to go, all right, fine. That's decision box A. But then what are we talking about in terms of everything else? A lot of the times you're talking about, okay, monetary. I know one of the other panelists, they were talking about business interruption costs. It's probably one of the single largest things that I'm seeing right now is business interruption, what it's like to be down. I mean, we're seeing statistics all over the place, but on average, companies can be down in a month. Well, can we talk about what it would cost each and every company out there to be down for a month, right? Then you weigh that against, should I pay this threat actor, right? So that's what some of the companies are looking at. And then the other piece to it is reputational harm. I will say this, I know Lizzie's probably gonna be nodding her head from Cobra over there. A lot of the times I'm seeing a very big increase in this reputational harm. But I wanna be careful with separating out, one of the biggest issues that I'm hearing is there's a difference between ransomware and full-blown extortion, right? We are seeing, thank you. Oh, all right. Oh my goodness, now I'm gonna be even louder. So we actually saw, we keep a lot of internal statistics. We probably have about, 4,000 of these matters that we have per year that we handle. We went from having about a 30%, because we keep statistics as to why people pay. The biggest increase that we saw was for deletion only. And a lot of that has to do with the business interruption costs, but the other piece is that reputational harm. This is the most, in the past 6 months, this is the biggest increase in aggressive activity that I've ever seen. Some of the other panelists from the other companies that were up there were certainly talking about this. From my own personal experience, I had a CISO on, a couple of weeks ago call me because they got sent a flower arrangement while we were in the midst of a ransomware negotiations to their home, right? Led to a very quick ransomware payment. The other one, it was a social media post that they had received. It was the CEO's niece, where it had her location services. And I had a very frank conversation with the CEO, and I got asked that $1 million question. Can you guarantee me that these people are not going to come to my home or not going to come to the home of my niece? And you know what? Now that we have the worlds of Scattered Spider and other ones where we have cells in the US, I can't guarantee that, right? Most likely not, but I can't guarantee. And I know other of the panelists who are up here are probably going to say the same thing.
Gwen, in the sort of the crucible of the incident response room, when you've got all the stakeholders in there, how do the different stakeholders influence the decision about whether or not to pay? So perhaps internal IT and the finance department, the external law firm and the forensic firm, the insurer. How would you speak to the stakeholders and how they're shaping the conversation in that room?
So I always like to get in front of our insureds ahead of an event. I think, helping them understand what lies out there before they actually have the incident can be very helpful. Some of the things that I always tell our insureds is, do not just have your CISO on the call with me. I want your legal counsel on, I want your CFO on, your CEO. If you'd like, we can do a webinar. We can talk about why everybody is critical into the decisions to pay a ransom or what happens in any investigation or response. And they're kind of blown away by that. They're like, why do I need to get the CEO in here? I was like, well, who's gonna give the authority to pay $10 million at 24 hours after you got hit? And then they're like, oh, okay. And I was like, it's not going to be you and your guys sitting in the computer room making that decision. And so it's really important to have the entire company involved in that decision. But also, when we're talking about ransom payment, especially after OFAC, is that we're all a party to that ransom payment. As an insurance company, we're highly regulated in the financial industry. We want to get it right. And so we want to make sure that if a ransom payment is made, that everybody has done their due diligence and that we're paying on a legal basis and a compliant basis. So it's really important from our perspective to make sure that everybody involved is doing the right thing. So it's not just the insurance company, it's not just the company that is experiencing the event. There's also the experts that we try to bring in to empower our companies to make good decisions about whether or not they want to pay a ransom. That's people like breach coaches, Carolyn's firm. It's like Mandiant, for example. Sandra was up here talking about all the intelligence they have on threat actors. We mentioned Lizzie in the back there with Coveware. When we're deciding on whether or not a ransom should be paid, and that's not us, it's solely our insured's decision on whether or not they want to pay a ransom. But we're providing information. We're saying, hey, listen, last week we had the same threat actor And this is what we saw. This is what they did. These are things to help you make a better informed decision on whether or not you want to pay that ransom. Supplementing that with what Codeware's saying, supplementing that with what 4,000 events that Caroline's team is seeing, and supplementing that with the investigative team. All of that empowers the company to make a decision on whether or not they want to pay a ransom. And one thing that we do that I think is really, really important, and I always try to give this ahead of an event, is we have a questionnaire that we give to our insureds about it's a decision tree, so to speak, on whether or not it's reasonable and necessary to make a payment. And it has things that these companies have no idea that they should be asking each other. What is the risk on third party at the end? You know, is there a class action suit? Is there regulatory issues that you're considering when it's a data exfiltration event? What is the BI cost? And, you know, that's huge. Sometimes I'll ask, you know, we're seeing terabytes go out the door now. Do you know how much it costs to just data mine that? It can be tens of millions of dollars to get through terabytes just to figure out what's in that. And so if you're paying $4 million, you're going to be out of money pretty quick if you're paying a ransom and, you know, you aren't thinking about all the costs that are associated with it. So, you know, it is a collaborative effort, but at the end of the day, I can't stress enough that it's the business that makes that decision on whether or not it's best for their company. And we can only empower them to make the right decisions collaboratively.
Suzanne, Gwen mentioned sanctions component, and I'd be curious what you're experiencing or what Coalition's experiencing with respect to whether the sanctions regime is influencing a victim's maybe marginal decision to pay.
Thank you. Let me just, if I could just back up a moment, because I think there are so many steps that happen before we even get to a payment, a place of payment. And hopefully, if we're doing things right, we never get there, right? We try to look at different alternatives. So if I could just take just a step back and talk about how the insurance landscape is changing quite a bit in response to the rise in frequency of digital crime to include ransomware, but not only ransomware. And it's changing in a couple of ways that are important to, I think, policymakers in the room. The first is with respect to how we measure and mitigate risk with our policyholders. Insurance companies more and more are now using technology to actually accurately assess the risk of a policyholder at bind. So when they come to us, we measure their risk and we provide them some information about how they could or should improve in order to get a policy. And then we use technology to continue to monitor them throughout the life of the policy. And I'll give you a concrete example because I think this is important. I know this is a payments panel, but I think the insurance sector does so much more that I think gets lost in the conversation. Here's a concrete example of what happened last year. Everyone remembers the Citrix Bleed vulnerability. That last October, Citrix came out, announced Citrix Bleed, released a patch. That same day, we looked at our book of business. We went out to all of our affected policyholders, alerted them to the patch. And in some cases, we have some smaller companies, we actually help them mitigate their, actually mitigate their vulnerability and install that patch. So what that means, bring it back to the policy discussion that we have here today, is that for some non-zero subset of policyholders, they were never forced to make the decision about whether to pay. They never had to ask, is this a sanctioned or OFAC sanctioned entity? And that's, I think, important. And it's something that we need to remember. And it gets to the points that you're making. The second place, which I think is related to your question, is in the incident response place. That's where the industry has had to evolve. And to Gwen's point, one of the early things that we do is we make sure that any of our policyholders actually has a plan in place for a breach, right? Do you have backups offline? Do you know how to exercise them? Who makes what decisions? And at the time of a breach, of course, we immediately get our insureds their like a team essentially around them. So we hire a breach coach. We typically have a digital forensics and incident response team that looks at things like when you get to a payment decision, if you get there, what are your alternatives to payment to get to the 24 and 24? Two of the unactioned items are actually things that insurance companies are actively doing. Like, what are your alternatives? What have you considered the secondary and tertiary costs of paying? So that's a very routine set of questions to the point you guys have raised in the insurance landscape. And there, of course, like when you're making a payment, we are,
we and breach counsel and everyone that advises an insured, like, you know, if there's a sanctioned entity, there's no payment on the table. So it will affect, absolutely, we've never, I was on another panel where someone suggested that businesses just want to pay and move, but that's not really been our experience.
Thank you, Cezanne. Yeah,
At
Caroline?
least just to make one comment on that, at least to my understanding, and please, anybody in this room, correct me if I'm wrong. To date, there has not been sanctions issued for any ransomware payment, but I certainly don't want my client to be first, right? That's one reason why we don't want to be having that, at least for any sort of ransomware payment. But I think it's also becomes this big conversation now that we're having, which is if you know, it doesn't negate your obligation to notify those individuals if you do make a payment, right? So that's, you know, what is the incentive to pay? What are you actually paying for? It's a handshake agreement, right? It's not like you could go to court and say, you know what, they didn't abide by what their word. They, you know, now we're seeing they sell to their buddy down the street, right? They're not, I mean, now there's so many entities. Now we see that they're actually keeping the data. So what are we actually paying for? But the problem is now, you have entities that are out there that are seeing these massive class action lawsuits, right? So now what do you do about it, right? So now what I would love to see is, does it negate, if you make a payment, does that mean that you don't have a class action lawsuit against you? No, right? That's not what we're seeing, right? So, but unfortunately, people have come back to me and say, I need to be able to look in the eyes of my customers, the vendors that I work with, the, you know, DoD contracts that I have, and be able to say, I did everything in my power to negate that, to make sure it doesn't get out the door.
So Jamie, RUSI put out a report trying to map the full spectrum of harms to ransomware, and obviously we've had a big day today talking about the harms of ransomware. But what additional harms are underappreciated, do you think, in the public policy debate?
I think the big one, the kind of the financial and reputational aspect of it is pretty obvious to everyone in this room, and I think they can get their head around that. I spent a couple of years interviewing ransomware victims in the UK and Europe, and I think the thing that stood out to me most was the psychological aspect of it. I think, as someone said earlier, you know, for many people, particularly for small businesses, a ransomware event can be the worst day, not just in their professional lives, but in their personal lives as well. You know, I've spoken to people that were, you know, two people businesses. They'd built it from scratch. It was all they'd ever known, and there was the prospect of that being taken away from them. And there were people that were suicidal, having heart attacks, kind of complete breakdowns. And I think it is very easy, particularly in the kind of broader policy debates and when we're talking about things like payment bans, to forget the kind of very human aspect of it.
Now, trying to debate which question next. I think I want to come back to Gwen. You were talking about AXA offering a questionnaire to sort of frame the client's thinking when they're going through a ransomware event. How common is that, do you think, in the cyber insurance space? And is it true that you're not really weighing in on the decision? You know, so if the client said, look, I'm not going to pay because I've got a moral or, you know, national security sense that this would exacerbate the problem, but I know I'm going to be submitting a much larger claim down the road about my business interruption loss or my liability. Are you really standing there saying, yep, we'll take that hit for you? Yeah, could you talk about that?
Okay, there we go. So I think a good thing is to take a step back and just say that, you know, while we see hundreds, maybe thousands of events, there is a strong urge not to pay ransom. I think education has worked. People don't want to pay, but they are forced into situations where they have no choice but to pay. You know, we are there. We don't throw our hands up. We don't say, you know, just go your own way. You know, we have a questionnaire that helps them walk through that process, like I said, and that is pretty standard amongst the industry. I've been on towers, which is all the insurance companies when a really big event hits, and every single company is saying, are you discussing whether or not this is reasonable and necessary under the circumstances? What is specific about this event? I've had some people say, well, this is a mega breach and this is approximately how much it is, you know, for similar breaches. And I'm like, I don't care.
what is this breach? What does this mean? What does it mean to you and this company under this facts and circumstances? And that really is the deciding factor on whether or not somebody's going to pay. You know, a lot of times people say, I don't want to pay, I don't want to pay. But then you get into the data and it's like, oh my God, they have photos of cancer patients. Like that is going to get out there. Can we put a price on that? If we don't pay, 911's down. If we don't pay, we don't get access to the evidence server for our police department, which means that maybe we can't prosecute murders. So it's like, what's happening at this moment? And I think that's really, really important. And companies like AXA XL, you know, our job and our goal is to make sure that you have all the information you need to decide whether or not, and I don't want to say most often it's a last resort. Most often it's that we don't have another choice. We can't get up and running. The data is so sensitive that it's a security risk, or there is risk to, you know, the health, safety, and welfare of human beings. Or in large enterprise, which is what we see a lot at AXXL, is, you know, if this large company goes down, what other companies go down with it? With Change Healthcare, I think that we're seeing it's $1 billion, but a lot of that is what we call dependent business interruption, meaning they all rely on Change Healthcare and everybody's down because of it. And so, you know, when Change Healthcare is thinking about whether or not they want to pay a ransom, it's not just Change Healthcare, it's everybody they service. And it can be a real issue of health, safety, and welfare that you can't put a dollar value on.
Jason, I've been neglecting you. I'm curious where in the chain analysis is typically engaged. So are victims directly calling you saying, look, we'd love to engage your technology and your services because we think we're about to pay and we need to make decisions? Is it typically a financial intermediary like an insurance company or a bank that's engaging you guys? How does that work from your perspective?
Yeah, I think it comes across our desk in a few different ways. At a kind of specific incident level, yes, there are companies that support this space and that are, you know, involved in incident response and insurance that will utilize our tools, which for people who don't know, essentially attribute specific cryptocurrency wallet addresses to certain actors and help trace where those funds go after the fact. You know, because there's clearly a due diligence element that companies are going through, and one of the things that we build into is that compliance infrastructure. I will say is, like, from where I sit, probably the more important role we play is in conjunction with the government, right? So a lot of the investigation staff within various agencies utilize our tools or competitors' tools, and are, you know, in the position of trying to think what happens after this payment is made. How do we step in here? What intelligence can we gather based on the movement of funds? And so I think particularly ransomware is a interesting use of kind of the crypto rails and the compliance infrastructure that's been built up around it, because a traditional payment, let's say that somebody stole from somebody else, right? The exchange that ultimately receives that payment would love to be able to flag that and say, hey, we're gonna, you know, freeze these funds and not let this person cash this out. But in a ransom situation, that's usually going to end up coming back on the victim if there is a intervention at that point in time, right? And so you really do need to be thinking strategically about, you know, where do funds get pooled together? When is the time to kind of step in if we have that availability? And some of what are the challenges, right? Where are people going to offload these funds and whatnot? I guess I'll just add one last point, which is all those responses dealt very much with specific incidents that the people are dealing with. I think at a policy level, there's a harder question to kind of grapple with, which is the reason probably a lot of the growth in there's been a lot of growth in this sector over the past few years is because cryptocurrency is a particularly weak area of our financial infrastructure from a compliance perspective that these criminals can leverage. And so I know in the Ransomware Task Force reports, there's been a lot of focus on the need to improve that kind of global compliance infrastructure so that this isn't such a tool that can be exploited. And kind of trying to balance how do you, so I'm a former financial regulator. I spend most of my time thinking about financial regulatory policy and spent the last like 10 years only thinking about how to deal with it in the crypto ecosystem. So I come at this like this has been a fascinating environment for me to like learn from everybody about cybersecurity policy, which is not where I spend most of my time. But when I think about like the need to improve the kind of regulation environment around crypto so that it does not become a tool for this type of activity becomes this kind of two boats crossing of like, how do we get to the point where that's so secure that it is a disincentive for these actors while also not abusing the victims who are being kind of taken advantage of in this environment?
That's interesting. Yeah, please, Gwen.
Earlier, we talked about safe harbors being geographical locations. And honestly, after, listening to you and, thinking about it all the time, cryptocurrency really is a safe harbor for these criminals. They can hide behind it. And because they can hide behind it, because we lack regulation and compliance with cryptocurrency, they're going to continue to be able to hide behind it. And, I'm a big proponent of going after the bad guys. That always have been. And so if we can leverage everything to get these bad guys, let's do it.
Jamie, the Change Healthcare event has come up a couple of times, and I'm wondering what you think we might be able to learn about the victim's experience when we analogize or compare and contrast the Change Healthcare event to the Irish National Healthcare System event. Any immediate thoughts?
Well, I think looking at the UK and Ireland, and say looking at the WannaCry attack against our National Health Service in 2017, or the Conti attack against the Irish healthcare system in 2021. I think there is a difference when you see that in our cases, the decision around things like ransom payments were taken out of the hands of a private company and decided by the state. And those organizations also had the full weight of national governments behind them to respond, recover, and go after the bad guys as well. And I'm just a socialist European here. I think it's to be frank, it's easier to protect nationalized critical national infrastructure than it is privatized national infrastructure where the incentives are very different.
Cezanne, the Change Healthcare event, what's the lesson learned that you're seeing? Is it the vendor breach scenario? Is it the systemic risk, the critical infrastructure piece?
Yeah, I mean, all of the above, right? I think the reality is we've had a really robust set of discussions today. And what I think that reminds us is once we get to the point where there's a breach and a payment decision has to be made, a lot of things have gone wrong, right? So you're exposed through your third-party vendors, you are buying insecure technology, maybe you're not actually taking the steps that you need to implement basic cyber hygiene. And I think the lesson is we have a lot to do on all fronts. We should pursue them all simultaneously. I think in public policy discussions, we tend to be, at least in the United States, myopically focused on the things that we may have legal and regulatory authorities to at our disposal now. And I think that the lesson is we need to be doing more and maybe looking beyond what we can do now.
It's interesting because I feel like that, a lot of the other panelists were talking about, the fines and the penalization. And I had to laugh because that is one of our clients. It's everybody's, right? That how are we going to incentivize to increase this awareness, right? And right now, I know a lot of companies, especially publicly traded companies, are very upset what's going on with the SEC and the complaint and everything else that's going on right now. So I guess from a payment perspective, I don't want to re-victimize people. And I think that's a big part of the discussion right now, because I know a lot of companies who come and say, well, I get that fine. Where does that money go? Right? And I get, if I get that fine, does it go back into a pot of money that's going to help a security policy? No, it does not. Right? So why don't we start that discussion? I know that's kind of like where a lot of companies want that, but then how do you start that process, I guess would be kind of my question, at least from a lot of people's perspectives.
I mean, I think given we're talking about payments, I do think reporting short of a ban is one of the most powerful levers we have to decrease the willingness of victims to pay ransoms, because it shines a light on it, which people are not comfortable with.
Yeah. I mean, my thing, at least with the ban, I was just taking a look at, our the statistics on what happened with Florida, what happened with North Carolina that's now banned ransomware payments and discussions with ransomware threat actors. Has it deterred? No, it hasn't. So then it becomes there. I'm sure, Suzanne, you probably have seen that as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think state bans haven't really worked. Just the point on reporting, I do think that's useful, because one of the things that it does is it drives a thoughtful consideration in the process following a breach about what happened, what are the alternatives, what information needs to be reported. What I would say, as we have the notice public rulemaking out there, one of the things that we hear from victims constantly is like, what is the information going to be used for? And at least with CERCIA, like how will the information be collected? Will it be available to others to use so that we can make ourselves safer? But I agree that reporting does move the needle.
Gwen?
And I would say too, that was a really ingenious policymaking or guidance on behalf of OFAC, was to come out and say that it would be a mitigating factor to report to law enforcement and to work with law enforcement. I think that is huge when people are talking about payments. And actually, with almost all carriers at this point, if you are contemplating paying a ransom payment, we want to see that IC3 report. Or if you're telling me that you're going to give the white glove service and call your contact at the FBI, I want to know what agent you talked to, what field office, what time, what phone number, and what was the summary of that discussion, so that we are very firmly rooted in the idea that we all know that you reported to law enforcement.
I at least think from an information sharing standpoint, I know a lot of the clients that we speak to ask that very same question that Suzanne was just talking about, which is, where is it going to get me, and what is this information? What are they going to be doing with this information? A lot of the times I'll point them to all the different takedowns. And by the way, in the past, my goodness, year, they've had the FBI and all the collaborating, and some of the agencies that are in this room have been able to get keys to take, to help these victims. So that is the long game. But from a short perspective, they're concerned about the exposure of their name that's out there. Well, can we do something about anonymizing the data? Like, there's ISACs that are out there that are wealths of information for a lot of these companies that are out there. Well, make it where you're incentivizing companies to be a part of those particular organizations, but make it so it's anonymized, right? I don't know how we can start to do that, because I know, at least from a lot of the companies that I've spoken to lately, they're concerned about even putting their name on that IC3 form, because I know that IC3 form is shared with other agencies that are out there as well. So then what are we going to benefit from it from a company perspective?
Jason, were you, I had an eye on
I was
you.
just going to say, from a reporting perspective, there's kind of two different policy goals, at least in my mind, right? You think about like SEC reporting. It's difficult to imagine that the assumption is that the SEC is going to be the ones to take that information to be in the position to, take some type of action that will kind of address some of the concerns around it. So really that reporting angle is more of a little bit of a cudgel over the industry to say, hey, listen, we need you guys to come forward. This is for investor protection. This is for like a lot of different policy reasons. I think the other types of reporting, like the important public policy discussion is that needs to be part of a dynamic information sharing environment, right? It's not just for the purpose, because yes, you're right. I make a report and look, down the road, there's a lockbit takedown that is, and this is great. But I think what probably most victims want, and frankly, like from our own corporate perspective, what we would want is a much more dynamic communication channel with the government over, hey, what information can we share based on what you're seeing? What's the insurer seeing? So that everybody's kind of bringing to bear. I forget who said this earlier, but the nature of this issue is that it attacks the private sector. And so necessarily the public policy response has to be one that's integrated with the public privacy or with the private sector. And that reporting function just can't be one way, I think is really the challenge.
Jamie, did you want to hit on this? And then I have something I want to tilt us. So
I do think that the sort of argument for reporting, as we've alluded to, has got much stronger with some of the law enforcement operations that have generated decryption keys, because historically, I mean, the main argument for reporting is like out of altruism, to be honest, because it is a black hole. Often you're not going to get a lot back in return. But I think if you can sell the message now that not to overpromise anything, but that there may be ongoing law enforcement operations that are generating decryption keys, like the ones with Hive and Lockbit, that becomes a much more powerful kind of, not selfish is the wrong word, but there's something tangible that might come out of it.
thank you, Jamie. So I want to tilt and maybe put the cyber insurance market under the microscope a little bit more. In our 24 out of 24 recommendations, a number of them speak to accelerating the development of a cyber insurance market that is enhancing the community. It's helping drive security standards upward. Just a few things that I think pick up on the response and recovery fund conversation that we had earlier this afternoon. The National Association of Insurance Commissioners recently estimated that the cyber insurance market has spent $4 billion in claims last year. So, thinking about the $20 million that's been earmarked, and that marketplace, that $4 billion is going to a policyholder base that we think is less than 10% of most companies, of all companies in the United States. So the market penetration isn't there for us to necessarily drive standards beyond our borders. And then there's been the rise of sort of, the first fire departments were founded by insurance companies. And in the absence of there being a cyber rescue service, a number of insurance companies have started to invest in services, incident response services, proactive advisory services. And so just thinking about this nascent marketplace and its continued development, I want to ask the group, and people can jump in as they will. What's your view on the perspective of whether the insurance market is encouraging payment, whether we're creating moral hazard by even sustaining and absorbing those billions of dollars of losses every year, and what are we doing about the ransomware problem? Who wants to take that on first?
Like AXA is a global company. We identified 3 key risks for the globe: climate change, political unrest, and cyber. And the mission of the company is to help people, to help that risk, to help bear that burden on that risk. And it's a global effort. And I think the insurance company, what they see with cyber is not just putting money out there, but putting a service out there. So when you buy a policy, it's not just that we're giving you a limit. It's not just that we're throwing out money at the door. It's providing services before, during, and after an event. I also manage our vendor services and cyber services for XXL for North America, and there's a huge push to have resources available to our insureds to better prepare for an incident. Do you have a business continuity plan? It's great that you have an IR plan, but how are you going to keep afloat? You do it for a flood, you do it for a hurricane. This is just as bad. It's a catastrophic event and you need to be prepared. And so a lot of insurance companies are taking on the responsibility of helping people better prepare. And through an incident, providing services, the better they recover from an event, the better everybody is off. Every employee in that company, everybody that relies on the services of that company, the insurance company, the families of those folks, everybody's better off if it's a good investigation and response. And then on the backside, the lessons learned. What was the root cause? Some of the things that we're seeing now are these insanely sophisticated events. And, we're talking to our underwriters and we're saying, hey, listen, this SIM swapping is an issue. What are we asking our insureds about? What are the controls that we are putting into place to better protect against social engineering? What are we doing to better protect against the severity of an incident? Somebody's going to get in, chances are they'll likely get in. And if they do get in, how bad is it going to be? Are there questions that we can ask and controls that we can put in place? And I know, Michael, you and I have talked about it where I've said, like, listen, there was a hard market a couple years ago where the controls were high, the rates were high. But I think that that led to a lot of resilience in companies because the controls were there. They were really working to say, like, listen, we've done our research. We've done the work ahead of an event to tell you, if you don't have this, it's going to be an issue. And Carol and I were laughing because we heard a rumor that a really big event that just happened, the root cause was stolen credentials for a remote access application that wasn't sitting behind MFA. And blows my mind. And that's like an essential control that you would see on an insurance policy to even get it. But I will say that in addition to the penetration not being that much, most insureds are, I think the study was 350% underinsured. So the event, they only have insurance to cover a very small fraction of what the actual costs are.
Jamie?
So I just want to start by saying that it's not the purpose of of an insurance market or the cyber insurance market to solve security or societal cyber resilience. If it does, it's kind of a byproduct, and its main purpose is to transfer risk. On the are they part of the problem or part of the solution? I think if we look back 7 or 8 years, I would argue that the market was a bit too laissez-faire around ransom payments, around underwriting. Limits were too high. I personally would question if we'd seen ransom demands and payments hit the levels that they did without the kind of limits that were, to be frank, too high, and threat actors were quite good at responding to those. I do think that, the losses that the cyber insurance market experienced, they were good at reacting to that, tightened a lot of the underwriting, the security controls, co-insurance and sub-limits on ransomware coverage, which I think probably did help pull ransom payments down again. So I think it's reached a point now where we can say with a bit more confidence that it's part of the solution. I think though, if we are going to rely on a market, and it touches on what you just said, it's great when it was a hard market, but if it's a soft market again, are we just going to go back to the way that it was? And I guess that's a question for my insurance panelists.
Just on the moral hazard question, because that's one that I know I get a lot. And it's understandable why someone would ask that question. I would offer just a quantitative data point and then maybe a qualitative data point just to talk through what that might mean in practice. The reality is that ransoms are a fraction of the types of payments that insurance companies make. And ransomware is just one type of crime, right? But there's Net Diligence puts out a data set. I think it's over 5 years. There are more than 10,000 claims that they looked at. And there they sort of broke out what the payments are for. And nearly half or slightly over half went to business disruption, right? And then the next highest amount, which is somewhere close to, the numbers don't exactly match up because it's also close to half, would be for things like digital forensic services and incident recovery services, breach coaches. And then below that would be things like, hardware, ransoms, but those are really a minority. And the reason that is the way that it is because many insurers today, as we continue to evolve, are actually doing everything that we can to avoid payments, right? Because we recognize that any money that goes into this ecosystem is actually just going to come back and get us later. That's the reality. The second data point that I would offer is when a breached entity has an insurance company, Catherine Lyle was famous for saying, we are 911. They know who to call right away, and then the insurer will immediately get them set up with lawyers, incident response firms, et cetera. It's that ecosystem that I think also is helping insurers make better decisions when it comes to payments and hopefully eventually resilience. And that data that's borne out in the data. I know Covoir's in the room, but there are a lot of different stats for this, but we've seen the likelihood for entities to pay decline over time. I think the last Covoir stat that I saw was about 31% of those that I don't know if it's reasonable and necessary, but of those that they see that come to them are actually paying. And we have similar stats. And I think, so that's the qualitative point. And I think it's precisely because back to the 24 and 24, we're asking the kinds of questions that actually policymakers are trying to drive, right? Like, what are your alternatives to payment? Have you thought about them? And connecting you with a digital forensics and incident response firm. We heard Sandra from Mandiant talk about, we understand if this particular threat actor actually is trustworthy. I hate to use that word, but like is actually, if you're gonna, if you get a decryptor key, like is that a 4 or 5 day recovery? And we'll see that CEOs will come to the table not really understanding. They think they get a decryptor key and they're going to in 2 hours be back online. Their backups get them online in 2 days. It can be the incident response firm that brings a thoughtful, dispassionate approach and says, actually, we know this actor, the decryptor key is a 6-day affair. So this environment and ecosystem, I think it would be misleading to say that insurers are encouraging ransomware payments.
So Carolyn, I want you to pick this up, but if I could frame your remarks, you advise both insured companies and uninsured companies. Do you find that insured companies behave differently at that point of crisis, like for like, against uninsured companies?
Yeah, absolutely. Because I feel like uninsured companies, what they do, unfortunately, is that they've called their buddy down the street who may or may not know what to do. And a lot of the times I get them where it's, they've wiped all the evidence clean and they don't know what was taken, what was not. They don't know who to pay, who to not. And, look, and it's the well-intentioned person who they call down the street, but that might be the same person who they're utilizing day in and day out to do, their printers back up and running, right? And it's not saying that some of those people don't know what they're doing, because that's not necessarily the case. But a lot of the times they'll use somebody who doesn't know this day in and day out. To Suzanne's point, to your point, I know you and I have talked about this a lot, to Gwen's point, and to your point as well, which is, hey, look, there's reasons why you have the panel of people that you do. There's reasons of the people that you call day in and day out. I always say to everybody, encourage people, brokers, the brokers who are worth their salt will be the first ones to say this. Reasons why you have insurance, while you pay for it. But one of the first things that you do is that from a proactive standpoint, you use those meet the breach coach calls. We'll talk to you, by the way, at no cost to you, at, hey, look, let's talk through, let's look behind the Wizard of Oz, curtain and say, these are the people that you need. This is what to anticipate. These are the contracts that you need to review them now. So you're not reviewing them in the heat of the moment. These are the kinds of things that you need to think about from a payment perspective. All those questionnaire considerations. Why would you need to be thinking about this? Why the to pay or not to pay discussion? Have that now in advance, instead of when everybody's in a panic, we need to get back up and running. To Suzanne's point about everybody thinks that you're going to get this decryptor tool and everything's going to come back in a pretty little bow. It doesn't. You have data corruption issues 99% of the time. I mean, I know there's Mandiant in the room. Arete was in the room earlier. They're going to say the same thing to you. Some of these decryptor tools will be the first ones to say, hey, look, it doesn't work out the way that you want it to. And you need to think about it from a business perspective of being down. But I think, just to go back to the point about whether or not the insurance industry is really helping with this scenario, the answer is yes, because they're making this to be a bigger part of a larger discussion. There's market penetration issues. Well, let's make this be a bigger part of where we need to be from a company perspective. Get the resources that you need and utilize them.
All right, so we've got just a few minutes, and I'd like to make sure that we get an opportunity to get audience questions. And please grill Jason on the cryptocurrency.
I would like to.
He's got off so easy all day,
Yeah.
and we're reaching the end of our chat today. So any audience questions? Oh, don't be so shy. Yes, sir.
I have heard that you have access to a huge amount of cases, unfortunately, in one side. Fortunately, on the other, you have a huge visibility as well on what is going on at let's say in the ransomware world, probably as better or even better than law enforcement. So my question is, since you are fully committed on helping to get rid of this type of threat, what are the actions that your companies are taking regards to cooperation with law enforcement in order to tackle this threat?
Sure.
You guys want to, I could go ahead.
No, I mean, not from a cooperation standpoint from us. Obviously, the government is a large customer of ours. But I think it's interesting to watch the evolution of like a blockchain analysis solution, and how the government is leveraging that. I think where we've had a lot of success as a company is that most investigators know when there is a cryptocurrency issue that there's tools that can be leveraged to like help track the funds and stuff. The conversation I think we're having now with a lot of our government partners is kind of how do we take this to the next step, right? Which isn't just a matter of like, let's identify one flow of funds and see if we can follow the trail as to where it ends up. But it's doing things like fingerprinting what certain actors do with their funds, right? Like, is there a certain way that they always launder funds such that you can kind of predict where it might go? Are there places where we can identify where funds are getting pooled together, where there might be a disruption element that is more effective than standing in at the level where it's just a direct payment from a victim to the criminal's wallet? And so I think there's like a sophistication gap, right? Our tools are pretty powerful in my mind, but they're new, right? The idea of like, how do you take all this publicly available information to kind of ingest it and come up with some solution as to how do you address where these criminals are at is a long process that requires sophistication, requires resources, requires a lot of communication back and forth between like our companies, at least in the government. And then, that doesn't even take into account like gleaning all the information that we don't have that the folks who are dealing directly with the victims do have.
So why don't we, lightning round this, and then we can break for our final pieces. So Gwen,
I was going to say, I always say, like, when we're talking about data, know who you're talking to, because the perspective is very different based on the work that they do. So you might be working with a company that mainly does small market, small business, mid-market, and their experience is going to be very different from large enterprise. And so I think it's valuable to get data from multiple sources, both public and private. I think that we could do a better job of sharing information. From our perspective, it has to be confidential. It has to be anonymized. We have a duty to our clients and our insureds to make sure that they're make sure that they're protected, that their confidentiality is protected. But I do think that we can do a much better job on sharing information and working better with the public-private. I know that we do a lot of private in our industry because we all work together. It's fun, it's great, but I think that the public-private could be done a little bit better.
Jamie, anything you want to challenge the industry to do?
No, not at the moment. I think that we are seeing a kind of, it's interesting if you look at the kind of history of the kidnap for ransom insurance market. I think if you look at the sort of evolution of the kidnap for ransom insurance market, you do see this kind of informal market governance of kidnap for ransomware response, which creates kind of stabilization around ransom payments. It creates better security for insureds. And I do think over time, we're seeing a similar dynamic with cyber insurance as well.
I think it's all about developing a trust relationship, because I think now, I've had really great relationships with people within FBI, with CISA, with Homeland Security, everybody now who, if I give this information to you, what can, obviously, because a lot of our clients want to know, what can we do to help you back? Like, I will tell you right now, we've had so much wire transfer fraud. I know this goes beyond ransomware, but wire transfer fraud is a very big problem right now. I know who to call and pick up the phone 24 hours a day, right? So I think it does work both ways. And I think that's going to become a bigger part of the discussion as we go forward. But I think now it's, instead of it just being a one-way conversation, I've seen it more, especially within the past year, within all the agencies, have been very much a communication back and forth.
Yeah, just quickly, I would say that there is some information sharing happening. I would draw a distinction. It's consistent with what everyone has said. We protect our insureds first, so we don't necessarily offer details about specific breaches, but we run honeypots as other insurance firms do as well. So we flag trends. If we see a particular sector being hit more than others, these are things that we communicate. And that kind of general information, as Director Easterly mentioned earlier, is the kind of thing that sometimes informs some of the advisories.
Okay, super fast. Threat hunting, early warning systems with NCSC. We're hoping to expand that in the US and internationally. So look forward to chat later. And I would like it if everyone would thank this wonderful panel for sharing their expertise.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. We've come to the end of the program. Phil has asked me to wrap things up. But before I do, I want to extend a very special thank you to the real unsung hero of today, Megan, standing over there. Thank you so much for everything. I see you're still standing, you're still smiling. I love it. I love it. You're great at what you do, and we're lucky to have you. So thank you so much for everything. If I take a step back and think about everything that all the great speakers said today, a couple things jump out to me. The first is I think this group here and the people listening online as well have done a great job at issue spotting. I think we've identified just about every single ransomware issue that I could possibly think of and discussed them, which is terrific. I think we've done a lot of foundational building as well over the last 2 or 3 years, who's counting, which is great. Phil, how many recommendations do we have? 48. So 48, I mean, I can't think of another organization that's had 48 accomplishments in the last 3 years in this town, no offense. So that's a tremendous achievement to everybody here. But if I think about where we should go next and where I'd like to see this go next year, would be a move towards action. And I'm going to tell you a short story to kind of illustrate what I mean. So my first job, I'm a former Air Force guy. My first job in the Air Force was as an ammo troop, which is some guy that basically builds bombs. And I was assigned to an F-117 unit as a stealth fighter, since been retired, but it was our platform. And one of the first things that happened when I was on active duty is that the unit that I was assigned to was tasked with killing Saddam Hussein. This was in the lead up to the war with Iraq. And if you guys, maybe some of you recall this, but we knew there was going to be this war. Troops were amassing on the border. Ships are there. We know this is going to happen. We're not sure when, but we know it's going to happen. And then almost exactly 21 years ago, dating myself a little bit, almost exactly 21 years ago, the government received actionable intelligence that Saddam Hussein was in this place called Dora Farm. And the F-117s were tasked with killing him. And this was March 19, 2003. And this is the kind of assignment that you dream about, right? The opportunity to kill the commander-in-chief of your enemy and potentially stop the war before it even starts. It was very exciting. So we got the planes up and we got them loaded and they went and did their mission. Unfortunately, we hit a bunch of dirt. He wasn't there. And the rest is kind of history. But the reason I bring that up is that was kind of my first experience in fighting what I would call, the wrong war for many reasons, the wrong war in the wrong way, right? We were trying to fight an army. We were trying to take out a commander-in-chief. We actually did that successfully. Everyone here knows we defeated the Iraqi army. We overthrew the government. We did the same in Afghanistan. But we missed the real enemy. The real enemy was Al-Qaeda. And they were not defeated. And we were not used to dealing with that kind of an adversary. This was not a hierarchical entity with tremendous amounts of command and control. This was a highly networked adversary. There were some nodes of power. There was a leader, but it was able to reconstitute itself. It was very flexible, very adaptable. And we didn't really know how to handle this yet. And one of the key people who was responsible for defeating Al-Qaeda was a man named Stanley McChrystal. Some of you here may have started with him and may know him. And before he came on board, the military, when dealing with Al-Qaeda, would launch a raid against a target. We'd identify a target. We'd launch a raid probably once a month, right? Which is actually reasonably high ops tempo. But we weren't, even though these raids were generally successful, we weren't able to actually defeat Al-Qaeda. They were able to reconstitute in the next month before we could go back out again. And so one of the most important things that McChrystal did was really a process innovation. He understood that in order to defeat this enemy that could simply reconstitute itself, you had to move much, much, much faster, and you had to move more aggressively. And so what he did is conceptually, it's actually kind of simple. He broke down the barriers, and there are significant barriers between the different services. He broke down the barriers between the forward units and the headquarters, and he broke down the barriers between the military out there fighting the war and the intelligence agencies back here doing a lot of the analysis. And the end result is, before he started this, as I mentioned, we're launching these raids once a month. By the time he left, the military was able to launch these raids 2 or 3 times a night, for once a month. And that is what that innovation brought about. And in doing so, the military was able to actually disrupt Al-Qaeda before they could reconstitute. That is ultimately how they went on the path towards being operationally defeated. And I think there are a number of analogies to the cyber world here, right? I mean, a lot of the organizations we're talking about, they're not hierarchical. In many cases, they're not strictly speaking governments. They are networks. They are, if we take them down, they are able to be reconstituted faster than we can do something else. So we need to be a lot faster. I think there are 3 lessons in particular that I have taken away from this and would encourage everybody here to think about and talk about. The first is that a process, if done fast enough and good enough, can be a capability, right? And you'll notice in my crystal analogy, I didn't say he invented some kind of a new laser or something. He had a process innovation. And he got so good at it that they were able to generate a new kind of capability on the battlefield, which I think is something that we are in the process of doing here now, is innovating on process, breaking down silos, sharing information. We're making progress on that first step. The second is that rather than waiting for intelligence or exquisite intelligence to take an action, take an action. Actions generate intelligence that generate more action. Be bolder, be faster. I think that's very applicable here. And then the final takeaway is, if you want to defeat a networked adversary, you have to move faster than they do. You have to change the scenario, whether it's defensively for your customers or offensively if you're talking about government capabilities. You have to change the scenario. You have to change reality faster than they can adapt. And if we can do that, then I think that is how we ultimately win here on ransomware. So I'll leave you guys with that thought. And I thank you very much for your time, and see some of you at the awards dinner here. So thanks again.
For those of you who don't know, that's Mike McInerney. He's our board chair. I don't know that you totally introduced yourself, or I was multitasking. This concludes our conversation today. I hope everyone took at least one thing away, or 3, or a few others from the beginning to the end. So really, again, thanks everyone very much for participating today. We look forward to continuing the conversation regardless of the community. One team, one fight. So I will pull a cue from my friend Steve Kelly and say, thank you very much for joining. Please get out of the room now. But do stick around. The bar is open. And about 6 p.m., we are going to reconvene for the Cyber Policy Awards, which will not be something you want to miss, which will be something you do not want to miss. You should not miss it. It's 5 o'clock. Let's go.
Thanks again, everybody, for coming. If we could have the co-chairs come up to the front for a group photo. And if we could have everybody else, please take your things, and they're going to reconfigure the room for the next event. Thank you.
Where do you want us up on here?
I don't know, that's Megan. I did that for Megan.
I will not stay.
Megan.
Keep up here, just so there's like dark super. So right now.
That'd be perfect.
I really wish I had a Jen Alice mask to wear.
It's like 5. Yeah, no, I'm actually one of the.